Chapter 196. The 13 Families. A whole load of information had just been given to Quinn at once. He felt like it was pretty relevant to the situation he was in, and it would have been nice if he had at least hinted about it beforehand. The way the AI acted with the system was really starting to bug Quinn. The lesson was coming to its end, so Leo decided to round up everyone to give a few pointers. This was Quinn's chance to ask the system the questions he needed. "Look, I'd understand anything," Quinn said. "I understand maybe you didn't want to tell me before. The less I know about it, the better. Hoping I wouldn't get too involved, but right now Fex is here, and if I make a mistake and slip up, he will easily be able to tell." "I'm sorry, Quinn," the system replied. "I want to tell you, but sometimes I can't. When the Creator created me, he chose to make it so certain information was revealed only when necessary. There are things I wish to tell you but cannot." "Then what can you tell me? Earlier Fex mentioned there being family leaders, and then you mentioned that I was one as well. What does he mean by that?" "The vampires are controlled by a council. The council is split up into 13 different leaders and a vampire king or queen. These are also what are known as families. When you created Peter and made your family name, you automatically became a member of the council." Quinn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just a second ago he didn't even know a vampire council existed, and now apparently he held a high position of power. "But then why would they be after me then?" Quinn asked. "And wouldn't this mean I would be safe if they found out about Peter?" "Quinn, the vampire race like to seem like they're working together, but they are just as cruel and power-hungry as humans. When the vampire king or queen decides to go into eternal slumber, then a new king shall be selected from one of the 13 leaders. While the current king or queen is still present, they must do as they say, but once they disappear, it will turn into a cruel battleground. You are only a leader in name only." A shortcut was created due to the system. A lowly vampire like you is too weak. To become a vampire leader, one at least must have the rank of a vampire lord. Although this isn't the only reason why they will be after you, unfortunately, I can't say any more. The vampire leaders were at the rank of a vampire lord, but Quinn had never met a leader before, so he had no reference for their strength. The only other vampire he had met was Fex. "What about Fex? Do you know what rank he is at?" Quinn asked. "Fex is on the cusp. He is not quite at the next evolution stage, which would be a vampire noble, but he is stronger than most vampires out there. The ranks are as follows. You have a vampire, vampire noble, vampire knight, vampire lord, and finally the vampire king or queen. There are also the subclasses, such as Peter, within these ranks, but they can never rise above their leaders or creators." Quinn was hoping to hear that Fex was quite a high-ranking vampire, perhaps even one just below the vampire lord. Instead, he just managed to get confirmation that there were a few more classes even above Fex. It was as the system said. For whatever reason that the system wouldn't tell him, if they were to learn he was a vampire leader, they would try to kill him. And with his strength right now, he wouldn't even last a second. "These families, why are there 13 of them? Couldn't all the vampires just unite under one banner?" "The humans and vampires share more than they would like to think. Just how humans were selfish and decided to keep their abilities to themselves, it is the same for the vampires. Each vampire has a basic set of skills, however. The 13 different families are each divided into the different abilities they have. This does not mean they are all related by blood, however. Before learning an ability, a vampire must go through a blood ritual with that family, meaning they can never go against them. Only then will they teach that vampire their ability. An example of this is the Sanguinis family that Fex is a part of, who have the ability to control string. Still, this does not mean a vampire cannot learn an ability outside of the 13, but if they chose to do this, they will never be promoted within the ranks of the family they have chosen to follow." This information disappointed Quinn a little. He was hoping at some point he would be able to find an ability for Peter to use, but it seemed like each family kept a lock on their abilities, not allowing outsiders to learn them. And what were the chances Quinn would be able to stumble upon another book that vampires were able to learn? Thinking about this caused another question to pop into his head. "Wait," Quinn said. "Does that mean my ability belongs to one of the 13? Is that why they're trying to kill me? Your shadow ability is not part of the 13 families," the system replied. This was the first bit of good news, Quinn thought. If his ability wasn't part of the 13 families, even if he used it, the vampires wouldn't know he was a vampire, and they could think he was just another ability user. "But I warn you to not use your ability in front of others. The only thing I can say for now is your ability carries history for the vampires that they wish to forget. They would only target you more." "Doesn't that mean Fex is targeting me then?" said Quinn. "I believe he may be too young to know about what happened in the past. They most likely do not teach the young ones about this either. This is all you need to know about this matter. Only when you are strong enough, Quinn. I promise I can tell you then." Empire business seemed like it was more trouble than it was worth at the moment. Just when Quinn thought he could finally stop hiding his strength, it seemed like he needed to hide it even more. Right now, though, he would have to deal with one problem at a time, and the immediate problem in front of him was Peter and Duke, over at the elemental training hall. They too were doing the same lessons as usual, and as lessons were about to finish, they had free time to do what they wanted, and once again Bones had come over with his 2 men and confronted Peter. "Peter," Bones shouted. "Well, will you look at that? You finally managed to reach level 3. It looks like you're going to make it to level 4 in time after all. What do you say to one more sparring match before tomorrow, huh?" Bones was frustrated after taking a beating from Vorden last time, and he himself was a level 4 user, while Peter was still a level 3, and a new one at that. Bones was confident he could still beat him. Even if he had the potential to be as strong as him with his earth powers, he couldn't have learnt that many skills with the ability in such a short amount of time. Peter turned around and took one look at Bones. "You're too weak for me. PS off before I kill you." Chapter 197, Troublemaker. Vorden was standing by the side of the group and was currently had the level 4 earth ability copied, just like last time in case this situation was to repeat himself. "Those guys, I guess they didn't learn from last time. Maybe I've gotten softer hanging around with Quinn all the time," Vorden thought. But as he was thinking that, he heard Peter's voice. "You're too weak for me. PS off before I kill you," Peter said, and this time there wasn't a hint of fear in his voice. "Damn it, this is not good," Vorden worried. "Before I had to babysit a weak cry-baby Peter, now I have to babysit this. I'm not sure which one I prefer." Vorden couldn't reveal he was involved with Peter, so he couldn't step in, and waiting was all he could do for now. He watched carefully, preparing himself for the worst. Standing in a fighting stance just to the side of the group. "What the heck?" Bones said. "Oh, I get it now. You think because you got a little bit of power and now a level 3 you're a big shot, huh? Well, think Aga." Before Bones could even finish what he was saying, Peter's hands had gripped and wrapped around Bones's mouth, his fingers placed at the side of his jaw. "Did I not tell you to go away?" Bones immediately retaliated by lifting his hands, trying to create a pillar of earth from below Peter's feet. As soon as Peter had felt the slightest bit of vibration from below, he knew what was coming. But he didn't move. He waited for the pillar to rise up, while continuing to hold on to Bones. Then at the last second, as the pillar rose up from below, Peter stepped back and pulled Bones into his own pillar, allowing it to hit him right in the chin. "Bones?" One of his friends shouted as they came running forward. Then suddenly out of nowhere a large wall of earth had come between the two groups, and at the same time Bones had been blocked off from Peter's view. Now standing by Peter's side was Vorden. "Ignore them. We have to get out of here. Now just run." But Peter remained still, as if he wanted to continue fighting against them. "Look, just ignore them. They're trash, right? They're not worth our time," Vorden argued. "Ha, you're right about that," Peter said as he took off with Vorden out of the training center. As Vorden and Peter were outside, Vorden decided it was best if they headed back to the dorm room for now, and stayed there. While heading back, he started to think about the confrontation. It had shown Vorden how much Peter had changed. Seeing how he acted against Bones, he couldn't imagine what Peter might do if he was to be put in a room with True Dream or Duke. Inside the dorm room, Vorden and Peter hadn't said much. They no longer were as close as before when Vorden used to mentor Peter. In fact, when Vorden looked at Peter now, he no longer would see the same Peter. He just got this weird feeling, and he found it strange that Peter would often just remain still in one place for long periods of time. Coming from Vorden, that said a lot to how much Peter really had changed. Finally, Quinn had returned from his class, and the first thing Vorden did was ask if the two of them could speak alone in private. "Sorry about this, Peter, do you mind?" Quinn asked. "If that is what you wish, sir," Peter said as he went back to sit down in his seat. The two of them decided to take a walk down the hallway until they had reached a window. Making sure there wasn't anyone who could be listening in to their conversation, they looked outside, allowing the breeze to touch their face as they talked. Vorden had explained what had happened today in the training hall, and he also told him his worries about Sunday when he was to meet True Dream. "I feel like you want to suggest something to me," Quinn said. "I know I've mentioned it before," said Vorden. "But last time I said it half-heartedly, but this time, Quinn, I'm serious. I think we should cut our ties with Peter." Although Vorden had sugarcoated his words, Quinn knew what he was getting at. They should kill Peter. Honestly, with everything going on, Quinn couldn't say he hadn't had the same thoughts. Lately, the thought was entering his head more often. This Peter wasn't the same one he knew. It was clear the old Peter was already gone. "Trying to go through with this plan, I think, is riskier than getting rid of Peter," Vorden said. "I think we can do Peter justice when we leave school in 2 years. We'll look after his family. We can make our own faction, and the money we earn from being travelers, we will send them a portion each month." Vorden was making a good case, but Quinn wondered how Peter's family would feel after finding out their son had died or disappeared. Would they really care if they had money or not? Even if Peter wasn't the same as before he was still him, right? There had to be still a little of him inside there somewhere. I, for one, don't think this is a good idea, the system said. First, you yourself will be unable to kill Peter. Even if you decide to go through with this, you would have to stand by as you watch someone you know kill Peter. And, although he is loyal to you, he would not just stand there without putting up a fight. The second thing goes to the matter we spoke of before. You were lucky Peter turned into a white. It is quite a powerful ally to have. Right now you need to gather and keep all the power you can get. It's not a question of if the vampires will come, Quinn. It's when. Suddenly, as these thoughts filled Quinn's mind, a strange feeling came over him once again. It was the family connection from the blood ritual. I can't do it, Warden, Quinn said. He's family now, and so are you and the others. Quinn didn't know this, but as he turned and said these words to Warden, his eyes were lit up bright red. Warden assumed that perhaps this matter went far beyond just the conversation they had now, and had something to do with Quinn himself. All right, Quinn, we'll stick with the plan. The next day it was the weekend, so the group had no classes for the day. However, they were unable to spend their time as freely as the other students could. Instead, they met in Logan's room once more. Each of them went over the details of their plan, while Logan also handed each a strange round circular pin to be put on their clothes. It looked similar to a button and blended well into their uniform. There was also a Spirit circular small speaker that was to be placed in the ear. These two items were a set that was to be used to communicate with each other. The only person who didn't receive one was Peter, as they knew he would be taken away. However, a microphone was once again installed into his watch so they could hear everything that was happening. After a good night's rest, it was finally Sunday, the day True Dream would finally arrive at the school. Chapter 198, Jack True Dream arrives. It was now Sunday morning, and the 8 sergeants had all gathered inside the portal hall. 4 of the second-year sergeants stood on one side, and 4 of the first-year sergeants stood on the opposite side, forming 2 lines in front of the portal. Each of them had straightened postures and were unmovable, assuming their best attitude before the single portal. The said portal had been pulled out and placed in the center of the room. Although the color of this portal was neither green, orange, nor red, it was hued in the purity of white, making it look like a blank canvas. Just like the traveling stations, the white color indicated that the destination of the portal was Earth. The doors to the training hall soon opened, and every one of the sergeants immediately gave a salute to the 4 men who had entered the room. Duke, the head of the second-year students, Nathan, the head of the first-year students, and Mike stood in the center. Out of all the generals there, Mike was the oldest and was well respected. Even though he didn't hold the highest rank, he was still in charge of the communications that would transpire in between military bases. Then, finally, standing behind the 3 of them was a man in a black and white tailored suit. The others had never seen him wear anything else other than that. It was the head general, Paul. Duke, I hope you already have everything prepared, yes? Paul asked. Yes, everything is proceeding well, and we should reach the quota as usual. All the students will gather in the assembly hall this afternoon. We shall advance with everything else right after, Duke replied. Good, said Paul, looking at another comrade next. Mike, how are the preparations for the upcoming event going? Not to worry, we still have a leeway of a month before the event. Students will be able to choose which events they want to participate in soon. I'm sure that we'll come out on top this year, I know we will. Mike said as he laughed loudly. Nathan, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, said Paul. The upcoming portal outing for the first-year students. It will not be a green portal like how we originally planned it, but it will be an orange portal instead. Nathan's eyes widened. Sir, this is crazy. They're only first-year students. Why do we need to push them so fast? There are reports that the Dalki are becoming more aggressive with their exploration. We must compete with them. This order has been made by all of us, so we must push more, and at the same time, we cannot willingly lose our regular men. Earth is the #1 priority, and we must protect it at all cost. So they chose the children instead, Nathan complained back, utterly distraught by the news. War will soon be waged, and the Dalki do not discriminate, whether they are children or not. Age will not matter to them when that time comes. It's better that they get the experience now. I will give you permission to send a couple of sergeants with them for their safeguarding rather than the regular teachers, but that's it. This is an order and it's final. I don't want to welcome any opposition. Usually green portals would be used for first years. They were the safest, containing basic and intermediate beasts. Once the student reached the second-year stage, they would then, though only once, go out on an orange portal expedition. Orange portals posed a heightened risk. There were shelters on the planet, but the whole planet had yet to be explored. The moment that the military arrived on that planet, the goal would be to expand and explore the areas of the planet that had yet to be explored. If they were lucky and finished their exploration, it would get the go-ahead and the portal color would change to green. If they discovered high-level beasts, then the portal would retain its orange color. Nathan felt like the first years were way too inexperienced to do such a task. The main difference when traveling to an orange portal planet was that they would travel as a single unit instead of in teams. Furthermore, the school had yet to enlighten the students about the importance of working together. The generals now stood a few feet away from the circular teleporter. Paul lifted his wrist to look at his watch, checking the time. It was currently 8:59. 9. As soon as the watch displayed 9, the portal started to warp slightly, and 3 figures could be seen coming through. Standing in the center was a bald-headed man who wore sunglasses, and he had also donned a suit. "Jack," greeted Paul. "It's been a while," he said as he went to the others and gave them a hug. "That's him," Faye whispered to Haley, who was standing next to her. "I can't believe that 2 of the strongest people on our planet look like shady businessmen." Although Jack True Dream didn't look impressive by himself, the 2 men who came out of the portal beside him did. One of them was a large fellow whose height was nearly 7 feet. He was completely covered in a grey-colored beast equipment, which looked similar to a rhino, while he carried a large 2-handed axe on his back. By his side was an individual who was the complete opposite, a small, skinny fellow. This person was wearing beast equipment that was dark green in hue and had a mask covering his face. Although instead of a heavy armor like the other person, he wore light armor. However, just from gazing at both of their equipment, that they were high-level beast gear, way beyond that of the advanced tier. Jack truly had brought his strongest guards along. It reminded Faye that even though they were allies, still at the same time they weren't. The fact that Jack felt the need to bring these 2 was to remind them of the power that his family had. Right now, there was an odd balance between the ability users in the world that caused small-scaled skirmishes to happen. The military's strongest force was the 8 head generals that were in charge of each of the military bases. The leader of this group was the head general in Military Base 1. In addition to them was the Big 4 from the 4 families. They were the current decision-makers in the affairs concerning the world, and whenever there was a serious matter to be decided, a meeting would be called in their midst. Once in a while, though, the families or the military would have to show their strength just to make sure that the others wouldn't get the idea of rebelling. "How about some breakfast together? My chiefs have prepared a great meal," Paul asked. "No thanks, I ate before I came here," Jack replied. "I was actually hoping to speak to your sergeants who discovered one of our family members. I believe that when his body was discovered, it was found along with 2 other students, is that correct? I wish to investigate this matter before I do anything else. If you don't mind, that is." "Oh, honestly, I'm not sure of the details myself," Paul replied. "I surmise that Haley was the one who wrote the report and sent it off to you." "Haley!" Paul called her, and she immediately rushed over, giving a salute to both Paul and Jack. "Please, if you can, help Jack in any way possible." "Of course, sir." This was the real reason why Jack had decided to visit the military base. His original plan was to visit the particular place later. However, when he learnt that one of his men had died in the same way as one of his previous guys, he felt the need to investigate. Perhaps whatever had killed. Ian was the same thing that killed one of his top men. He was hoping that he could find answers from the 2 students who were found with the body at the time. Chapter 1:99. The One Rule. Right now, both Jack and Haley were both inside the medical office. Haley was sitting down at her computer while Jack was standing just above her shoulder taking a peek at the screen. "Is this the report you wanted?" Haley asked as she brought up the file. Jack gave it a quick read over, and it was the same report that he had received from her before. "When you recovered his body, other than the 2 boys that were with him in the place, was there anyone else or anything inside?" Jack asked. "Nothing that I can remember. Although now that you mention it, it did seem a little strange," Haley said. "What do you mean?" "Well, even though everything was supposedly destroyed, the whole training center was left untouched due to it being made of glathrium. It looks like not a single beast had managed to get inside the place. Yet when we entered, it seemed like the whole place had been trashed, as if a huge brawl had taken place." "Do you remember any other details?" Jack asked. Haley then went into detail describing what the scene looked like, how there were several mangled doors and how chairs from the arena were all over the place and crumbled up. She then also went into detail about True Dream's body when they recovered it. The bottom half was still intact, while the top half had the same 2 bite marks on it. She also did a quick on-the-spot evaluation and found that the body seemed to have died not too long ago. "It sounds like Ian must have had fought something while he was in there," Jack said. "Ian's ability was magnetism, judging by the scene you were describing. Whatever he was fighting with at the time managed to kill him. Do you have the name of the 2 boys? If they were there, then they must have at least saw something." Although Haley felt the same way, the boys had already been interrogated several times over the event. Right now, Haley felt like the most possible thing was a beast. Something might have attached themselves to one of the students and got onto their scent. It followed behind them, killing people in the process and causing small puncture wounds on their neck. This was the only logical conclusion she could come to. Still, she didn't want to inform Jack of all the previous investigations they had already done. He was in a way higher position than her. She had also heard rumors of his bad side. At first, Jack was apparently a pleasant person. He thanked the military for helping and taking him in, promising to always help them out. But as he got better abilities and more people on his side, the demands he started making were ridiculous. Nowadays, if he didn't get his way, there was no telling what would happen. The two students' files were brought up. The first one was Quinn. Jack quickly scanned it over, but as soon as he saw he was only a level 1 ability user, he quickly disregarded it. The next person, though, was Vorden, who interested him. On his file, it stated his initial testing was a level 5, but next to it in brackets, they said it was subject to changes, and it was also stated that he was an original. The school already knew Vorden's power due to the information passed on to the previous school, but just for filing's sake, they took down his initial score. As Jack was reading through the file, that's when he spotted the name. Vorden Blade. After reading this name out loud, a memory had popped into his head. Several years ago, Jack had had his power for a few years now, and his family members were starting to grow. He had been called in for a meeting. This meeting was between the big 3 powers, the strongest originals. He was invited to a private island where a large mansion sat on the highest point. He remembered each of their presence that day as they sat on a round table opposite to each other. The pressure coming of each of them was immense. After all, they were the strongest people in the world. They didn't rule it by political gains or winning the people's hearts like in the past. Instead, they ruled it through their own power and an iron fist, and just looking at them he could see that. There was no military there, no government. There was just the 3 leaders of the family and himself. They didn't need any guards with the... What was the point when they were stronger than any guards they could hire? The meeting had come as a surprise because the reason he was called was because they wanted him to have a seat at the leaders' table. The leaders' table consisted of the 8 head generals, and currently the heads of the 3 big families. They had acknowledged the strength of Jack and his family had at that time. And on that day it went from the big 3 to the big 4. However, one thing had stuck in his mind. There was one rule they stated before he left, to never touch the Blade family. At first, Jack thought it was a joke as he started to laugh. He had heard of every single one of them out there. He even knew several other big-name original families out there in the real world, but he had yet to have heard of this Blade family before. But soon after he realized that each of them were dead serious, the pressure they were emitting just seconds ago seemed to completely vanish at the mention of this family name. "Can you tell me why?" Jack asked. "If you ever meet one of them, you have 2 choices," one of the men said. "Stay away or help them, but if you go against them, not even we can help you." At the time, he was truly frightened. Looking at the report once again, he looked at the name carefully. Could this really be related to the same family they were talking about? Jack thought. Would they really care if I got rid of one kid? Or maybe they were behind the deaths of my men in the first place? He started to do and decided to go confront Vorden. However, every time he felt like he was about to do this, images popped back up in his head of the strong men on the table that day. Just what had gotten them so worked up. "Perhaps it's best if I just leave it alone for now," Jack said. "I could always get some more men." A few hours had passed and lunch break had just passed. Although it was a Sunday, all the students had been told to gather in the assembly hall for a special occasion, while the others were wondering what it was exited and chattering away. Quinn and his group had stomach pains, and their blood was pumping widely around their body. They knew exactly why they had all been called. A part of them didn't want the letter to be true, but they could no longer escape reality. Standing inside the assembly hall was all the first-year students and the second-year students. In total in the assembly hall stood around 1,000 students. All of them stood nice and straight, staring in the direction of the stage. Right now, standing up on the stage was Duke, and behind him were the 2 men who had arrived with Jack. "All right, is everyone ready?" Logan asked. Right now, Logan had a small earpiece that acted as a microphone, while the others apart from Peter had the same. It was time for them to put their plan into action. "Ready," they all replied. Chapter 200, The Selected A. The assembly hall was split into 2 equal halves, with all the first-year students standing on the left of the stage, and the second-year students standing right of the stage. The fact that all the students in the school were told to gather together, and not just a single year, told them it would be a big event. Then the 2 sections on each side would be further split up. They were grouped by each homeroom class, which contained about 50 students. Quinn and Vorden were standing relatively close to each other, while Peter was standing a row in front of them, so they could keep an eye on him, while the girls stood directly at the front of the class. Their section was stationed closest to the stage, while right at the back towards the exit was Logan. To his surprise, it seemed like Fex was in the same homeroom class as him. Logan didn't turn up to homeroom class much, and if it was anyone else, they would have been punished for this. But because Logan was a very important person student from a rich family, he obtained special privileges. Duke was currently standing on stage giving the students a speech, telling them about all the achievements that the base had made so far, and what the upcoming schedule for the first-year and second-year students would look for the rest of the year. While listening to this, Vorden was preparing himself, or more specifically, he was preparing someone else. "Ratton, you remember the plan, right?" Vorden asked. "As soon as you finish with what needs to be done, then you get out of there. I don't care if someone looks interesting to fight, or if someone looked at you the wrong way, we need to disappear immediately after you are done." "Will you shut up?" Rayton snapped back. "For the last 2 days you've said the same thing over and over to me. I know that if I don't do what you said, I won't hear the end of it." Vorden hated the fact that the plan required him to use Rayton. If he could, he would have used himself, but the task that was given to him relied on him having 2 abilities, and Vorden could only control one. But of course, using Syl was out of the question, so that left him with Ratton. The 2 abilities he needed were already stored for the day. Right now, they just needed for the assembly to be over. Quinn, on the other hand, was worried for Peter. The system recommended giving Peter some of his blood, which he did, and he gave the order not to attack Duke or Jack. With the extra blood, it made Peter more loyal to the point he would obey every order. Loyalty to one's master was also distance-based. The further away, the less influence the master's orders had, but with fresh blood from Quinn in his system, he would have no option but to obey the commands he was given. Eventually, the power would fade away, but for a short time period like this one, it would be enough. The only way that Peter could disobey this order is if his life was put on the line. Then self-preservation would override Quinn's orders. Other than an update about the schedule for you all, we also have a special guest here today. He visited us last year, and he is here to visit us again. Duke pointed at one of the men who sat at the leader's table, and was actually the leader of one of the Big Four. "Please clap for Mr. Truedream," Duke said as he walked off the stage. Mr. Truedream then got up from his seat at the table and come up from the side of the stage, and as he stepped forward, so did the 2 guards next to him. Looked up and stared at them in awe. They had never seen such impressive beast gear in their life, and couldn't imagine just how much it would cost to own them. Knowing that they were from the Truedream family, they would also have some impressive abilities. However, as most of the students looked at Mr. Truedream, they were quite disappointed. He wasn't wearing any beast gear, and he didn't give off the same presence as other leaders they had seen. However, there were a few in the room who felt differently. They could feel a confidence exuding from his body, and one of these students was Fex. As he was looking at him, he was starting to sweat. The sight of Mr. Truedream reminded him of the 13 vampire leaders. This was the presence of someone who was on top of the world. Many of you should know who I am, but just in case, my name is Jack Truedream, leader of the Truedream family and also the owner of Dreamland City. I have a close relationship with the military, and I visit every base each year. But I have to say, out of all the military bases, this is my favorite one. I also seem to get the most and the best gifts delivered directly to my footstep here," Jack said with a smile. "Did you hear that? He said we're the best military base out there," a student whispered. "Are you an idiot? He probably says that to all of the military bases he goes to," another student responded. "True, but still. If we could get into his faction, we would be set for life. I hear he even provides free housing for all those in his city. As long as you join their team, of course," the first student replied. While the other students were excited to see Truedream, Quinn's group could see the other hidden message behind his words. Most likely those gifts he was talking about were the students given to him right after this assembly. He was declaring it in the open, while no one knew what was happening. While the speech continued on, from the bottom of Logan's sleeve, one of the small mechanical spiders crawled down his shirt and hopped off his shoe. It was the same size as a regular small spider, and made next to no noise as it moved about. It continued to crawl across the floor until it had eventually reached the stage. "All right, guys, it's all set," Logan whispered. Jack then spoke his final words. "In a month's time, I will be coming to watch all of you at the intermilitary base event. Perform well, and those that impress me will be given an extended invitation." With that, the speech was over, and Jack walked off stage with his 2 guards behind him, heading off to a location out of sight from all the students. While doing this, the mechanical spider quickly followed along. As Jack left the stage, Duke returned. He had one last thing to say to everyone. "You heard the man. Work hard so you can achieve a great future for yourselves. I expect our school to come out on top at the intermilitary base event. Before I dismiss you all to enjoy the rest of your day off, I would like these 8 students to stay behind. Ray Dem, Howard Hubby, Wilfred Green, Sarah Beeswax, Michael Briscoe, Amy Yellop, Peter Chuck." After hearing Peter's name, Everyone's stomach sunk a little. This was it. They needed to get into action right after he called out the final name. And finally, Erin Haley, these students please stay behind and come to the front of the stage. The rest of you may leave. Chapter 201, to become the Strongs. The students were starting to leave the room one by one. It was their day off, and they didn't want to hang around in the assemble hall any longer than they needed to. Most of them were leaving with smiles on their faces, excited for the upcoming event, with Jack mentioning and informing the students of his plans to be at the inter-military base event. They were now eager to impress him and wanted to start practicing right away. If Jack was to offer them an invitation to join his family, it would be a shortcut to the top. Usually, unless one was extremely talented, they would have to build a reputation for themselves from their own factions and work their way up. Nearly everyone who wished to become a traveler had a goal of joining the Big Four. Even if you created your own faction, it was beneficial to work under one of the Big Four for protection from the others. However, not all the students had smiling faces as they left the hall. There were some who didn't feel the same way. "Hey, would you move?" a student said as he accidentally bumped into Quinn on his way out. "What was wrong with that guy?" another student said. Not moving from his spot, Quinn hadn't moved, but he wasn't the only one who had remained motionless. After hearing the final name that had been called out, the whole group was shocked at what they had heard. For the final name was Erin. As Logan waited outside, he realized the others hadn't come out with him, so he took a bite of his sandwich before he said, "Guys, come on. We need to start our plan straight away. I know this is a shock, but that doesn't stop us from the original plan. Instead of saving one, now we just need to save two." With Logan's words, the group quickly snapped out of it and started to make their way out of the assembly hall with everyone else. Worrying about it or thinking why Erin was chosen wasn't going to do them any good. The more time wasted, the less likely the plan would work. The students who had been called all had gone to the front of the stage, wondering what was going on. Peter was also up front, but his expression hadn't changed much. He was informed of what was going to happen and wasn't worried about it. He trusted his master, Quinn. He would just do everything his master had told him to do, and everything would work out fine. Erin, on the other hand, was panicking. Her whole head was slightly swirling. "They picked me, but why? Aren't I one of the top students? They would never pick a student as good as me, right?" she thought to herself. But the realization had hit her, and her mask was starting to crumble away. The thoughts and memories she had kept within were starting to surface. A few days ago, inside the second year's head office, Duke had been given a bunch of files that matched the criteria they were looking for. That's when they stumbled upon Erin's file. "Now this is interesting," he said. Erin was a level 5 student, and she also had quite an expensive ability too. She wasn't an original, but the ice element ability was expensive to get a hold of, especially at level 5, so Duke wondered why she had been selected. After reading the file, everything started to make sense. Her family worked under one of the Big Four, and they had established a shelter on one of the orange portal planets. Because of the risk involved, the family had paid them well and had gained quite the status. A few years had gone by, and it looked like the exploration of the planet was nearly over. It was the main task that had been given to her family. They had done a good job getting rid of the few advanced tier beasts that lived on the place. Erin was eventually sent back to Earth to finish her normal school education. She went to a good private school as her parents could afford it, and even bought her a strong ability. It was an opportunity which they never had. The exploration of the planet had been completed, and Erin had gone back over the summer to celebrate with her parents. At last, they had moved up high enough in the family's ranks to obtain a place back on Earth. But on that fated day, a Dalki ship had invaded the planet. The Dalki came and attacked. Seeing her family and friends raise up their weapons to fight, she wanted to help too. But before she could even join in the fight, her father had stopped her. "No, Erin, you are not strong enough yet. Now get out of here," he screamed. "But I can help," Erin cried. "Just let me help you. Look, I didn't want to say this, but you're weak. You will only get in our way." And at that moment, she witnessed her father being stabbed through the chest. As she stood there frozen, an old friend of her father's managed to grab her and run away. Her family did their best to protect all the civilians on the planet, and even other factions that they once squabbled with over territory had come to help, but it wasn't enough, and all they could do was wait for help to arrive. At this point, nearly everybody that could fight had died. All of this havoc had been created by only 2 Dalki. However, the defenders had managed to kill one of them, but the other still remained alive. The remaining Dalki had set its eyes on the emergency shelter, but just as it was about to attack, help had arrived. A female dressed in pure sparkling white came through the portal, and Erin saw her pass by. She fought against the Dalki on her own and was able to go toe-to-toe with it. The swordsmanship that had been displayed was light and silent. It was as if her feet never even touched the floor. She would continuously parry the Dalki's attacks while dishing out attacks of her own in between, until eventually she defeated it and the Dalki had died. Erin cried a lot that day. Her tears wouldn't stop coming. She cried for all the people that had been lost. The women who had defeated the Dalki walked up to Erin, but unlike what the others thought should be said to a child, she didn't give any words of comfort to Erin, but only gave her the harsh truth. If you never want to see your family or friends die again, then you have to become stronger. You have to be the best, so nobody can take anything away from you, because your tears won't bring your family and friends back. And that was the last time Erin had seen her family or the strange female warrior. She had been selected because she no longer had the backing her family once had. With everyone gone, she had been sent a token gesture of money from one of the big four, just to live off of, for the rest of her life, but the political protection their family had was now gone. But what was the use? Money couldn't bring back the dead. The only thing that remained in her mind from that day were the words spoken to her by that strange woman. She would become the best. Erin had chosen to live by those words that day, and whenever she felt tired or wanted to give up, that same memory would come back to her. She needed proof that what she was doing was working. She thought she had gotten better, but the day they had met the Dalki once again, she had frozen in place, and the only thing she could do was run. Right now, though, she was being led together with the others to a certain room. Everything she had worked for up to this point was all going to be taken away. Following closely behind the row of students was the mechanical spider Logan had sent after them. Right now, Logan had returned to his room, and he was monitoring the direction of the spider. He could see where they were heading, and would be able to inform the others of what needed to be done. He was also looking at a 3D map of the whole school. On it, there were several different indicators, each one being a different person from their group. The spider and Peter were different colors for clarity's sake. Okay, Fex. It looks like they're heading for one of the meeting rooms located on the second floor on the west side. Layla, you stay close behind him. Once you turn and reach the end of the corridor, stay, and wait in position. The two guards are sticking to Jack like glue. When Quinn and Vorden are ready, and I give the command, then you guys will move out. Understood, everyone? Understood, they replied. Jack had entered the meeting room, and the 8 students were following him in. One by one, they entered the room. One of his guards had also entered the room with them, while the other stayed outside, standing guard at the door. Quinn and Vorden were at one side of the corridor, while Fex and Layla were at the other side, patiently waiting for Logan's order. "All right, Rattan," Vorden said. "Looks like you're up, chapter 202, falling asleep." The 8 students were all lined up in one row in the meeting space. They stood straight, nervous all the while thinking just why they had been chosen to meet with Jack Truedream. Concurrently, Erin was doing everything to keep her cool. As she looked towards her left, she could see Peter standing calmly beside her. Of course, he didn't have to worry about anything since his powers wouldn't be taken away. However, it was different for her. Constantly moving her head around the room, she was trying to see if there was any way for her to get out. Although none of them was planning to sit down, there was a chair behind each of the 8 students. Perhaps they would be asked to sit the further they stayed inside the room. It was a small meeting room that was used for one-on-one consultations. Currently, the students were standing in the center while Jack was standing just in front of the desk with a single chair. Lingering by his side was the small guard dressed in a green armor. As of the moment, the main problem for the escape was the large sentry guarding outside. Erin knew that the others were planning to try to get Peter out of this situation, for the sole reason that they had to, if they wanted to keep their matter with Quinn a secret. But now she wished she had stayed in the meeting room so she would know what their plans were. Maybe she could have even helped. "Now you might be wondering why you have all been brought here in front of me today," said Jack. "It seems like either one way or another you have been all suspected of a dangerous crime, though I have no knowledge what that crime is. Perchance a part of a secret terrorist group, or maybe plotting to go against the military. However, it is not my job to find that out because that's the school's responsibility." Halting his speech, Jack slammed his hand on the table to inculcate the gravity of the situation to the students. He resumed his talk once he was done. "The punishment that has been handed to you is to have your abilities taken away." As soon as Jack said those words, a couple of students dropped to their knees, complaining, "But I didn't do anything, this can't be right." Some of them cried while one student, who was closest to the exit, made a dash for it. Before he had even taken a few steps, he felt a stinging pain on the back of his neck. At that point, his head started to swirl and his vision slowly began to fade, until he suddenly collapsed on the floor. "Oh my gosh!" a student cried. The others were unable to see it because of how fast everything had happened, but Erin had seen it all. The green guard had taken out what looked like a small needle and swirled it inside his mouth with his tongue. Now, laced with a tiny amount of what looked like green liquid, it was catapulted right at the student's nape. "I hope nobody else tries that again," Jack said. "This process is meant to be quick and painless. Now please sit down on the seats behind you. I don't want there to be any more accidents." Each of the students did as they were told. They carefully watched the guard lift the student who was passed out onto one of the empty chairs. This was the deal-breaker for Erin. She had to do something, otherwise she would lose her ability forever. Hence, with a resolute countenance, she faced Jack and uttered, "But we really didn't do anything, sir," Erin said. "If you do this, people will find out about your made-up lies. We can just tell everyone the truth." "Oh, don't you worry about that, for once I take your abilities away, you shall all pay a special visit to the dungeon. The school will then report to the rest. What was it that you said?" "Right, made-up lies. The most common one and accepted is usually you were all working for Pure. With that, the student's curiosity will disappear, and with it your existences." The green armored guard from earlier then started to walk over to the students. Erin was second to last along the row, while Peter was sitting at the very end. The guard had prepared some green liquid that was placed in some type of vial. He proceeded to place the liquid on the tip of his finger. Using his index, he would place it down right between the eyebrows, just above the nose of the students. Then, after a few seconds, the student would fall asleep. "A sleeping ability," Erin mumbled. "Ding, ding, ding, like I said, I'm not a monster. Although by the time that you guys wake up, you will already be in the dungeon." The guard had gone through the other students, and it was finally Erin's turn. For a while now, she'd been fumbling with something behind her back, waiting for Jack to get close, but he never did. So the guard went to place his finger on her head, she immediately swung out her arm, aiming for his temple. In her hand was a small dagger that had been formed from ice. She knew the guard was strong and fast, but a blow with a sharp object would be able to take down most people, no matter who they were. To her dismay, the guard didn't react at all. He continued with his task, placing his finger on her forehead. Nevertheless, just before the dagger reached his head, with his other hand he had grabbed it and crushed it to pieces. The speed was too fast, so she had never thought that it was possible to block an attack that close, unless one had a speed ability. Still, she was sure that he was the one who had produced the sleeping agent. It was most likely from his blood, which was why he had pricked the needle against his tongue. It was impossible for someone to have two abilities unless they were unlike Vorden. This solely meant one thing. The beast gear he was wearing was at such a high level. It was able to boost the user's stats to the point where they no longer seemed human. Accordingly, she was not able to resist, and a few seconds later, she was asleep like all the others. Finally, it came to Peter's turn. Willingly, before the man had even placed his finger on his forehead, he had closed his eyes. He knew that just looking at these people would annoy him, but he needed to follow his master Quinn's order. Hence, he decided to keep them shut for now. Once the green liquid was placed on his head, all the students were ready. Jack then looked at the green guard and cleared his throat out loud, signaling for the guard to leave. "As you wish, sir," he said as he bowed down and left the room. Now, standing outside as guard on duties just by the door were the two guards. "Did he make you leave again?" the large guard asked. "Yeah, I don't know why. We all know how his ability works," the green man replied. The mechanical spider remained inside the room while Peter's watch recorded everything. Logan was unsure whether the second guard would ever leave the room. Yet for some reason it seemed like Jack had asked him to. This would make their job easier, but they had to act now. "Everyone, go." Both guards are outside and only Mr. Truedream and the students are inside. Chapter 203, Stolen Abilities. The group outside had received the message from Logan to proceed. The first ones to make a move would be Fex and Layla, and they had been on standby by waiting. Right behind the two of them were two random first-year students who had been brought along. These students were the same ones who formed Fex's room, his roommates. If it was anyone else being put in this situation, Fex probably would have felt guilty about what he was trying to make them do. But they were the ones who had attacked him first for no reason, so he couldn't think of any two more guilty to use. When looking at their eyes, a slight tint of red could be seen. They started to glow slightly stronger as Fex faced them and gave them a command. A few seconds later, and they were on the move. The two students turned the corner and started to bump into each other on the way. While this was happening, Fex would peek around the corner and twiddle his fingers away. Eventually, the bumps turned into shoves as they continued their stride. "Hey, what are you two doing? Get out of here," the larger guard said. But his words were useless as the two now were starting to shove each other stronger than before, although it seemed a bit strange as there was no speech involved while performing these actions. This was the limit to Fex's mind control. The more complex the instructions, the more likely the spell to break and fail. The shoving had turned into a full-blown fistfight. While doing so, they would inch their way closer to the two guards. "If you guys don't scram out of here, my foot going to be shoved right into your backside," the guard shouted this time. They continued to ignore the guard's words, but it was more like they couldn't hear. Their mind was consumed with the last command made by Fex. Arms and legs were swinging out as the two continued to fight. Right now, Fex was dwindling his fingers away faster than before, concentrating while the sweat ran down his forehead. Controlling one person's set of movements with the strings was easy, but coordinating two and making it look realistic was tough. He had attached strings to both of the students and given them the command to remain motionless, so everything they were doing right now was down to him. While everything was happening, Layla was to keep guard, making sure no one came down the hallway and saw them. Now the two were fighting incredibly close, and Fex had to just pull one of his strings ever so slightly, causing an elbow to hit the large guard in the middle of his stomach. Did it not hit? But I'm sure it did. Fex was slightly confused. He tugged on the string again, a little bit harder this time, elbowing the guard in the stomach again. Still, there was no reaction. Although the elbow had hit the large man, there seemed to be no reaction whatsoever. This was because of the heavy armor the man was wearing. However, even though the attack didn't hurt, the rage on his face showed his anger. "You two, to get out of there." Pulling the strings back, Fex started to dash down the hallway. The students began to imitate Fex's movements and ran off as well, following his direction. The large guard followed them, but was quite slow with his heavy gear. It seemed like one of the attributes it gave was not speed. Some users would choose to focus on a set of beast armor that specialized in one area. They would do this to make up what they were lacking for, or to strengthen their strengths. Layla watched the two students turn the corner, and were now running down the same hallway as Fex was running down just moments ago, which meant soon the large guard would turn the corner too. Next to her was a door leading to a classroom. It was a Sunday, and nearly all the classrooms were empty as the staff, and most of the students had a day off. Oh no. With nothing else to do, she went for the closest room, opening the door and stepping inside. She took a deep breath and held it in. The sound of the large guard's footsteps could be heard as he ran around the corner and continued to chase the two students. Once the footsteps could no longer be heard, she stepped out of the room again. As she turned to look around the corner, she noticed there was still another problem. The second guard was still standing outside. As long as he was there, Vorden and Quinn wouldn't be able to get inside. She looked around to see if there was anything she could do. The only thing she could see was a plant pot down the hallway. Lifting it with her telekinesis ability, she started to levitate it in the air and floated it across the hall towards the green guard. The guard spotted it floating about, slowly coming towards him, but he remained there still. When the pot was finally in front of his face, he lashed out, smashing it and allowing it to drop to the floor. Yet he still hadn't moved from his position. "Looks like I'm just going to have to kick his ass," Rayton said. "No, Vorden, this whole plan, we need you to cause the biggest distraction inside, you know that," Quinn said. "Leave this guy to me." Inside the meeting room, Jack was preparing himself. He straightened up his tie and his suit and then licked around his lips, making sure they weren't too dry. "The worst part," Jack said. He walked up to the first student and bent down so the two were at eye level. His head was now right next to the student's. Grabbing the person by the head, he pulled it forward, pressing his lips against theirs. Suddenly, Jack could feel the energy move from around the whole student's body start to enter into his own. About 30 seconds had passed before Jack had removed his lips from the student's. He then spat on the ground and wiped his lips with the sleeve of his shirt. "Damn it! Why did my ability have to work in such a way?" Jack said, annoyed. The only way Jack was able to take the ability of another was to forcefully drain it from inside their mouths. He had tried and tested multiple ways, but for some reason this was the only way that worked. Some of the stronger abilities seemed to have certain restrictions, similar to Vorden, who had to touch the other user, and how it would only last up to 24 hours. Still, there was nothing he could do about it, so he continued to go down the line, pressing his lips against each student, draining their abilities. After each ability had been drained, he could feel them lingering around inside his belly. Each of the forces were like little flames, all different from another. Finally, he had reached Erin. "Now, here is someone I don't mind pressing my lips against," Jack said, as he looked at Erin's delicate face and realized she was a true beauty. It was a shame she was still young, otherwise he would have taken her back with him. The energy flowed through Erin's body and slowly entered into Jack's. While doing so, a slightly cold sensation was felt inside. When he removed his lips from her, an icy breath was seen. Her ability had been taken, and it now remained inside of Jack. Now there was only one student who remained, and that was Peter. As Jack looked at him, he realized that Peter wasn't an attractive sight at all. His face was sunken in, and he looked dehydrated, almost like he was already dead. In fact, if he didn't see him moving earlier, he would have thought he was dead. "All right, last one." Jack then moved his face closer to Peter. He closed his eyes as he went to press his lips. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Peter said. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring Jack right in front of his face. "You're awake, but how? I saw him use the sleeping agent on you." Jack shouted as he pulled back away. He was panicking as he quickly went to go hide behind the desk. "Kenny, get in here right now. One of them is awake." Jack shouted. He was panicking, frightened. A situation like this had never happened before. Just as Kenny turned to open the door, a shadow raised up from underneath, blocking his path. Chapter 204, Saving. A strange shadow had risen from the bottom of the door. Now it had completely covered it. A few seconds had passed, and it looked like some type of shadow hand had formed, reaching out to the Kenny, the guard in green beast gear. He quickly reacted, taking a few steps back, not allowing the hand to touch him. He had never seen anything like it before, so he made sure to be cautious. It was a phenomenon unknown to him, so first he needed to find out what it did before he could act accordingly. He took a single needle and swirled it around in his mouth before throwing it towards the shadow, but when the needle hit, strangely enough, there seemed to be no reaction at all. What is this thing? Is it some kind of ability? This was not good. Judging by the screams inside, it was clear that one of the students was still awake. If they were using their ability right now, it could be the end of the True Dream family. Of course it was Quinn. He had used his shadow cloak ability to sneak up to the remaining guard in the hallway, and when he heard Jack True Dream screaming for help, he had decided to distract the guard, to give Vorden a chance to sneak into the room and take care of Jack. When he started his shadow control ability, he had to drop his shadow cloak, so the guard was going to notice him any second now. The guard started to look around to see if there was any other way into the room, and that's when he spotted someone. A man dressed in all black suit of armor, wearing a demon mask, covering his face. Even the top of his head was covered, showing him the jagged white mechanical eyes of the suit. "Is it you?" the guard said. He knew he had to get inside quickly because of the main weakness his boss had, which was that he couldn't use the abilities he took from others. He was only able to give them to other people. So at the moment he was defenseless without his guards. Quinn said nothing in response and started to dash forward, bringing the shadow from the door back to him. It was now hovering above him. The guard saw this and immediately threw several needles, but the shadow managed to block them all. Quinn quickly moved to the side and pulled the shadow in close to him, allowing the needless to pass through and continue down the hallway. Damn it, this is the problem going up against an original. The guard was right. One of the main advantages one would have in a fight was knowing the ability of the other, using the information Logan had given him, and his inspect skill. Quinn knew he couldn't chance getting hit by those needles. He wasn't sure if his suit was strong enough to block them, so he would keep the shadow close to himself for protection. When the guard saw that his needles were ineffective, he quickly pulled out his dagger. He was waiting for Quinn to get close. However, when they were around 9 meters apart, Quinn jumped into the air, spinning his body, and then threw out a kick from the side. Blood crescent kick. A large crescent-shaped line of red aura came out strong and fast. The man had never expected this, he thought. Because the shadow was only used for defense so far, it would now be used for an attack, so he was keeping a keen eye on the shadow's movements. But instead, it looked like his opponent was using a completely different ability. He could do nothing but take the attack head-on. When the aura was directly in front of him, he struck at the red aura, which then shattered and disappeared. Quinn stood still for a moment. His new skill was one of his strongest attacks when comparing it to others. The only one stronger has his blood hammer. Still, the person in front of him was easily able to shatter it with his weapon, and there didn't seem to be a chip or anything on it. Right now, Quinn had to be incredibly cautious if he was to get out of here alive. What he didn't know was that at the same time the guard in green gear was having similar thoughts. What was that attack? It was so powerful, he thought. His hand was feeling numb from the impact of the blow, and it had taken a decent amount of strength for him to shatter that red aura. "Who are you? You should know who we are. Why are you attacking?" The guard tried to distract Quinn. Quinn spoke into the mask, which gave him an altered, deep electronic voice. "We know what you've been doing. We from Pure have been following your actions for a while now. We're here to save those kids from you," Quinn said. Right now he was improvising on the spot, and Logan was helping him with what to say. The reason why Logan thought this would be their best option was so they wouldn't run an investigation on those closest to the kids. In a way, it was true that Pure had informed them of Mr. True Dream's plans, but they weren't the only ones taking action. Knowing this, they were less likely to think someone associated with the kids were trying to save them. "Come on, Vorden, hurry up," Quinn thought. While Quinn was busy dealing with the guard, Vorden had snuck past and entered the room. Or rather, it was Rayton who was in control now. He was using an invisibility ability he took earlier, making it so he couldn't be seen. As he entered the room, he saw the students slumped over in their chairs and Jack hiding behind the desk, while Peter was in front of him just looking at him. "Go away, or you will regret this," Jack shouted. "Are you threatening me?" Peter asked, and for the first time a slight smile appeared on his face. "You know, if in my master's orders you would be dead by now." "I knew you were working for someone," Tell me who it is and I'll spare you, Jack said, his voice still feeling a little shaky. Suddenly, Logan had an urgent message. Guys, the guard chasing Fex has given up, and is now on his way back. You have to grab them and get out of there now. Rayton then went to the corner of the room where one of the wooden shelves was displayed and activated his fire ability, setting the whole thing alive with fire. Peter, grab Erin and get out of here, Quinn's orders, Rayton shouted. Peter did as he was told and picking up Erin quickly ran out of the room, but before Rayton left he stared at Jack. Ratton, what are you doing? I said not to touch him. Vorden said, you know we don't have a clue about how his ability works. If it's like ours and we touch him, we might even lose our own. And then we would be defenseless. Maybe Erin's ability was taken, but if ours gets stolen as well, we would become useless. I wasn't going to suggest that, Ratton said. I think we should kill him here and now, then that way he will no longer be a problem. Chapter 205, Result of No True Dream. MVS 205. The room was slowly heating up as the flames started to spread from one piece of furniture to the next. Soon the entire room would be engulfed. Peter had already left the room carrying Erin over his shoulder. He followed Logan's instruction, telling him where to go, making sure to avoid the hallway where Quinn and Kenny were fighting right now. The directions he was giving them were to his own room. Right now it was the safest place he could think of. Unlike the other rooms that had routine checkups now and then, Logan's room was different. It was off limits most of the time. This was a special request he made because of the number of different inventions he contained in there. Afraid at any point in time someone would come in and possibly take on of his ideas for profit. At this point, the smoke had hit the detectors above, and the sprinklers had been activated. However, the flames were too strong to completely get rid of the fire. It could only slow them down for now. Looking around the room, Jack before could only see the students who were asleep in their chairs and was wondering what had caused the fire. However, when the sprinklers had turned on, the drops of water bouncing off Rayton formed a slight outline to be seen. Rayton had currently had not only the abilities of fire, but of invisibility as well. The strange shape that Jack could see was standing right in front of him. If it wasn't for this, he would have made a dash for the door. Rayton had made the suggestion to kill Jack, but Vorden knew this wasn't an option. The simple reason was the balance of the current world right now. If True Dream were to die, it would go back to what it was like straight after the war. When the war had ended, Earth was a mess. Ruined cities, the low population of animals, and a lot of the land had sunken into the sea. The whole human race had been struck with poverty. Only there was a big difference now. They had powers. This caused more infighting to happen than ever, and there was no control put in place. Eventually, the rise of the three families had come to create some type of order. But the relationship between the three of them wasn't the best either, and the fighting continued. The military had power, but they weren't strong enough. They would have many people, switching sides between them and the three families. That's why when True Dream had come to them seeking support, it was a blessing. It was someone the military could use to keep everyone in place, and it was why the current system had been put in the first place. If True Dream was to be taken out of the picture, the military power would weaken, and the power balance would be upset, leading to another civil war. But that wasn't what worried Vorden the most. Civil wars happened, and in the end, there would often be a result. The problem was if the Dalki was to see this. If the humans were fighting each other, they would come to invade as soon as possible. For the sake of the current human race, True Dream was someone who needed to live no matter how evil of a person he was. Vorden tried his best to explain this to Rayton, but right now he didn't care. He was in charge. I disagree, Rayton said. If the human race can't survive without one person, then maybe we shouldn't be alive in the first place. Rayton had set his hand ablaze and threw a punch right towards Jack. All Jack could see right now was a floating arm of fire. He tried his best to move out of the way, but the attack was clearly too fast. As his hand full of flames was about to hit, a slight reflection could be seen in front of Jack. What the? His hand had touched the reflection, and it felt like he was hitting a solid wall. A mysterious force then moved from the point where he had hit, and it seemed to bounce off right back at Rayton. Hugo? Jack said. As he turned his head, the large guard wielding the two-handed axe had entered the room. Well, we know someone is getting a raise. Damn! With nothing else left to do, Rayton quickly headed for the corridor. He didn't know Hugo's ability nor how strong he was. He loved fighting, but wasn't crazy enough not to know when his chances were against him. Hugo, the door! Jack screamed. Hugo held out his hand, and another reflection appeared just in front of the door, but it was too late. Jack could see the figure moving through the sprinkler's water, and it was clear it was no longer in the room with them. Damn it! You were too slow. Forget about that raise. Let's get out of here. As Rayton ran down the hallway, he could see Quinn was still busy dealing with the green guard Kenny. I'm leaving, he shouted. and that was the signal for Quinn to disappear as well. Using his shadow cloak skill, suddenly he had disappeared right in front of Kenny's eyes. A few seconds later, and Jack and Kenny had immediately come out of the room. "Where the hell are they? Find them now, and find that girl and boy. I want them both dead, you hear me?" Jack shouted. Instead of listening to Jack's words, though, Kenny immediately ran back into the room they had exited from. He ignored both Jack and Hugo. The fire was still burning in the room, and the students were still asleep under his ability's effect. He lifted 2 of them on each shoulder and took them out of the room, placing them on the ground gently. He then did the same with the other 4, and eventually guards had arrived to help extinguish the fire. Jack then walked up to Kenny. He lifted his hand and whacked him across the face, giving him a big slap. "Did I say to save those students' lives? You let them get away. If you don't have any information or good news, you know what will happen to you." While looking at the kids all safe out of the room, Kenny had a smile on his face, although Jack was unable to see this due to the mask covering his mouth. "Sir, it seems like there were a few of them. I'm not sure how many, but there were at least 2 of them. They claimed to be from Pure and were trying to save the kids." "Pure. They've been tailing me for months, but never acted out. This is a first for them. I thought I was safe here, so I didn't bring anything with me. We'll head back for now. I can't risk staying here any longer," said Jack. "But before we go, send a report to Duke. They want to save the kids that badly. Well, I won't let them have their way. If Duke is to find either of those 2 students, they are to be sent to me immediately. You understand, you 2? "Yes, sir," they both said. As the 3 of them walked off, Logan's mechanical spider had done the same. It had also listened to all the words that had been spoken from Jack's mouth. After a few minutes, everyone had entered and returned to Logan's room. Vorden, Peter, Layla, Fex, Quinn, and Erin were all inside, but Erin was lying on the bed still under the sleeping spell. "We did it," Layla shouted. "I can't believe we really got them 2 out of there." "Man, that big guy was scary," Fex said. "For a second I thought he wasn't going to give up, and he moved pretty quick for a big guy." "I wouldn't celebrate just yet, guys," Logan said. "It seems like we have a problem." Logan then played the recording of the mechanical spider. It stated the True Dream would order the school to bring Erin and Peter back even if they were found. They had hoped claiming they were from Pure, perhaps Jack, would let the whole matter go and aim his anger at them, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. "So what are you saying, Logan?" Vorden asked. "That we have to hide both Erin and Peter forever. We can't do that in the military base. That's just not possible. Sooner or later we'll slip up." The group remained silent as each one thought about what to do. So far, they had always managed to come up with a plan to get out of this one. It wasn't like they didn't think this could happen. But the problem was they had concentrated so much in saving their 2 friends, they didn't think about what to do after. Of course, the school wouldn't just let them go. They knew the truth about Jack, so the best-case scenario was for them to end up in the dungeon, but now probably something even worse would happen to them if they were found out. Quinn's secret was kept, but at what cost? The anger of the Big 4, the loss of Erin's ability. As Layla looked around the room, she could see everyone had a look of defeat on their face. Even the genius Logan hadn't come up with a solution. She then looked at Erin, who was sleeping away, her dear friend who had looked out for her this whole time. Although Erin might not have seen her as a friend, Layla did. She couldn't let Jack get her hands on her. There was only one thing she could think of to get them out of this. "Guys, I have a solution, but please, I just don't want you to hate me after this," Layla said. Chapter 206, Pure Be With You. Layla's hands were visibly shaking and her legs were starting to feel weak, beginning to wobble. Her heart was pounding vigorously, and the beating sounds were so loud that she couldn't even hear her own voice. "Is this really the right thing to do?" she thought, but she had already articulated those words. Right now all attention was focused on her. "Why would we hate on you, Layla?" Quinn said. "If you have anything that can help us get out of this situation, then it will be fine." Layla looked at Erin on the bed one more time, contemplating. If it's them, they'll understand. Upon coming to a decision, she opted to tell the others about her circumstances. "I know a place, one where a group of people that will be able to keep her safe from all of this is located." She paused for a moment before saying the last words. "I'm from Pure. I was the one who wrote that letter." "I knew it," Vorden shouted. "Of course she was hiding something. Why else would she willingly help and accept the truth of your identity? They probably wanted to use you for some reasons." "That's not true," Layla snapped back. "They don't even know about Quinn. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this," Layla said, as tears started to run down her face. Quinn then intervened, placing himself in between Layla and Vorden. Observing the situation, it seemed like Vorden was going to lash out at her any second if someone didn't interfere soon. He proceeded to lead her over to the bed and sat her down next to Erin. Sorry guys, but can someone explain to me what or who Pure is? Fex said, bearing a confused look on his face as he stood in the corner of the room. I'm glad you asked, Logan said, spinning his chair around to procure a file. Then he opened it while uttering, I had prepared for this after I saw Layla dropping off the note in the morning. You knew? Vorden said, surprised. Why didn't you tell us? Was it important to the mission? Logan replied. Regardless if she was part of Pure or not, it was thanks to her information that we were able to get those two out of there. True, she might have an ulterior motive, but why would she reveal herself now? There is no need to unless she truly wishes to help. Although Logan knew there was truth in his words, he couldn't help but think of the fact that she had kept it as a secret for this long. It was contrary to Quinn's prompt revelation that he was a vampire. Something just didn't feel right about that, and the things he had heard about Pure weren't the best. In an instant, a projection was seen playing a myriad of different videos. It was mostly of people wearing a type of mask that covered their whole face, all with a figure of an angel that looked like it had its wings removed. It was the mark of Pure. In the video it showed multiple explosions as attacks on certain buildings and different factions were being conducted. It wasn't a pretty sight at all. Let me warn all of you. What you are seeing now is pretty biased. The only information I can get of them is filtered through the military. However, nearly everyone knows of the basics. Pure has only one goal: to get rid of all abilities. They believe that the world and the system currently in place is wrong. Even before abilities were introduced, there were many who complained about the gap between the rich and the poor. However, they feel like now, even the basic human rights don't exist to those with weaker abilities. Logan explained. Which is pretty stupid if you ask me, Vorden said. It was only thanks to those with abilities that we were able to battle the Dalki. If we get rid of them, what do they want us to do? There are only a few people who would be able to kill beasts without the use of abilities in the first place, to then later make equipment to fight them. That is unless you're not human, of course. These reasons were why Vorden was so suspicious of Layla. It made sense to him. There exists a stronger being that didn't rely on abilities. Although even the vampires had different levels, Vorden wouldn't put it past Pure to not think ahead. Wait, there is something that I don't understand, Fex said. If Pure is a group of people who hate abilities and Layla is one of them, then why does she have an ability? They soon released that Fex's words were true. It was a bit hypocritical of a group who hated abilities to have people within the place with them. Everyone then turned to look at Layla, as they coveted to hear the answer. I didn't mean to deceive any of you. My situation here is quite complicated. Layla began to reason out. As Logan explained, you all know what our goal is. As of the moment, the world is in balance, but the main culprit of the system in place is with the military. However, the only reason they can enforce the rules is because of True Dream. At the same time, True Dream is a blessing for Pure, for he's the only person that can take anyone's ability away. Layla sighed after her lengthy explanation, as she gazed each and every one of her comrades, continuing her speech once a few seconds had passed. True Dream often visited this military base. We have agents stationed at every base so far, but only at this one did they never come back. Accordingly, they wanted a student to infiltrate it. And they sent a kid? Vorden explained. Seems like a good place to send Erin then, doesn't it? I volunteered, Layla shouted, yet her eye slightly twitched when she said those words. Because the truth was, she didn't volunteer for this mission, but her mother offered her own, daughter for her own benefit. Look, this isn't about me and Pure. This matter is about Erin. Right now, she doesn't have an ability. True Dream has been known for doing this to people, and we've taken them in, though we still looked out for them. We will do the same for Erin. Vorden then dragged Quinn towards the side and whispered in his ear. You're not really considering this, are you? For Erin and Peter to go over to Pure? Quinn was struggling in arriving at a conclusion. He was pretty sure that Layla meant no harm, yet putting his friends in the hand of strangers and sending Peter would be a huge risk. His evil nature without Quinn by his side would take over. Moreover, if they ever find out who he was, it would be no better than the school finding it out. Nevertheless, it was different with Erin. Henceforth, Quinn shifted his stare towards Logan, asking, Logan, don't you have everything recorded? Can't we just use that as blackmail against True Dream, spread it on the internet or something? Impossible, Logan replied without delay. You remember the reports I brought up earlier? It's clear that the military has a monopoly on what can be seen and what cannot. It would be taken down in an instant, and no one would want to host such a thing. They would be going up against two powerhouses. No one has the power to go up against them. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't even want to risk the safety of my family by angering them. When Logan enlightened the actuality, Vorden started to think about his own family. If it was them, they could do something about it. The sole problem was that he wasn't on good terms with them at all. No one in his family would listen to him, much more do him a favor. It wasn't the Blades family way. It was why he had never considered it an option in the first place. I think we have no other choice, Quinn said. For Erin, the best thing for her will be to go over to Pure. The two of them are close, and if Layla wanted to hurt any of us, the last person she would hurt would be Erin." "Wait, only Erin?" Layla inquired. "But what about Peter? He can come too." Quinn shook his head as he looked at Peter. "He can't, and Vorden and Fex probably already know the reason why," Quinn explained. "Peter has changed, Layla. If he isn't next to me, then there's no telling what he would do." Layla then looked at Peter. Although his physical appearance had changed a little, she hadn't been around him lately to notice any further changes. Still, when she looked into his eyes, she noticed that they were lifeless. "Okay, so Erin goes to Pure," Vorden stated. "What about Peter?" Quinn's mind had already been muddled as he tried to think of solutions, but at that moment he was out of ideas. The only thing they could do was to hide him for as long as possible, or they could opt to utilize Vorden's favorite suggestion. "Quinn, we could always—" "Don't say it," Vorden. Quinn cut him off shortly before had finished his sentence, knowing very well what Vorden was going to suggest. "I believe I have a solution to your problem with Peter," the system said. Chapter 207, A New Ability. Just when Quinn was in the middle of contemplating what to do with Peter, it seemed like the system had an answer. Although, whenever the system seemed to chime in, it was never, usually straight-up good news, so he was a little nervous. "What do you mean you have an idea for Peter?" Quinn asked. "The main issue right now is the fact that your faces cannot appear in the school anymore. At the same time, Peter won't be able to leave the military base due to the fear of him running wild. But we have one solution available for Peter that will solve both of these problems," the system explained. Now Quinn was waiting for the worrisome part. "He can learn a transformation ability. Ever since you turned him, he lost his original powers, and his body is now different from what it once was, meaning he can now learn another ability." "But I thought you said we had to find a specific ability that could be learned for vampires, just like mine with the Shadow Book. At the time, not a single one reacted when I touched it, only the Shadow one did," Quinn asked. "Perhaps I need to remind you once again. What I said was that there are certain abilities that only vampires can learn, and at the same time, there are abilities that only humans can learn. However, there are also abilities that are in the middle, somewhere in between, and one of them is the transformation ability. The transformation ability wasn't a popular ability with the general public. It gave the user nothing extra that could aid them in combat. Therefore, it was looked down upon by a lot of the people. Still, it did have its uses. With the transformation ability, one could alter their face and look like another. This meant it was often used for infiltration or spying. The problem was, whenever these people were discovered, they would nearly be killed in an instant, due to the fact that transformation ability does not grant them any offensive capabilities at all, or even defensive. The new kid turns up to class and everyone is just meant to accept it. It won't work. "Why didn't you suggest this before?" Quinn asked. "Before, I felt like it would be more beneficial for you to wait for a more powerful ability to pop up, one that would make you and Peter stronger. But right now, it's more important than anything at this moment that Peter wouldn't be caught," the system explained. Quinn then explained to the others what his plan was with Peter, how he still hadn't learned an ability so he could still learn the transformation ability. Still, there was one problem with the whole thing, and that relied on Logan. Quinn needed Logan's help. Even if Peter could disguise himself, if he appeared as a new student, the entire school would know, and he also couldn't pretend to be someone else since that would be too obvious. "So what do you think, Logan?" Quinn asked. "Will you be able to hack into the school system and add his ID?" "The problem isn't whether I can do it or not, Quinn," Logan replied. "Obviously I can. That's like asking if a bee can make honey. The problem is making it all seem natural. Say there are 500 first-year students. Then one day suddenly there are 501 students. Once again the group were deep in thought. "I have an idea," Vorden said. "When we went to the planet Galadi and the Dalki attacked us, didn't they say they couldn't find 3 of the students' bodies?" "That's right," Layla replied. "They assumed they had died somewhere deep in the desert and their bodies eaten." Hearing this started to bring back memories for Quinn. The truth was the Dalki hadn't killed them. It was him that killed them, although no one knew about this fact yet. Well, once Peter learns the transformation ability, why don't we get him to look like one of those students? We can have him appear back near the portal and say he had gotten lost in the desert and had only come back now, Vorden asked. "Now that is big brain thinking," Logan said. He then hopped onto his computer and went over to the marketplace in search for a transformation ability book. It had to be one of a high level to be able to get the finer details right in the face structure. It didn't take long for Logan to find one, due to how unpopular the skill. It seemed to be a level 5 skill, which was perfect. It would be good enough for Peter to look nearly identical to one of the students, and with Peter's mutant cells being slightly different, it wouldn't show his real level on the watch anyway, only displaying the fake number Logan had inputted. Ability book purchased. "Hey Logan, you didn't have to do that, I could have paid for it," Quinn said, feeling bad at how much money Logan had spent on him now. "Don't worry, Quinn. I'm involved in this too now, and if I didn't want to do it, I would have kicked you all out of this room. Besides, who said I wasn't keeping a tab? I do have to warn you that I do charge quite the interest," Logan said. It was hard for Quinn to tell whether Logan was joking about the whole thing or not. When he said those words, his expression never changed once. But Quinn would have liked to think he was cracking a joke. It was nice seeing Logan trying to fit in. But this was a different matter. Quinn also didn't want his wallet to take a hit. After purchasing the book and imputing the code, it had arrived in only a few seconds right into Logan's room. "It will probably take him a few weeks or so for him to learn it," Logan said. "For now he can stay in my room. Luckily he doesn't need any food or anything, so as long as he stays here he'll be fine." Quinn didn't like the idea of that. He could imagine either Peter accidentally touching one of Logan's prized possession and getting a laser beam shot through his chest, or Logan would say something that caused Peter to snap. "Let me try something," Quinn said as he walked over and grabbed the book himself. "Level 5 transformation ability book obtained. Would you like to store the book?" "No. Option to use the ability book on family member Peter. Would you like to use?" Although Peter didn't have a system ability, Quinn had a feeling something like this might just work. His family was linked through the system. The system had also mentioned if Peter and Quinn were fighting near each other, Quinn would get the EXP for it. So it gave Quinn hope that just maybe something like this would work. "Maybe we won't have to wait after all," said Quinn as he accepted the system's suggestion. The book floated in the air and flew over to where Peter was. The pages turned and turned until it hit the very last one. Then the book started to disintegrate in front of everyone's eyes. Peter Chuck has successfully learned the ability transform. "Peter, do you want to try transforming into me?" Quinn asked. As a tester, Peter did just that, and slowly his face started to reshape and reform into a second Quinn. It was nearly perfect. There wasn't enough of a difference for someone to notice using their eye. The others watching were amazed by this. Logan was the only one in this room that had an idea of what just happened. While Vorden and Layla had put it down to vampire stuff, they just didn't understand the specifics of what just occurred in front of them. However, there was one other vampire in the room that had just seen Quinn do something that he had never seen another vampire do before. Just like humans, vampires usually had to take time to learn the abilities that they wanted to learn, yet he had just witnessed a vampire actually learned an ability in an instant. "Just who are you, Quinn?" Vex thought. At that moment, groans could be heard in the room behind them all. As they turned around, it seemed that Erin was about to wake up. It was now time to tell her what her fate was going to be. Chapter 208, Peter's Change. On display inside the room were 3 different profiles being projected outward from Logan's computer. It was showing information about the 3 missing students from the Dalki attack. Since the transformation skill was at level 5, Peter was only able to imitate a person's facial structure. There wasn't anything he could do about a person's height or physical appearance. This also meant that he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a girl unless one had the same body type as his. Higher-level transformation ability would allow him to do this in the future, but they weren't available on the marketplace. Logan decided to look at the height details and images, trying to select the best one that would suit Peter. Out of the 3, there were 2 that matched Peter the closest. Now, when making a decision between which one, Logan opted for the one with less background information and with an ability they could pass off and wouldn't cause too much trouble. Their options were a wind user or the duplication user. In the end, EE decided to go for the duplication ability user. It was the best option for them. Peter would no longer have to go to the elemental class and try to pretend to be able to use a certain type of ability. This would make Vorden's job a lot easier, and he would also be able to join Quinn's beast weapon class, allowing him to keep a close eye. Hearing this, Quinn wanted to protest the idea. Out of the 3 men from Ben's group that had attacked him in the desert that day, 2 had died while 1 had lived. That was the same person they were suggesting Peter act as. Quinn had left him in the desert after removing his memory, but he never came back, nor did the search party find him. Perhaps while he was laid on the desert floor, a beast really did come and kill him. After thinking about it, he realized if he hadn't come back now, the chances were really low of the person returning. He was most likely already dead. Peter looked at the screen and carefully started to morph his face. The student had medium-length brown hair, and one of the finer details about him was he would often wear a bandana that cut off one side of his hair while the other remained up. Finally, Peter would no longer go by his own name while in the school, and now would be known as Pierre Blank. Quinn took a long stare at Peter and realized this might have actually been the better option for him. If he was to look at Peter, a person he had killed or seen die right in front of him day in and day out, he really wouldn't know how that would make him feel. While this all was happening, the groans from the back were heard as Erin lifted her body off the bed and started to touch her head. It was ringing with dull pain, and her face felt slightly numb, similar to a migraine. When she looked up, she could see the faces of everyone staring at her, and a person she had never seen before. Who the heck is the new guy? Erin groaned out, still not fully there. No one said a word, and after a few moments she started to remember everything that happened to her. Her last words with Jack and what he had planned to do with them. No! She started to scream. There was no need for her to try to use her ability. She could feel that it was no longer with her. But just in case, she tried to form ice in her hand. Again and again, but there was no result. "Calm her down before someone outside hears us," Vorden said. Layla quickly rushed over to her side, but Erin couldn't help but scream in anger and sadness. The others had never seen this side of Erin before. It was different for most of them, who had been weak their whole life. If their powers were taken away, it wouldn't make much of a difference. But for Erin, she was high up. Of course, the others didn't know the full story, and just how much everything meant to her. Losing her ability felt like she had lost everything. All she had left was her swordsmanship, and after meeting Fex, she could tell she was nothing special. "Do you really want us to be caught?" Logan said as he threw out a circular device towards Erin. The device opened up mid-air just before reaching her mouth and wrapped around it like a tight-fit mask. The screams had stopped, but the tears still continued to run down her face. "Erin, I know you are upset, but right now your situation involves all of us," Logan explained. "I can't have your selfish actions harm me or the others. Now, Layla, I believe you would be the best person to explain to her what we have planned." While Erin's mouth was covered, it was a lot easier for Layla to explain. It gave no option for Erin to complain in between, and allowed Layla to explain everything. How Jack had sent out a search party for her and Peter, how she was part of Pure, and they would be sending her to Pure for protection. Logan then walked up to Erin and had a few words to say himself before taking the device off her mouth. "Now if you scream, it goes back on. The situation is not favorable for any of us, and please trust me. We went through all the options. I even looked into your background and thought about seeing if we could send you back to your family. But that's not possible. Staying with Pure is the only option we have." Logan took off Erin's wristwatch and made a few adjustments to it before placing it back. "We are a bit wary of Pure, so if you need any emergency help, you can contact me through that, although I doubt we will be able to do anything. Do you understand?" Erin nodded calmly. Rather than angry or sad, she seemed to be going through a different stage right now of shock. As soon as the mask was taken off, she started to look at Layla. "Will you be coming with me?" Erin asked with pain in her voice. Layla looked in her eyes and held both of her hands before shaking her head. She knew the next words would hit her hard. "No, I can't. I still have my mission here," Layla replied. At that moment, Erin snapped her hands back. Everything was getting a little too much for her. Her abilities had been taken. She was being treated as a convict by the school. Jack was possibly after her life, and now she had no choice but to join a terrorist group. Yet, why did this have to happen to her? Was it just her bad luck? Then she started to remember there was one more person who was going through something similar. What about Peter? Will he be coming along with me as well? Although Erin did get along with Peter, if she was going through this struggle with someone she knew, it would at least be better than going through it alone. The student, who Erin didn't recognize, stood next to Quinn, then stepped forward, and his face started to morph back into his old self. "But how? Didn't he used to have an earth ability?" Erin asked. "How did he learn that?" The sound of a little excitement and hope could be felt in her voice. "That's because Peter is no longer human," Quinn explained. "When a human turns into a vampire, or vampire subclass, they lose their old ability as their body changes. Logan's guess is it has something to do with the cells in the body being different. Essentially, it's like getting a new body, so Peter was able to learn a new ability." Hearing these words from Quinn's move suddenly gave Erin an idea. She had lost her ability, but not all hope was gone. If what Quinn was saying was correct, there was a chance for her to get her powers back. She stood up from the bed and said, "Quinn, I want you to make me a vampire. I want you to turn me like how you turned Peter." Chapter 209, Someone on the Inside. After hearing about how Peter was able to obtain a new ability, in her haste, Erin started to gain hope once again. If there was a way for her to get it back, a chance to return to her former self, then she would take it. Before, she would have never considered it. There were too many downsides she saw both Peter and Quinn deal with. As long as she grew her ice abilities slowly with higher grade ability books, or if she was to find a good teacher, she would be able to progress up the ranks and eventually become a force to be reckoned with. Still, right now, that wasn't the case, and her best option was right in front of her. What she didn't realize, though, was the grave mistake that she had just committed. When asking Quinn to turn her, she had mentioned a particular detail that someone in the room wasn't quite sure about. Even now, Quinn was peeking at Fex out of the corner of his eyes, seeing just what his reaction might just be. Many times before, Fex had mentioned the fact that he thought Peter had been created by an irresponsible leader. However, Fex didn't have much of a reaction. He continued to stand there no different to before, the reason being that he had already assumed Quinn was the one who turned Peter. He wouldn't have been so loyal without his master by his side. It also explained why Quinn wasn't so trusting of Fex in the first place, other than his shadow ability. Peter was illegal, and if the council ever found out about Peter, both of them would be executed. The reason why Fex didn't have much of a reaction to what Erin was suggesting, though, was actually because of their vampiric limits. Even without the laws, a regular vampire could turn at most one person. Someone like Fex could turn two, and he would be given permission to do so when he ascended to the noble rank. He knew Quinn's strength, and never thought he would be able to turn more than one person, so Erin's suggestion meant nothing. Seeing that Fex wasn't making a big deal out of everything, Quinn decided to continue on. Erin, even if I wanted to, I can't. It wouldn't change the situation we are in, Quinn explained. What do you mean? She asked, slightly annoyed, taking a step forward. It seemed like Erin was starting to regain her snappy confidence back, but Quinn could also tell this meant her emotions were all over the place, and she was still very much unstable. Taking a step back, Quinn tried his best to explain. First, I think you're forgetting the main issue here. It isn't that your ability was stolen from you, but it's the fact that the school and Jack are after you. Either way, we need to hide you somewhere, and going to Pure is the best option. If I was to turn you and you were to turn into a ghoul like Peter, or maybe something else, once they found out, who knows what they would do to you. Although Layla felt a little hurt about the others talking badly about the organization she was in, at the same time she couldn't really dispute and argue her case. If they did find out Erin was a type of vampire they didn't know about, who knows what they would do to her? Even Layla didn't know. And the last issue, say you turned into a vampire, then what? Do you really want the same ability as Peter, to transform? I would have thought you would have at least wanted something similar, if not better than your ice abilities. Fex can just teach me his string ability. Or your shadow ability looks nice as well. Erin snapped back, forgetting about the first point Quinn had made, and only focusing on the fact that Quinn was able to help her gain power. What Erin didn't know was Quinn had learnt his ability through an unusual method. He hadn't practiced the techniques written down in a book. Everything just worked through the system. There was no way for him to explain or teach someone how to use the shadow ability. And unless Erin was a part of Fex's family, he wouldn't be happy to teach her to use his strings either. Perhaps I should take over the explaining, Logan said as he moved forward. The reason Peter got the transformation ability in the first place was so he could hide in plain sight. We are currently using one of the missing male students from the planet Kaldi. If you did change your mind and gave in, ending up with the transformation ability, it would still be impossible to hide you, Erin. There have been no missing female students since the start of the term. They find you, and you will be taken to the dungeon. If Pure find out that you have been turned into a vampire, you will probably experience an even worse fate. Hearing their explanation wasn't calming Erin down at all, but instead, it was making her feel drained and defeated. She thought that perhaps Quinn was her scapegoat. What's the point of me being protected by Pure? Am I meant to just be some type of princess that can't fight for herself? She complained. It won't be like that, Layla replied. There are many people in Pure who are of equal strength to those with powers to the outside. Look at our leader for a clear example. The Pure leader was well known around the world, and that was mainly because of one reason. They were one of the only two people currently in the world to possess a demon-class weapon, the highest-tiered beast weapon that is currently known. Right now, Quinn could see that Layla was acting rash, and perhaps wasn't thinking properly, so he thought there might be just one thing he could say to calm her down. Why don't we make a deal? Quinn said. Stay with Pure for now. Once this whole thing blows over or we finish school, come back to me. If you still wish for me to turn you into a vampire, then I will. Please understand, Erin, none of us can do anything when we are dead. She looked into his eyes for a while before eventually giving his answer, and finally shook Quinn's hand. Sometimes you actually make some sense, she said. Finally, the matter had been settled and a plan set. Peter would at some point appear in the portal room, claiming to be Pio, the student who had gone missing on the last outing, while Erin would go to Pure for now, then perhaps return to Quinn's side in the future. What do we need to do to send Erin to Pure, then? Vorden asked. It's not exactly like we can just walk out the front door of this place. Students have tried leaving before, and it's nearly impossible. Logan, do you have an answer? Quinn asked. Unfortunately not, Logan replied. These military bases are strange. Quite honestly, even I don't know where we are located at the moment. I can disable the tracker and you can try going outside, but we need a vehicle of some sort, or maybe we might need a ship depending on where we are. We have Pure members stationed on nearly every planet, except for a few red planets, Layla said. We won't need to go outside, but just get Erin to the portal room. That's no good, Logan said. It seems like after the incident last time with a couple of students being pushed into one of the portals, they have been stricter about the security there. Vorden and Quinn gave each other a quick glance before both turning their heads at Peter. While looking around the room and for a solution, Fex spotted the strange square-shaped device that was located in Logan's room. He noticed it almost instantly. It was a teleporter, but not just any type. It was the same type of teleporters they used on his own planet. But this wouldn't be of any help to them at all. The last place Fex wanted to go to was back home, and the others would be made into food in an instant if they were taken there. He did, however, decide to make note of where it was, just in case he ever did decide to go back. "How about Fex's mind control?" Erin said. "Couldn't he tell them to go away or remove their memories? If they are adults, it would be much harder than before," Fex replied. "Besides, right now, I'm guessing there will be a lot of people covering that area. If I wanted to get out of this place, the portal room would be the first place I would think of too. So there's no way we can pull off something similar like we did against True Dream again, not unless we had someone on the inside." The last words Fex had spoken gave Quinn an idea. It was a risky one, but he had a gut feeling that he would be able to help. He was already keeping a huge secret of Quinn's, so there was already some trust between them, and he felt like if there was one person that was on the right side of justice, it would be him. "Then we have no choice," Quinn said. "We need to ask Leo for help. Chapter 210, will he help?" The words that had come out of Quinn's mouth came as a surprise to all of them. This included even Vorden, who felt like he was the closest to him. "Why would you suggest that?" Vorden said. "Leo is a sergeant, and although he isn't under Duke, he is under Nathan, who is ultimately under Paul, the head general. It's clear that Leo is working for them, or at least he takes his direct orders from them." It was a simple deduction that Vorden had made, and it would be right to assume so, but Quinn didn't believe it. "Well, maybe I can change your mind about him," Quinn said. "First of all, I'm pretty sure he knows I'm a vampire. Let me change that. I'm 100% sure he knows I'm not human, and the same could be said for Fex and Peter." "Wait a minute," Erin called out. "Is that why he gives you special treatment? It's starting to make sense now that I think about it." "I'm not sure about that one," Quinn said, letting out a chuckle. "But I'm sure his ability has something to do with it. He knew I was different from the beginning and has safeguarded my secret until this day. Leo is different from the other teachers. He once asked me something, inquiring about whose side I was on. It started to make me think and wonder about a couple of things. Leo himself doesn't align with the military. He is on the side of humanity. This was what he was checking up on with me that day. As long as there is a threat to humanity, he will protect us." Logan then quickly hopped onto his computer and started to type away, checking to see if there was any information he could bring up on Leo, if at all. "So is this a hunch?" Vorden inquired. "Isn't it too risky to go on this journey just based on a hunch? I too am in favor of talking to Leo. I think it is a good idea," Erin added. "I agree he's different from the other teachers. Remember how he saved us from the Dalki attack that one time? And during our lessons he would continuously give me tips about my swordsmanship. Also, it seemed he treated everyone the same, no matter what. The way he acted just doesn't fit in with the way the world is right now. Usually a teacher would choose to focus only on the promising students trying to please the upper ranks, but he never did anything of the sort. I respect him as a teacher, and if me leaving this place is based on whether or not we can trust Leo, then I would bet on him over any of the other teachers." "Isn't Leo the guy I fought with?" Fex said. "I mean, if it's him, he seemed like a pretty cool guy." "I know, but we don't go trusting people based on how cool they are," Vorden replied back. "I guess you're right," Fex replied. "Otherwise you guys would have trusted me from the beginning, right?" he said as he swiped back a single strand of hair that had appeared in front of his face. Once again, Logan projected the information about Leo onto the screen. Most of the news articles and information about Leo had to do with his accomplishments during the last war. He stood out due to the amount of Dalki he had managed to kill, despite being a lowly private at the time. "Here you go," Logan said. "It looks like you might be onto something after all. It says Leo readily refused to join the military and only wanted peace after the war. However, he did agree to fight once again if the Dalki were to invade." At the time, Leo was a bit of a lone wolf who had refused to join any factions, including the Big Four. The military saw this as a chance to grab him up, but it proved difficult. In the end, Leo agreed at a request he would join as a teacher. Judging by this, it is as you say, perhaps he isn't as closely aligned with the military as the others from here are. It was a risk, and others knew it would be, but if Erin was happy to go through with it, then she should at least have some say in what they were planning to do with her. Suddenly, Logan leapt out of his chair and started to search around his room for some items. He went through crates and crates of stuff until he had finally found what was looking for. After pulling out the strange-looking object, he went back to his computer to fiddle with a few more things. A bright light started to show from the projector that had been used to display the hologram so far. It was now starting to display a solid wall of green. "Which one of you is the best at acting here?" Logan inquired. The others didn't know who to look at, but eventually they all directed their gazes to Vorden. Even Quinn didn't know why he did this fully. But based on the numerous ways Vorden could express himself, he felt him to be the perfect fit for the task at hand. Logan then paced near Vorden, and without even asking for his consent, he tried to put the strange-looking helmet device on his head. Unfortunately, there was quite a height difference between the two. "Can you not see what I'm trying to do? Bend down, you dumb giant," Logan shouted. Vorden immediately bent down as little Logan placed the strange helmet on top of his head. The helmet mainly went around his forehead and had unusual mechanical arms that came outward. Even if you go to Leo and he agrees to help, the security around everywhere is going to be tough. "This is the only thing I can think of which might get them to lower their guard a bit," Logan said. "The strange helmet thing," Vorden replied, his tone strange. "This here is a facial recognition device. It is able to track the smallest of details and all the little movements of the muscles in your face. What I plan to do is make a video. If we put both Peter and Erin up against the green screen, and we have our actor Vorden here, I will be able to create a realistic video. The plan is to pretend the video has been sent from Pure, informing the school that the kids they're looking for have already left the planet and are safe in Pure's hands. That strange helmet device and the green backdrop is so I can change your appearance to whoever I like. Same with the background. Once they know Pure safely has the two of you, hopefully they will stop searching around as desperately as they are doing now." Quinn felt amazed by Logan's thinking ability and thought of all the things he could do with him. He was lucky to have someone like him on his side, and would hate to think what it would to have him as an enemy. A speech was made for Vorden to act of telling Vorden what to say. It made the most sense, as she knew best what Pure would send, to make the video sound more authentic. The speech even ended with a phrase they had never heard before. "May we purify your souls," she explained that it was a type of signature Pure always used when they sent things like this to their enemy. It also made the others realize how Layla really was living a double life, and perhaps the Layla they actually knew wasn't real at all. The video had finished being made, and it was time for them to act. Logan would stay in the room, and would make sure the file got to the school, while Peter and Erin would remain hiding in the room along with Fex. If an inspection was to occur at most, they would only send 2 people into Logan's room due to his special privileges. As long as that person wasn't overwhelmingly strong in the mind, Fex would be able to clear their memories as if they never saw anything again. Vorden and Quinn would head to Leo and explain the details of what had happened, hoping they would be able to help Erin. While lastly, Layla had her own task to do. She had to inform Pure of the plan as well. She was quite nervous about this, as she had broken the rules of Pure and acted on her own. Explaining this meant she would have to receive a punishment, but right now she didn't care and just wanted her friend Erin to remain safe. "I hope the conversation goes well," Layla thought. Chapter 211 Away OU were Fex, Erin, Logan and Peter. The conversation between all of them was silent. They didn't realize it until now, but the thing that brought most of them together was Quinn. Without him there, the others didn't really know each other that well. The only sound that could be heard was Logan typing away on his computer, trying to gain access and find a way to upload the video they had made without any traces. Fex, on the other hand, was keeping a close eye on Peter. Without Quinn there, Fex felt like it was his duty to protect all of them if he was to go out of control, though perhaps Logan would be able to deal with him on his own as well. He knew firsthand how strong his shots from his strange suit were. While looking deeply at Peter, Fex was trying to figure out just who Quinn was. Right now he had 2 main theories. One of them was that he was a member of one of the 13 families raised here on Earth since birth, and reported back to the main families once in a while. While down here he had made a mistake of turning Peter, and was now trying to keep it a secret. But the thing that threw him off with this theory was his ability. The shadow ability. His first thought was that one of the families was keeping it a secret. When the crowning was to happen again, it would give them quite the power advantage. The other theory was Quinn didn't belong to any of the 13 vampire families and instead belonged to them, the original shadow users. However, this theory of his was the most outlandish, for they were meant to be long dead. If the Vampire Council found out they hadn't all died, then there would be chaos. Walking down the hallway, both Quinn and Vorden were making their way to the weapons class. Even on off days like today, Leo would often rest there, or practice his swordsmanship. It was hard to say that Leo was a workaholic because he wasn't doing it for work reasons. But there were times where Quinn and others around him could see that Leo was a blade, but even that wasn't quite right either. Leo was just obsessed with getting revenge against the Dalki. While walking around, they could see the panic in the soldiers' faces. The students who were outside the campus and around the city had been asked to come back and remain inside the school. There was a strict border control being held just around the school, with a soldier surrounding the whole place in a circle. Even on their way to the martial arts hall, Quinn and Vorden were both questioned several times. The two of them now stood just outside the weapons hall, and Vorden hesitated before stepping in. "Quinn, this is the last chance. Are you really sure? What do we do if he doesn't agree? I don't think we're strong enough to take him on." "Even if he doesn't agree, he's not the type to turn us in for protecting a friend. He'll understand, trust me." With that, Quinn stepped forward full of confidence, opening the door into the martial arts hall. It was the weekend, so no students were inside, but Leo was there, standing in the middle of the room on his own. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead while his sword was still sheathed by his side. As soon as the two of them entered the room, he was already looking in their direction. "The two of you were standing outside for a while. I was wondering when you were going to come in," Leo said. "Is this guy really blind?" Vorden asked. There weren't many opportunities where both Vorden and Leo were able to be around each other. Vorden knew about the accomplishments he had made during the war, but sometimes the rumors would often be exaggerated. "I wonder if I could touch him," Vorden thought. As the two of them got closer, Leo could tell that the energy inside the two of them was disturbed, but while looking at Vorden, his seemed strange. Had he met this person before? Because right now he was looking at a person that had two different flows of energy inside him. This was because Vorden currently held the fire ability, as well as the invisibility ability. "Leo, I know you have already done me a huge favor by keeping my secret," Quinn spoke. "And because of this, I've decided to trust you with something else. I hope my hunch isn't wrong, and I hope you can help me." "I can't make any promises, as I do not know what you wish to tell me," Leo said. "But as long as you are not in the wrong, you have nothing to worry about." When Leo spoke those last words, it gave Vorden a little shiver down his spine. Just what had this man gone through to be able to create such an intense feeling with only a few words? Was it his ability, or was it really just the pressure emitting from this person? Quinn started to explain what had happened, and how they had come to learn of what True Dream's reason for coming to the academy was, as well as how Pure was the one who had informed them, and how their friends had been chosen for the process. All they wanted to do was protect Erin and Peter. Quinn, however, did leave out the detail of them, trying to save Peter for a different reason related to himself, and just explained that he didn't want his friends to lose their ability. He also mentioned how they needed to send Erin out of here right now. After they had finished explaining, both Quinn and Vorden took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. They carefully watched where Leo's hands were placed, thinking that any second now he would go for his blade and capture the two. "You two can calm down," Leo said. "As I've said to both of you before, as long as you are not in the wrong, I shall help. And in this situation, I believe you are not in the wrong." While Quinn spoke about everything that had happened to True Dream, Leo made sure to carefully keep an eye on their energy flow, as well as their heartbeat. He noticed quite often when people were lying, their flow of energy, as well as their heartbeat, would alter slightly. Over the years, it came to the point where Leo was just as good as any lie detector. Of course, there were those who had a solid will, and had been trained to the point where it wouldn't affect them. But for kids like these, it was easy for him to tell. He knew that the words Quinn spoke were the truth. "So can you help us?" Quinn asked with a little smile on his face. "There isn't much I can do with the situation with Jack. Although he's not part of the military, he is treated a lot higher than me. When I arrived here, I was adamant to be put under Nathan since I had an odd feeling about Duke. Right now, because of my rank, there isn't much I can do. Jack holds a special relationship with our head general, Paul. The only thing I can do is wait to meet with the head general of Military Base 1. Not everyone in the military agrees with Jack's doing, and this will hopefully be a step in the right direction." What Leo was doing right now was a risk most people would never take. If someone were to find out that they were trying to ruin the relationship between Jack and the military, there would be many people on both sides upset with this, and most likely many would go after Leo's life. What he was doing right now was fearless, or other people backing him, but only himself. "Don't worry about that," Quinn said. "Right now, all we need to do is save our friend for now. Is there any way you can get us inside the teleport room to send her off somewhere?" Leo started to think, which wasn't a good sign. It seemed like he asked a simple yes or no answer, but that didn't seem to be the case. As you know, the portal room has been heavily guarded ever since what happened between you two. Most likely it will be guarded even more. Still, there is a way. Follow me. Chapter 212, Ranks of Pure. Entering her own room this time, Layla was more nervous than ever. It reminded her of when she first joined the school. All the strange feelings were returning to her, and were starting to make her feel sick. "I think by the end of today I'm going to come out around 5 pounds lighter," she jokingly said to herself, trying to forget about the ordeal she was in. Upon entering her room, there was no one inside. Her roommate consisted of Erin and another female student. Most of the time their other roommates seemed to be out, which was a good thing for Layla. Still, just to be safe, she kept an eye on the door as she did what she needed to do. She had already been caught once by Logan and had no clue how, which started to make her do some second-guessing. All those years of training were hammered into her so she wouldn't be caught during an investigation, and in the end she was caught by another student. Maybe she just wasn't made for work like this. The black orb from under her bed was now in her hand, and once again she took a deep breath, readying herself before tapping the top of the sphere. The blue ring on the top started to pulse in and out until eventually it turned into a solid blue color, signaling that it had been connected. Agent 45 connected with Agent 83. Today isn't a report day. Does there seem to be a problem? The voice from the sphere asked. I would like to make a special report. Would you please connect me to Agent number 5? Layla asked. The single agents are too busy. You can report it to me, and I will pass on the message to them. I'll ask you again, Layla said firmly. Please let me speak to Agent 5. This is not a request as an agent, but say that it's from her daughter. There seemed to be a slight pause between the two, having a conversation for a moment, before the agent eventually replied, I will see what she says. Layla waited while the other agent went and contacted her mother. In the Pure organization, they had special numbers associated with each agent. The number system could be split up into 4 different categories. The first group of people were the hundreds. These agents of Pure were given no such number ranking. All they were told were that they were above the 100 special agents. These people would often be new to the Pure organization and would only be used on large-scale operations. Then, below them were the ranked. These agents were numbered from 20 to 100. These were special operative agents whose numbers were based on their position within the organization. The lower your rank was, the more powerful you were. The third group were the higher ranked, going from 6 to 20. They were quite different compared to the other agents, due to the fact that they were mainly there due to their power. And then finally, you had the final 5. Some of these members were the original creators of Pure, and also the strongest within the organization. When Layla was first introduced to the ranking system, she found it weird. For a group who was so hell-bent on there not being a hierarchy in society, it was strange for their own group to have one. But they always said that it was different because they all had the same goal in mind and understood. It would only be this way for now until they achieved their goal, and then they would get rid of the ranking system. By then, equipment, wealth and resources would be distributed equally. Layla started to remember the mock videos they showed her of what the world could be, and they always seemed so peaceful. As she was deep in thought, she was quickly interrupted by a familiar voice on the speaker. This is Agent 5 speaking. I hear you have some important news for me, Agent 83, the voice said. After hearing those words come out of her mouth, Layla was a little upset. She hadn't spoken to her mother in a while, and the first thing she talked about was business. She didn't ask her how she was or how she was doing and didn't even say her name. But she had always been like this, and Layla was used to it by now. Layla started to explain the details of what happened. How she acted on her own without informing Pure to protect her friends, going against Jack and what the situation currently was. Though she did miss out a few details here and there, especially the parts where she had informed all of her friends who she was. She had only said she told Erin, someone who she wanted to bring over to Pure, about her real position. Has your position been compromised by anyone else in the school or personnel? Her mother asked. No, I have only informed Erin. Right now they think she escaped on her own. They are looking for her and she has no ability as well as nowhere to go. If you can, please help her. Don't worry, she replied. We will do our best. Anyone who has been affected by True Dream will be accepted. We shall treat her well. However, you have gone against our code. Although you were not caught, you took action without asking for permission, and you even went as far as to use our name. Your punishment will be decided when you come back to the base. For now, you shall be demoted from position 83 to position 100. Update me when you have the location Erin will be sent to. We will have someone on standby waiting. Oh, and one last thing. Layla, I am waiting for you. Soar through the ranks. Don't be disheartened and try to get into the upper level so we can meet more frequently. May Pure be with you. May Pure be with you. As the call ended, Layla kept her head down. A demotion was quite a big punishment on its own as it was. It had taken Layla a long time to rise through the ranks, and just like that, she was at the bottom, barely hanging onto the numbered positions. When she was at the base, she rarely got to see her mother much. Her mother always told her, as long as she was loyal to Pure and the cause, eventually she would rise up the ranks and have a seat next to her. So far she had been as loyal as can be, and followed everything to the book, but everything slightly changed when she met Quinn and the others. she started having fun and enjoyed her time at school. Sure, there were bad people in the world, but not everyone abused their powers, as she found out. There were those like Erin who didn't even understand there was injustice and discrimination going on. Layla felt like they just needed to educate the world more. She started questioning if Pure's forceful ways were really the right thing to do, which is why she was hesitant about reporting Quinn and the others. If there was a chance she could leave the organization without receiving a punishment, she might have even considered it. And now, when thinking about it, she was about to send one of her best friends to such a place she no longer wanted to be a part of. Chapter 2: Weapons. The two boys were closely following Leo as he walked around the school. It seemed like he was taking them towards the portal room at first. However, when they were about to reach the room, their paths slightly changed. Quinn and Vorden both wanted to ask him where he was planning to go, but they were too afraid to do so. All the while walking, Vorden would constantly look around. He still had his doubts and felt like perhaps they were being led right into the den of their enemies. In the middle of their little stroll through the familiar pathways, another female, who they had seen a few times, passed them by. "Sergeant Leo," Faye said. "Where are you heading to? Didn't you receive the message?" she asked. "Sorry, I was busy training, and it seems that no one bothered to inform me." "Is it something urgent?" he replied. "There has been an update about the situation of the two students who ran away from their punishment. It appears that somehow Pure has already gotten their hands on the both of them." Listened in on the conversation, they snappily turned their heads to look at each other. Relief visited their consciousness, since it must have meant that Logan had successfully sent the fake video over. The contents explained how members of Pure had already triumphantly retrieved Peter and Erin. "I see," Leo replied. "So has the search party for them been called off?" "Not quite. We, including a few other soldiers, have been called back for a meeting. Perhaps it was to discuss the next course of action." As Faye finished her words, she spotted the two boys standing not too far away from Leo. At first, she thought that they were just two students who were just taking a walk around the school. With Al, she quickly realized that they also halted their steps when Leo did. The other thing that she noticed was that they weren't just any students. They were the first-year students who she had been seeing more than she would have liked to. Wherever these two went, it seemed like trouble was simply lurking in their shadows. The moment that Faye focused her attention on the two, Vorden realized the mistake that they had just made. Usually he was good at this type of thing and would have carried on walking to, not incur a suspension. The problem was he and Quinn had both gotten caught up on what Faye had to say. "I don't know if you're aware of this, Leo, but there seem to be two first-year students following closely behind you," Faye said, further narrowing her gaze that was on Vorden and Quinn. "I may be blind, but I do know when I'm being trailed," Leo replied. "They are here to help me move a few things from my storage room. I promise I will go to the meeting room as soon as I'm done." If it was anyone else, Faye would have complained, suggesting that as a sergeant, they were neglecting their duty. If the general asked them to be present, then they needed to be. Immediately. However, Leo had some leeway when it came to the other sergeants. This was because they were aware of the fact that they wanted him, and it wasn't the other way around. "I will let them know that you will be a little late then," Faye said as she gave a salute before she took her leave. I wonder when the two of them managed to get close to Leo. A lingering thought registered in her mind. She made it a point to look over their files once she had returned to her office. She felt that something was amiss regarding the setup. On the other hand, finally, Leo stopped in his tracks, prompting the students to do the same. They had reached an area in the school that they had never gone to before. It was located around the back of the teleport area, and to access it, a special code should be inputted on a panel that served as the lock. Aegon Vorden was amazed at how well Leo was able to navigate the entire place. He couldn't help but think that it had to have something to do with his ability. His curiosity was getting the better of him as a strange urge to touch Leo arose in him, but the opportunity didn't arrive. When they entered the special building, they noticed that it was full of rooms that housed an eerie ambience. They were all barricaded with metal doors that had numbers painted on their facade. "This area is dedicated for the soldiers' storage room. When we moved here, we were allowed to bring our own personal belongings," Leo explained. They walked for a few seconds, eventually stopping right before the door that had the number 12 painted on it. There is a security device that made sure that the only one who had access to this room was him, unlike the other codes utilized on the previous doors. Placing his hand on top of the access panel, it soon allowed Leo inside. When the storage unit opened, both Quinn and Vorden were amazed at what was inside. There were weapons that were displayed on all sides of the room. In the center was something that looked similar to a boxing ring. Only there was a wooden doll, similarly sized to an average adult human being, holding a wooden sword. The whole place looked like any other weapons hall. "Are all these yours?" Quinn asked. "No, they once belonged to me and my friends. I just inherited them," Leo said with a melancholic tone in his voice as he continued to walk towards the back of the storage room. The two boys waited at the back while Leo went to search for something. While biding for their time, they couldn't help but look at the weapons surrounding them. Inspect. Looking at the items, Quinn was curious to see what level they were at, and to his surprise, the first random weapon he looked at in the room was at the advanced tier level. It was a short dagger. Quinn continued to inspect the weapons, noticing that most of them were of high class and were classified as beast equipment. He couldn't even imagine how much the whole thing would cost. It turned out that Quinn wasn't the only one who noticed that the equipment around them were nearly all high gears, as Vorden did too. "Hey, if you're not going to use these things, do you mind if I keep it?" Just then, Leo came out from the back, holding a fairly large circular device. It was almost the same size as his upper body. He placed it in front of the two students, making a loud sound as it hit the floor. "I'm afraid that all of these weapons are cursed," Leo said. "Their users died with too much resentment, and those emotions stayed in their weapons." Concurrently, Leo placed his hand on his very own weapon. "You didn't have to make up some lie if you didn't want to give it to me," Vorden cheekily replied. "Sometimes our very own eyesight blinds us," Leo explained. "Having no sight has allowed me to see more things than I've ever seen before. If only you could see the things I could see, perhaps you would begin to understand a little." The words that Leo spoke really started to interest Vorden, and it was the bait he needed. The sight he was referring to probably had something to do with his ability, Vorden thought. "Oh," Vorden replied. "If you're talking about your ability, is there a way you can show me? I have the ability to copy and use other people's abilities. All I need to do is to touch their hand." Quinn was a little afraid about how Leo would react. He could tell that it might be that Vorden was pushing it just a little too far, but surprisingly, Leo started to laugh. "Ha ha, if you really wish to, then go ahead," Leo said as he held out his hand. At the same time, a strange smile appeared across his face, and the pressure that Vorden felt before, he could sense it once more. Chapter 214, A New World. When Vorden explained to Leo about his abilities, Leo was doing his regular thing, checking to see if he was speaking the truth or not. It was for this reason that Leo wasn't as cautious. With experience, Leo knew it wasn't a good idea to have contact with someone's ability you didn't know. Certain abilities had conditions that needed to be set before using them. This was called a cost. Cost abilities were usually stronger than regular abilities, but there were only a few that the public could obtain. Two examples of cost abilities were Vorden's, where he needed to touch a user's bare skin before being able to use their power, and Jack's, who could only absorb their power through the user's mouth. Cost abilities were quite rare, and were even still being discovered today. Sometimes families had passed down ancient scripts that their ancestors knew nothing about, but practiced them out of tradition, to only later find out that there was a cost involved unlocking their ability. Many people assumed this very thing was what had happened to True Dream. In a world without abilities, Jack would have never discovered his very own ability. Vorden looked at Leo's hand once again, and this time was hesitating slightly. "Just do it," Rayton complained. "Do you have to be so careful about everything you do?" With Rayton speaking his mind like the little devil on his shoulder, he eventually took the plunge and shook Leo's hand. A new energy was felt flowing inside of Vorden. The cells in his body were finally changing. It was the strongest force he had ever felt enter his body before. Even when touching the hand of Berg, a member of the Big Four and a level 8 user, he had never felt this type of energy before. Finally, the two of them let go. "Well?" Leo asked. "Do you see what I see?" Vorden activated the ability and his whole vision went black. He could no longer see using his regular eyesight. Instead, the walls and floor appeared like wireframes that were constantly moving, as if the ground and the wall around were alive. Then when he looked at his own hand, he could see the flow of yellow energy appearing off his own body. He turned his head and looked at Quinn, who was giving off a different color, a dark purple hue which burned brightly. Vorden now understood why Leo was able to tell that Quinn was different. It was the colors of energy. Finally, though, when he looked at Leo, the largest shock came to him. Leo's flame was yellow just like Vorden's. However, there was a big difference between the two. The flow of energy burning was much more intense, and it seemed to be at least 4 times bigger than his own. But how? Vorden thought. It didn't make sense to Vorden. When using his ability, not only did he copy the ability, but also the number of mutant cells in their body. Even if Leo's ability was beyond that of level 8 of the military scale, Vorden should have still been able to copy it. But when looking at his own aura and looking at Leo's, there was a big difference, and he didn't know why. Then, Vorden started to notice something else. The sword around his waist was also burning a bright red color, and the energy coming off it was nearly just as strong as Leo himself. While Vorden was looking at Leo, he started to point towards the weapons on the wall. As he turned his head, he noticed that all the weapons that were hung up, they too were burning with a bright red color. "Is this normal for beast weapons?" Vorden asked. "It seems like you really can see what I can see." "A regular beast weapon does not shine in color. As I said before, these are different," Leo explained. And what about you? Vorden asked. Why are you? Just before Vorden could ask his question, Leo immediately suppressed the yellow aura around his body and brought it down to the same level as Vorden. Seeing this action, Vorden knew Leo was telling him not to ask about it, and it was clear he had done it on purpose for another type of reason. Leo then tapped the large metallic circular object. This here is a portable teleportation device. It's an old one, but it still works. As you know, these are a one-time use thing. It will allow you to go to a destination, but not come back, Leo explained. The location of this device is set to a planet called Lintania. It's a green portal planet that I once came from, so it should be safe. There is one problem, though, said Leo. As you can see, it's very big and very heavy. There is no way to move this without being suspicious, and the other teachers or soldiers seeing this. This is as much as I can help you. Quinn then walked up to the device and tried lifting the thing up. It was indeed heavy, and would most likely take the two of them to carry it back to Logan's room. We could bring Erin over to the portal? Vorden suggested. Although it would be risky taking her out of Logan's room with all the people around. As Vorden made his suggestion, an idea suddenly popped into Quinn's head. He touched the shadow just underneath the large metallic object. Dimensional space. The shadow underneath the object grew, and then when it encased the whole thing, it eventually dropped down, as if the object was sucked into a black hole. That solves that problem, Quinn said. With the dimensional space, as long as the object wasn't of living matter, he was able to take it with him and take it out whenever he liked. So it was perfect for this type of situation. I wish you two good luck, Leo said. It's best if we don't communicate with each other often other than our classes. As the two boys ran off, Leo looked at the back of the two of them. The future ahead will be dark for you two, but it seems you will be strong enough to overcome it. Back at Logan's room, Layla had arrived before the two boys did. It didn't seem like Logan's room had come for inspection, and Peter hadn't gone on an outrage, which was the first piece of good news all day. Instead, Peter was carefully reading files on the new students to identify who he was meant to take over. He needed to get his birth date and background details perfect in case he was asked, or if he ever needed to fill in forms for the school. While waiting, eventually the two boys had finally arrived. Looks like we did it, Quinn said. The circular portal was set up in Logan's room while Layla sent a message with details about which planet for an agent of Pure to pick her upon. Once Layla received a confirmation back, it was finally time for them to say their goodbyes. Logan tapped a few buttons on the side of the circular machine and two claw-like objects opened up from the side. A few moments later, and a green-colored round fuzz of energy was produced. The portal had been activated. Before stepping into it, she looked back at everyone in the room. I know you losers will still do well without me, become the best, and keep my top place warm for me when I return, she said with a smile. When looking at Erin smile, their hearts started to melt a little. It was the first time they'd ever seen Erin smile, and it was beautiful. She was already a beauty, but with a smile it was the icing on top of the cake. The one that seemed to be upset about the whole thing, though, was Layla. Tears wouldn't stop falling down her face as she felt she was truly losing a good friend of hers. Remember, if there are any problems and you need to contact us, use the watch, Logan shouted. With those last words said, Erin stepped into the portal, experiencing a whole new world. Please don't let anything bad happen to her, Layla thought. Chapter 215, Peaceful Plain. On planet Biolotmare, a medium-sized shelter stood in place just along a clear blue river, a Tier 4 shelter with a population of around 20,000 people. The shelter wasn't owned by the military or the Big Four, but instead was by a secret benefactor who would hire out travelers or traveler factions to guard the place. It was unusual for a shelter because usually they would publicly declare who they were protected by to avoid any confrontation with other groups, but not this one. The shelter was surrounded by hilltops and long green fields, and it seemed like the area was completely void of beasts. Standing by one of the portal entrances was a young man who was tapping his foot on the ground. As he was waiting, he watched the children and families happily play with each other on the street, while others were even swimming in the river. So peaceful, the young man said. They can live their lives out here all happy, but they're unaware of what is happening back on Earth and on the other planets. Everyone should deserve something like this, not just you guys. A strange sound was heard by his side, and when he turned his head, he could see the space next to him becoming distorted. Warping in and out suddenly, a bright white circular portal appeared, and dropping out of it, a snow-white skinned female with blonde hair. She braced herself gently as she landed on the floor, but for a few moments stayed completely still. Little drops of water hit the floor, and finally, when they stopped, she lifted her head and wiped her face with the sleeve of her arm. The man walked up to the woman and looked her up and down before saying anything. She was wearing the school uniform as described to him by Agent 100. An angel flies high in the sky, the young man said. and has its wings torn down and falls to the ground, Erin replied. Before leaving, Layla had informed her. If someone was to approach her, they would speak a certain phrase. This was a code so agents could tell who was who between each other. Looks like you're the right one, follow me. She followed the young man for a while as they walked through the shelter. While looking around, she noticed how calm and peaceful the place looked. It was different from other shelters, but it also reminded her of the shelter her own family protected when she was younger, before the Dalki attacked. If I remember right, the others borrowed this from Sergeant Leo. Maybe this is where he used to live, she thought. Following the young man, he was eventually leading them both out of the shelter. Before stepping out, Erin turned and took one last look at the peaceful place. A thought crossed her mind that maybe she could run away and stay here. It might be a better option than going to Pure. But then, looking at the peaceful town, images appeared in her head of the houses on fire, the buildings destroyed. She suddenly remembered why she wanted to get stronger in the first place, for something like that to never happen in her presence ever again. If Pure was able to help her for now, she would comply. There was always the option of contacting Logan and the others in the future with the wristwatch. When looking at the boy, she noticed that he seemed to be wearing quite a decent level of beast gear. On his back was a single long sword. The hilt was black as scale-like, but was as wide as his shoulders. From looking, she could tell holding the thing would be heavy, and a regular human wouldn't be able to wield such a large sword. He also wore metal-plated armor that seemed to mix in beast parts here and there, such as blue fins near the shoulder pads, and scaled parts over the shin part of his legs. Finally, they had reached the top of the hill. From the top looking down, they were still able to see the river flowing through the valley, and the shelter just formed the other side. This should be far enough, the young man said, standing near the edge of the cliff top. The man started to walk around as if he was looking for something on the floor until eventually a ping sound was heard. Here it is. The man started to dig down at the spot with his bare hands, and although he was tearing pieces of the ground away, he made it look like he was just shifting piles of sand away. Hey, pretty lady, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me? The man asked. Erin looked at the floor where the man was digging, and then looked at his hands, which were covered with dirt. At least he was wearing a pair of gloves, but the only thing she managed to bring with her was her sword that always stayed around her waist. Unwillingly, she took a step forward. Although she didn't want to get dirt on her hands, she thought it would be best if she made a good impression with the people she would be staying with for maybe a couple of years. Just as she moved forward, a loud screeching sound could be heard in the air. At first, it looked like a small little black dot in the sky, but it started to get bigger, and eventually Erin had a clear view of what it was. "Watch out!" she shouted. "It's a beast." While seeing how peaceful the town was, she had forgotten about the fact that this still wasn't Earth. Dangerous beasts lived on these planets. The young man turned and slowly drew out his large sword, as if what was happening was somehow annoying to him. Suddenly the beast stopped its descent and spread its wings wide open, hovering by the cliff top in front of the young man. The beast looked like a large butterfly and was the same size as a regular human. Its wings showed beautiful rounded patterns, but as beautiful as its wings were, the same couldn't be said for its head. It had too many eyes to count and razor-sharp teeth, with what looked like foam coming out from its mouth. "Will you please just let me go home?" the young man shouted, and at the same time the butterfly beast dashed forward. Erin immediately went to cast an ice spike from below, hoping to hit the beast, but that's when she sadly realized that she no longer had her powers. It continued to go forward, and the young man lifted the sword up and at just the right time pushed it down like a pin right on top of its head. Its wings had stopped in an instant, and the beast was dead. "Can you at least get the crystal?" the man asked. "It's located in the lower half of its body." While Erin went to carve out the beast's crystal, the man continued to dig in the location. Just as the man had said, the crystal was located in the lower half. As she wiped the black blood of the beast away using the grass on the ground, she noticed it was slightly clear in color. "What is this?" she said in shock. The clearer the outer shell of the crystal surrounding the energy inside, it meant the higher the tier of crystal. Right now what Erin held in her hands was a crystal with its first outer shell clear, which meant it was at least an intermediate tier beast, and the young man was able to kill it using no abilities and only beast weapons. Erin was starting to see the Pure organization in a slightly different light right now. Finally, the man had stopped digging and finally pulled out a large circular metallic device. Straight away Erin knew what it was because it was similar to the one she had used to arrive on this planet. After pressing a few buttons on the side, the portal opened up. "Well, are you ready to meet your new home?" he asked. Before she wasn't so keen, but after seeing the young man's actions, she now stepped forward willingly. Before they entered the portal, though, the man stopped her. "Take off the watch," he said. "If you're worried about the school tracking me, they won't be able to. Your member disabled it." Erin tried to explain. The man then forcefully grabbed her wrist and snapped the watch off, before throwing it onto the ground. "You're about to head into the Pure's base. We can't and won't take any chances." After that, he pulled Erin into the portal and two of them disappeared out of sight. Chapter 216, Unusual Friendship. At Military Base 2, it seemed like things were starting to calm down. Not just for the soldiers in the base, but also for Quinn and his group. The video seemed to work quite well, and it looked like they had nearly called off the entire search. The base was now just treating it as a secondary objective now rather than a full-on search. Because of this, each member felt like a huge weight was lifted off their shoulders. However, like a new one was put on hers. There was only one problem left to solve right now, and that was Peter. The group had decided they would continue to hide Peter inside Logan's room. It wasn't the right time to reveal him. It was still a little high. While he stayed in Logan's room, it would also give him time to practice on the details of the student he was pretending to be. Before leaving Logan's room, Quinn made a cut on his hand and fed some of his blood to Peter. Before leaving, he would give him the command to not attack Logan. He would need to do this every night, just to make sure until Peter was able to use the disguise. This meant right now it was nighttime, the others had left, and the only ones in the room were both Logan and Peter. Despite their situation, Logan simply continued his normal routine into the night. He was at his workbench using strange tools as he messed around with his gadgets. This continued on for a few hours. "Where did I put that cogwheel?" Logan asked himself as he surveyed around the room but couldn't find anything. As he swiveled around in his chair, he noticed that Peter was standing in the same spot and wasn't moving. "Do you not need to sleep?" Logan asked. Peter replied by just shaking his head. "Well, I don't sleep much either." He shrugged and then motioned to him. "Hey, do you mind passing me that cogwheel shape by your side?" Peter looked around for it and proceeded to hand over the strange device that Logan had asked him. Without saying anything else, Logan continued to work on his new invention. "Pass me the green glowing circular orb," he asked. "The one on your left, that spinning spiky thing." Logan asked once more. "And that upside-down looking you, now that beast crystal to your right." He continued to ask for different tools, and Peter did as he asked and handed them to him. "Finally finished," Logan said and turned to Peter. "You were a great help. You didn't ask me any questions and didn't keep me distracted from my work, Peter. Now it's my turn to help you." Logan opened up the files and had the information of the student named P.O. Blank on display. While the file was open, Logan would ask a series of questions and Peter would answer. They would continue doing this until Peter could remember every detail about P.O. Blank by heart. The speed that Peter was able to memorize everything even impressed Logan. It was like his memory was picture perfect. "Do you mind doing me another favor?" Logan asked with a slight smile on his face. Peter hopped into the VR machine, and while connected, Logan would communicate to him through his computer. Right now, Logan wanted to see the capabilities and just how strong Peter was. Logan asked Peter to do a series of things, such as run as fast as he could, throw a bunch as hard as he could, as well as dodge a bunch of incoming objects that were thrown at him inside the simulation. Eventually, with all the stats recorded, Logan had something else he wanted to try. "Peter, behind you a pair of weapons will appear. Use them however you wish against the NPC enemies." Suddenly a pair of short blades appeared on the ground behind him, and at the same time 8 different men all in a solid black color appeared. They didn't look like humans, but like blobs of ink instead. These were the NPCs that Logan had created to practice his own fighting skills and weren't part of the game he created. Using the 2 weapons and Peter's speed, he was able to deal with most of the enemies with ease, and Logan was impressed. Right now, both of his strength and speed were nearly 4 times the level of an average human. Logan continued these sets of tests, and each time he would drop in a different weapon for Peter to use against the enemies. Right now, Logan had set the game to allow his body to react like it would do in real life, and what was more amazing than anything was the fact that Peter never seemed to get tired. He was able to fight just as well as he did from the start of the game to the end. Peter, while going through the entire process, was actually having fun. On the outside, he hadn't really been able to test his strength, and for the first time, he was able to use it freely. Even if he was being used by Logan for his own purposes, he didn't mind so much. The relationship between the two of them was give and take. Finally, the simulation had ended, and Peter exited out of the pod. After gathering all of Peter's stats, Logan had come to the conclusion that Peter would make a great spy or assassin. When using the weapons, he performed best with the short dual blades. He also never tired and could run at great speeds. He also had a nearly perfect memory, and lastly, he also knew that they had the ability of transformation, being able to disguise himself as anyone he wanted. It was a shame that Peter was already on Quinn's team. If the case had been any different, then Logan would have loved to have invited him for his very own portal outing. While Logan was deep in thought, he heard a knock on the door, and to his utter surprise, it was Quinn and Fex. "What are 2 doing back here so soon?" Logan asked. What are you talking about? Quinn replied. Logan quickly rushed to his computer to check the time, and it was already the next day in the afternoon. Classes for the school day had already ended, and Fex, along with Quinn, had come to check up on Peter as well as another reason. Without realizing it, Logan had been up the whole day with Peter. What can I do for you? Logan muttered as he rubbed his bloodshot red eyes. You can sleep if you want, Quinn asked. Yeah, you look nearly as dead as Peter, Fex added with a chuckle. Well, I can decide that once you two let me know what you need. If you are here for Peter, me and him are doing great. Actually, Quinn replied, I was hoping we could use your VR capsule. I wanted you to add Fex's ability to the game for us. Now that everything had calmed down, Fex was finally able to keep well on his promise. He was planning to show Quinn how to fight the vampire way. Chapter 217, Vampire Basics. The reason the two boys had decided to pay Logan a visit right after their classes wasn't just to check up on Peter. A while ago, Fex had said that he would teach Quinn how to use the vampire style of martial arts that focused on using their hands and fists as weapons. At the time, Quinn didn't trust Fex too much, so he came up with the idea of allowing Logan to record Fex's ability and upload it to the game's private server. This way Fex would not be able to control Quinn's body and make him attack his friends, but he could use the ability inside the game to teach Quinn how to fight. At this point, the two of them had gotten a little closer, and Quinn actually felt that even if they were to do this outside of the game, Fex would bring no harm to his friends. There were multiple opportunities when Fex could have done this, but he always chose not to, and had helped them out greatly. Of course, Quinn was still a little bit cautious, for he didn't even know Fex's reason for being at the school. Another reason was also that if they were to practice in the game, it would be away from the praying eyes of others. After hearing what Quinn wanted to do, a strange energy filled Logan's eyes once again. I suppose I still have some energy left in me, Logan said as he quickly hopped onto his computer. Go on then, Quinn, you've done this before, show him what to do. Just like Quinn had done before, Fex was placed into the fairly large glass tube. He was then told to use his ability in different ways, while the tube and computer would record how his ability worked. Watching from the outside, Quinn felt like it was strange how the tube and computer were able to so accurately replicate the abilities in the game. The other thing that impressed him was the fact Logan wasn't typing anything into his computer at all. He just had his hand pressed up against it. While this was happening, thousands of lines of code were being written. Quinn had seen Logan's ability a few times now, and had seen it used in quite versatile ways, so he had come to a conclusion of what it might be. The ability to communicate with machines, or more precisely give life to machines. When Quinn was last in his room and used the inspect skill, there were a couple of items that Quinn thought he should have been able to use, but when he picked them up, there was no reaction. Nothing at all, and it seemed like the machine was broken. But without saying anything, Logan would touch the machine and it would light up and work once again. If his ability was able to give life to the gadgets that he created, it was the perfect ability for Logan. With anyone else, it would be pretty useless, apart from bypassing doors and such. But for Logan, it allowed him to use his ability in so many different ways, just like he was doing now with the games, and with the little spiders they saw being used multiple times. And we are done, Logan said as he opened his eyes and let go of the computer. How will we play? Quinn asked. There's only one VR machine. I actually thought of that beforehand, Logan said, as he threw into the air two very small square-looking nanosticks. Both Quinn and Fex caught them with ease by swiping their hands in the air. Usually if you try putting anything into the VR capsules, it will just reject them for security reasons, but those have been blessed by me, Logan explained. Just head to the back and pop them in. Then when you log into the VR capsule, it will give you the option of which server to connect to. I've put both the shadow and string ability into the private server for you to use. Now get out of here and go play your little game. Before leaving the room, Quinn gave a few drops of blood to Peter and gave the same command as before, although Logan felt like there was no reason for the two of them to get into a fight. But he didn't know if Peter's violent nature was being suppressed by Quinn's blood or not. As soon as the two boys left the room, Logan almost collapsed on his bed. He didn't sleep much, but every so often he would be burnt out. Peter looked at Logan in the room before looking at the VR capsule again. Do you mind if I use the VR capsule? Peter asked. But Logan was already asleep. Whatever, it's just a game. Peter said as he climbed into the machine, logging in online. Please create your user ID. Quinn and Fex were now in the game's white lobby room together. They had done as Logan instructed, and just like he said when they went to log into the game, it gave them the option to connect to the normal servers, or the private server Logan had created. Right now they were in the private server. Fex was currently testing out his string ability, and he was amazed at how lifelike it felt. There were a few things that he wasn't able to do with the strings that he could do on the outside, but that was mainly when he tried combining some of his vampire skills with his abilities. After testing out his strings for a while, he was finally ready. Okay, so the idea is, I will control your body using the strings. Now what you need to do is focus on the feeling of each movement. Every sequence of moves starts off somewhere and ends somewhere. You need to put these things together like building blocks. Rather than me showing it to you, this is the best way I can teach you, because your body actually experiences it along with your muscles. Fex explained. So are you ready? Quinn was ready this time. Within the game, there was no chance for him to be hurt in real life. He stood with his back facing towards Fex and had his arms and legs spread out to make it easier for him. Just like he did with Erin, Fex walked up to Quinn and inserted 12 different pieces of string into 12 different parts of his body. Unlike the real world, though, there was no pain involved. Fex did a few simple tests, first moving his body around. It felt unnatural to Quinn as he wanted to fight it, and he actually had the strength to resist it a little. Unlike Erin, who was limited by her regular human strength, it was easy for Fex to force her to do what he wanted. Calm down, will you? Fex complained. For this to work, you need to be in a sleep-like state. That way I can use your body how I like. You just need to pay attention with your mind. Quinn closed his eyes and tried relaxing his body. It took a while for him to allow his whole body to go limp, as he was afraid he would fall over if he did. But suddenly when he did, he felt a jolt in his legs. He didn't fall over, but instead, Fex had taken control of his legs. After getting past the strange feeling, the rest was now easy for Fex. He went ahead and did the same set of punches he did every day while he was training at school. Of course, there was a lot more to martial arts than just learning how to do the moves. It was important to know when to use them, what moves countered what, and so on. But at least it would allow Quinn to progress quicker. Quinn concentrated hard as Fex demonstrated the moves using his body. As his arms flew out from different angles, they were fast and stiff. At the same time, his body was always in a position where he could see an oncoming attack, while being able to block using his shoulder. After the set of punches were demonstrated to Quinn, Fex disconnected the strings and allowed him to practice them. With the feeling fresh in his mind, Quinn didn't want to waste any time and started to perform them. Quinn tried to combine the feeling of the punches, together with his muscle memory from being controlled by Fex, and it seemed to be working out well for him. Fex watched Quinn carefully as each move was performed nearly perfectly to how they were shown. Looks like we have a fast learner, Fex said. Although the string method was able to help someone progress faster, it couldn't help them completely. In the end, it was down to the person. With Erin, she too had tried performing the moves nearly instantly, but not once was she successful. But here it seemed like something had connected for Quinn. Quinn, am I just making my enemy stronger, or am I making a powerful friend in the future? Fex thought. As Quinn didn't want to let go of this feeling, he continued to practice the punches Fex had taught him. He was slowly perfecting them. Then all of a sudden he heard a ding from the system. Chapter 218 Zombie P. Basic Vampire Martial Arts Unlocked Level 1. New tutorial videos available. The usual sound had appeared, which indicated that Quinn was able to unlock something from the system. As he practiced the moves, he felt something strange happening. It was as if his body was still being guided by the strings, but it wasn't. The memory was so fresh in his head, his body was moving on its own. And after the last movement, the message had appeared. Basic Arts, Quinn read. Does this mean there are stronger vampire martial arts out there? Maybe Fex only taught me the basics on purpose, or maybe he only knows the basics. The second message was what interested Quinn more. The last times he had watched the tutorial videos, they had helped him out greatly, teaching him the flash step and the hammer strike. The second tutorial video taught him how to combine moves. This time the tutorial was unlocked when Quinn had learned the vampire martial arts, so perhaps there was a tutorial skill related to it. He quickly glanced over at Fex, just in case. Quinn chose not to watch the videos right now. Quinn was playing the complete beginner act when it came to vampire arts. If he was to demonstrate a skill that hadn't been taught, then it would only raise suspicion. I think I got the basics down, Quinn said. Is there anything else besides this? Fex looked at Quinn again, still mesmerized by how quickly he had learnt the fighting style. This was something he did day in and out as a child and amongst others, and even then he was considered a genius. But if he was a genius, then what did that make Quinn, who had learnt it in a few hours? The thought came into Fex's head that maybe Quinn had already known the arts and was lying for some reason, but when thinking back to their first fight, it seemed impossible. He would have to be a first-class actor to fake punches that bad, and then do the same again when fighting against the teacher Leo. Yes, Fex replied. These are only the basics. I can perform at a level above what I showed you, obviously, but I honestly wouldn't be good enough to teach you it. If you want to learn some more, you're better off getting a real teacher to show you." Part of what Fex had just said was a lie. It was true he most likely couldn't teach Quinn. He tried that once before, and his explanations weren't the best. Still, whatever Fex could do with his own body, he could do using someone as a puppet. Even slightly better. Fear inside Fex that if carried on teaching Quinn and saw the same thing happen with the more advanced vampire martial arts, he wouldn't know how to react. While the two of them were busy practicing inside the private server, they were unaware of what was happening elsewhere in the game. Zombie P winner. "So is it another hacker? This game has been going downhill these days," someone watching the match had said. "But that's his 15th win in a row. Surely the admins would have found out about him by now." "I think he just has a really good regenerative ability. No, I mean it's in his name." "Well, then how do you explain the extra strength or the crazy speed he has? It doesn't look like he's wearing any beast gear to me." A few people up in the crowd were currently watching a particular student play the VR game. Each of them had lost the matches but found their fights a little strange, so they opted to watch the next few games. But as they watched each game, the thing they found strange continued to happen. New match has been found. A new game had started, and once again the student they had their eye on was going up against a level 3 telekinesis user. The telekinesis user had several black balls attached around his chest, while his opponent had no weapons at all. Standing on the opposite side was Peter. He didn't look like his usual self, as he was slightly disguised by the avatar, although he selected a pretty basic default design that just had a randomly generated face with a few scraps of clothing. The fight had begun, and Peter rushed in forward. At the same time, the telekinesis user threw out the metallic balls using his ability to speed them up. Peter, however, was fast, and was able to dodge most of the incoming attacks, and the few that he couldn't, he knocked away with his hand. However, the opponent was strong, and there were too many metallic balls floating in the air for Peter to dodge, and Peter wasn't exactly the most skillful person when it came to fighting. Eventually, one of the metallic balls came at great speed and managed to hit Peter in the center of his shin, smashing it and breaking it in half, causing him to fall onto the ground. The others watching this could feel the pain just from watching Peter. Although the game only replicated a small amount of pain back to the user, they could imagine it would still hurt a lot. The telekinesis user calmly walked over to Peter, thinking it was all over. He had taken out one of his opponent's legs, and without being able to move it would usually mean the end. However, the others watching from the stand knew it wasn't the end for Peter. They had all thought the same thing when fighting against Peter. Suddenly, after a few moments, Peter was able to stand up again, as if the attack had never hit his leg in the first place. Immediately after, he ran towards his opponent. He was caught off guard and in a panic tried to fire all the metallic balls right at Peter, but his speed was impressive. Peter dodged the balls, and even though they were now chasing him, he was far faster than the balls. Eventually, when he was close enough, Peter pounced on top of his opponent and widely swung his fists towards his head. There was no class and no style with Peter attacks. It was like one of a wild animal. Winner Zombie P. Each of the opponents Peter had gone against had witnessed his impressive regenerative abilities. It was that of a high-level ability user. Still, some people were suspicious, for Peter seemed to also have impressive strength and speed on top of his healing powers. As the game had ended just outside the VR pod, Logan was finally waking up from his nap. As he slowly opened his eyes and looked around the room, he noticed that Peter wasn't there. Upon closer inspection of the room, he noticed that the VR pod indicator light was on, showing that someone was currently using the game. "Peter," Logan said as he rushed over to the computer and immediately logged in. It was, as he thought, Peter had not logged into the private server to play, but instead had logged into the military servers. Quickly, Logan brought up a log of Peter's past games, hoping he hadn't done anything to stand out. After watching the highlights of Peter's last game, a slight smile appeared on his face. He too was currently witnessing the amazing regenerative abilities that he possessed. When joining the games, Peter hadn't selected any abilities, which meant the VR pod was able to record how Peter's body would be able to react to such things in real life. Just like with Quinn, because his body was able to perform the vampire abilities, the game allowed him to do it, rather than it being a part of his ability. Right now, the exact same thing had happened to Peter. "These vampires are more interesting than I thought," Logan said. Still, there was now another problem on Logan's hands. He had already received a few emails from admins asking to look into the user ID of Zombie P, making sure it wasn't a hacked player, as there had already been a few complaints made online. "I guess your fame online will be a short one, Peter. The world cannot learn of you just yet." With that, Logan forcefully disconnected Peter from the online world. However, It was a little too late, as some of the videos of Peter's amazing regenerative powers had already been spread online. Meanwhile, in another military base, a certain group of boys had also managed to watch the videos that had been posted. "Did you see?" Sam asked. "Yeah, looks like there really will be a lot of interesting people at the Intermilitary," replied with a big smile. Chapter 219, Hitting the Lemmy. Inside the training hall in one of the military bases, Nate and Sam could be seen training. The second-year students had a lot more time compared to the other students. Hence, most of the time, second-year students would use their free time for practical training. They often went to the other planets to support the base military in their endeavors. However, as of the moment, the second-year students were to remain at their bases for the time being, by virtue of the upcoming interbase military event. It was an event that required all of the 8 military bases to enter. It was basically a competition among the bases. The events varied from certain activities and games to straight-out fighting. The military bases would compete to see who would raise the best and strongest students. Moreover, the leaders and generals would often be rewarded greatly for according to the results that they acquired. The event was important for the military bases and their leaders, since they would often get more funding and privileges based on the performance that they've shown during their participation. Because of this, the second-year students who were the main focus of the events were practicing. This was for the reason that the second-year students often had more time to cultivate their abilities to higher levels, able to obtain more beast gear equipment, and just had more experience overall. It was very rare for first years to compete in some of the minor events, as most of the slots for each activity would usually be taken up by a second-year student. Still, there were some cases when a first-year user might be suited for a particular activity. An example of this would be the Hack the Vault Challenge. In this tournament, the team would have to make their way through numerous security devices and Sentinel, successfully making their way to the vault right at the end of the course. This didn't solely require strength, but rather a set of particular skills. The two of them were in the room. Sam was sitting down while poring over a level 6 ability book that was placed on the floor. Meanwhile, Nate was standing as he observed his companion. Sam had his eyes closed for a while now, meditating. All the while energy was flowing inside his body. He was trying the techniques that were written down on the book. The power began to rise from the pit of his stomach, but soon after, he would feel a great pain. All of a sudden, a burning sensation arose in his chest area, promptly stopping him from what he was doing. "Don't push yourself, Sam. This might be your limit," Nate said. Sam looked at his friend's wristwatch that was now displaying the number 7. Nate had grown so much stronger, and Sam was always behind him, so he wanted to catch up. Sam had done well in increasing his ability from level 4 to 5. He had even saved up enough money to buy a level 6 wind ability book. Nevertheless, the problem that he had right now was one that tortured many. Hence, he had reached his limit not long after. Just because one had a high-level ability book, it didn't entail that they would be eligible to learn it. Usually, humans have varying anatomy, mainly on the aspect that each and every one of their bodies produces different amounts of MC cells. The burning feeling that Sam could feel in his heart meant that he had reached his limit. Thus, pushing his body any further could be dangerous. Sam knew what this sensation meant as it conveyed the state of his body. However, he still wanted to pursue the matter, even supposing that after several attempts it seemed like his efforts were useless. He really had abused the extent of strain that his body could bear, though it wasn't a complete loss since he could still sell the book to others who would need it. Howbeit optimistic Sam was regarding the issue, Nate could see that his friend was depressed. "Don't worry too much. There are plenty of people out there who are strong even without the use of abilities. Look at that pure group, for example," Nate said with a cheery tone in his voice, wanting to ease the worries of Sam. "All we need to do is get you some good beast gear that suits your ability. Also, we can always work on your skills." Sam could tell that Nate was trying to cheer him up, so he didn't want to stay too depressed in front of him for long. Withal, if there was one thing that could make him feel better, it was bringing his friend back down to his level. "So, about that new teacher, he's been picking on you during classes lately?" Giggling away like a high school girl, Nate's face had gone bright red at this point as he started to remember the small banter that he and Silver had. "That teacher is bonkers. She already made fun of my head, but she refuses to. Call me by my name and calls me Blockhead all the time. I even decided to shave the corners of my beautiful hair because of her. I also heard about how one of the other teachers confessed to her. Apparently, the next day he came into school with a black eye," Sam replied as he looked at his friend's new haircut. "I always wondered why you purposely matched up your hair with your face's jawline. I actually think this rounded look is a lot better for you," Sam replied. "You really mean it?" Nate said as he enthusiastically grabbed Sam's hands. "I haven't seen her today, so maybe she will like this new haircut of mine as well." "You poor soul," Sam said while shaking his head. "You don't even realize you're already in too deep. I wonder where she is." Nate said, looking around the room. Meanwhile, inside the school's IT room, Silver was currently standing above one of the school's staff members. The reflection from the screen was showing that his eyes had a slight red tint to them, meaning that he was under Silver's control. Right now, he was searching for the school's files regarding a student named Fex. So far, there were no results. It was expected, especially since, if she was in Fex's shoes, she would have never used her real name in the human world. Still, she would try it even if there was a slim chance. After searching the military base's school files, she asked the man to check the other military bases one by one, and to her surprise, a hint about his existence was discovered. "Oh, you stupid little boy," Silver said out loud. The file was found, and it seemed like Fex had actually used his real name. The reason why she was unable to find him so far was because he was located at Military Base 2. Although this was good news for her, it wasn't long until the interbase military event, and there, she would be able to make her move in order to bring Fex home. Hopefully you haven't caused too much trouble yet. Chapter 220 Layla. It appeared like everyone was busy, dead set on doing their own thing. Because of this, Vorden was finding the situation a little boring. Before, he would often spend his spare time teaching Peter on how to use the Earth ability. If it wasn't something like that, then Vorden would be racking up his head, trying to figure out how to get out of a tough situation. It was as if he always liked to keep his mind busy. If he was left on his own accord, there were only two people who he could talk to, although they seemed to be always a bad influence on him. As of the moment, the uninteresting occurrences were transpiring. "Hey, do you really think we can trust her?" Raiden shouted as he asked. "We knew something was up, and it looks like we were right, working for Pure. Who knows what she's already told them?" "They could be after Quinn," Sil said while continuing to rock back and forth. "Guys, will you all just calm down?" Vorden hollered, annoyed of his companion's complaints. "Sil, I know you're worried, but if Layla has done something, I think Pure or her would have done something by now, yet no harm has come to him." With these words, Sil's gradually slowed down the motion he had been doing. This was a sign that Sil was starting to calm down a little. Now, Vorden needed to deal with another person. The more riled up Raiden got, it would affect Sil to a similar level. Vorden's aim was always to keep Sil as calm as possible at any point in time. If Sil wanted to, he was the only one who could remove anyone from the chair. There was always this fear with Vorden. Although he wanted the best for Sil, if Sil ever did remain on the chair, what did that mean for both him and Ratten? "What about the next portal outing?" Ratten queried. "What if she plans to make her next move then? We need to find her real goal. Actually, scratch that, no risks, just off whether we go." "Fine," Vorden replied, giving in to the idea. He knew firsthand that if he didn't do something, Raiden would continue down this path, and eventually he would make Sil worry. "Then, I will go talk to Layla." A few moments passed. Vorden could be seen walking around the school aimlessly, searching for all the popular spots where the other students would usually hang out at. Regrettably for him, as he arrived at each area, he did not find any trace of Layla. Who does Layla even hang around with? Vorden contemplated on the matter. As he reminisced, he thought of the two students who were the sole people that he had seen Layla talk to. They were Quinn and Erin. Presently, with Erin gone and Quinn consistently spending his time in the VR pod, it meant that Layla would be most likely in her room. Thus, Vorden proceeded to go to the dorms to try and meet Layla. After a few minutes, he landed at his destination. With a knock on the door, a female student answered it. That was the first time that Vorden had ever seen her. The most prominent feature of the lady was her short black hair, with a fringe that cascaded her face, nearly covering the entirety of her right eye. Her name was CIA, and she was the third person who was occupying Erin and Layla's room. "What do you want, Blondie?" Chie said with an irked tone in her voice, seemingly bothered by Vorden's appearance. "Is Layla there?" Vorden asked. "Are you her boyfriend?" Sia said as she scanned Vorden's body from head to toe. "I'm guessing you two had an argument or something, judging how she's been since yesterday. Or maybe it was the fact that she found out her best friends were terrorists, but she's not here." This was the explanation the school had given, that 8 students had been found with connections to the group known as Pure, and were taken to the dungeon as a form of punishment. "She's not a terrorist," Vorden mumbled. He didn't know why, yet hearing Erin's name trashed like that by a stranger who didn't know the truth of the whole matter really annoyed him. "Whatever, man. Look, if you want to find Layla, she's usually by the back of the building, sitting on the bench just underneath a large tree. Erin and her would often go there together." With that piece of information, Vorden left without saying another word. Most commonly than not, he would be a bit more polite. However, something about CIA just rubbed him the wrong way. "Oh, pretty boy," Sia shouted. "If you and Layla aren't an item, then feel free to pop a visit in my room any time," she said, winking at him as she closed the door. "Now that's my type," Ratten said. "Shut up," Vorden replied as he went off to the location that CIA had informed him about. The sun had already set, and the darkness encompassed the sky, although it still wasn't very late. Usually the sun would set after 7 in the evening. While walking to the location, though, Vorden felt like it would be strange to be seen anywhere in the area. It might be fine in the middle of the day, but at night was plainly bizarre. As he turned the corner, he did indeed see someone sitting alone on a bench right underneath a tree. Vorden moved in closer and closer. Eventually he reached the spot in front of her. It wasn't until the last moment that Layla lifted her head up. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was a little swollen. There were signs indicating that she had been crying for most of the night. "Vorden, what do you want?" Layla asked in a rude tone. She had just lost her best friend, and the last person she wanted to see was lingering before her eyes. "I think we need to talk about whether or not I can trust you," Vorden asked. "This again," Layla moaned. "Here, why should I care if you even trust me or not? Let's put it straight, Vorden. Me and you are not friends, and we probably never will be, especially since you keep acting like this all the time. Look, Layla, I need to know. I thought it was fine, but now that I know you're a part of Pure—" "So what?" Layla interrupted Vorden. "I was impure this whole time before everything started. The only difference now is that you guys know about it. That hasn't changed who I am, and let me ask you. Aren't you going around accusing me all the time? But what about you? Why do you care so much about Quinn?" At this point, Layla had stood up from the bench and was starting to inch closer towards Vorden. Accordingly, he continued to step back every time she took a step forward. Withal, it wasn't because he was scared of her, but because of the voices in his head. "If she takes one more step closer to us, Vorden, and you don't do anything about it, I swear," Rayton said, his tone a tad threatening. "Shut up!" Vorden shouted as he grabbed his head. "Layla, I need to trust you. If I can't trust you, then I'm afraid of what will happen to you." When Vorden spoke of these words, he wasn't saying them in his usual tone of voice. Layla picked up on this, since he had said it sincerely, and it made Layla frightened a little. She knew something was up with Vorden, but wasn't sure just what. Perhaps it was a drawback of his powerful ability, she thought, but just what was happening to Vorden, and why did he give so much attachment to Quinn? "Then tell me, Vorden, what can I do to prove I'm on your side?" she asked. Fortunately, Vorden had prepared an answer for this question. Hence, as he walked over to her, it was the only thing he could think of. "Let Quinn turn you into a vampire. That way I know that you're on his side." Chapter 221, Peter into Pio. Layla's anger bubbled within her at such a question. She wanted to shout and ask the same question to him. Why couldn't he do it as well? He could get turned as well, and yet despite wanting to ask such a question on why he couldn't do the same, she already knew the answer. It was the loss of the ability of Vorden. He was already strong on his own and proved himself a good asset to the team. His skills were versatile and had helped them out several times because of that. While for her it didn't mean much. Her powers were quite weak, only being a level 2. In fact, she had even bought a level 3 ability book before hoping to improve her powers, but there was no such luck. She was one of the unfortunate souls that even with money weren't able to increase the strength of her ability. She was stuck at level 2, this was her bottleneck. "I want to Vorden, but it's too risky right now," she replied. At first, when Layla had met Quinn and had experienced what happened to her, she really did want him to turn her. Growing up, the only form of entertainment she had was books. It was her escape from her time at the Pure base. Day in and out, they would constantly show videos, have classes and training related to their goal. Then when she could finally relax, she took her time reading fantasy stories of the old. Often in the books, it would talk of a vampire sweeping a girl away from all her problems and taking them to a new world, away from everything. After meeting Quinn, this was what had attracted her. But at the same time, she couldn't forget about the reality of why she was at the base in the first place. Her mind kept straying away and reminding her she needed to stick to the cause. So she had planned to inform Pure of her findings, a way to make their members stronger without using abilities. However, as she grew closer to Quinn, she was afraid what would happen to him if she was to reveal to Pure what he was. There was always the chance that Pure wouldn't be okay with it. Sometimes, the organization's actions even confused her with how they worked and what they deemed okay. In a way, beast weapons that they used were just like abilities, with those more powerful than others. Did Pure distribute them equally to their followers, yet they deemed this as okay. Then when she saw what happened with Peter, second thoughts were running through her head. If Layla were to do those things, then she didn't know how she would face her family. She wasn't very close with them, but her mother was all she knew and all she had right now. If I go off the radar, stop reporting to Pure, and choose to be by Quinn's side, they could run an investigation. They might think at first what happened to me was the same as everyone else, but they would quickly find out I was still okay. They would then look into me, send higher-ups, and then Quinn would be in even more trouble. Layla explained. "When the time is right, I promise I will be by Quinn's side. Although she had said this, she still wasn't sure herself. When it came between choosing Pure over Quinn right now, she would still choose Pure where her family was, and now Erin as well. After hearing her explanation, it seemed Layla had made a lot of sense. She could be lying about the whole thing, but Vorden didn't really know how Pure worked. Right now, everything was okay, so he wouldn't want to stir the pot anymore. "It's not just about Pure," Vorden replied. "You're too weak to help, and it seems like you will cause more problems for us in the future than help. At least you might be of some use to us if you're turned." These last words that Vorden had spoken were the biggest hit to Layla. She knew this. Her whole life she felt like this, even within the Pure organization. She wasn't any help to her mother, she wasn't any help to her friends, and she couldn't even help that much when her friend needed her. "Vorden, can I ask?" She shouted and focused her thoughts elsewhere. "How did you know I was here?" This area she was in right now was a place where she and Erin would often just hang out with the two of them. There were never many students here, so she was surprised Vorden was able to find her. "Your roommate told me," Vorden shouted back as he walked away. "Roommate CIA? I'm surprised she actually paid attention to me and Erin. She was always just off doing her own thing. Maybe that girl is a sweeter person than she looks." The next day had arrived, and it had now been a couple of days since the whole event with True Dream was over and done with. The school no longer searched for the missing students. After doing a sweep of the school, it looked like none of the students had seen Peter or Erin. In the end, they deemed that the video that had been sent must have been true, and they were too late. Things were starting to get back to normal. With this, Logan had made preparations for today, was the day that the student known as P.O. Blank would return. With the help of Leo, they were able to gain access to the portal room once again. The security surrounding the place wasn't as on high alert now, and being a sergeant, Leo had privileges to use the room as he wished. Sometimes the sergeants would visit other planets to brush up their skills hunting beasts on the portals, or maybe even visit a few family and friends. Leo was able to sneak Peter into the room, and with him several of Logan's mechanical little spiders. After that, Leo left the room, and it was all down to Peter. "You ready?" Peter said. Everything had been prepared beforehand. The wristwatch had been altered to indicate the pulse of a living person, along with the level 4 ability, and Logan had also made a few adjustments in the other rooms that he still hadn't informed the others about. With Logan's ability and the use of his spiders, he didn't personally have to be anywhere to make adjustments. Logan was able to freely control the metallic spiders however he wished. Using his computer, he was also able to monitor and hear everything that was going on in those rooms. If the spiders were ever spotted, they had a certain pattern on them that made them just look like any other spider. From time to time, people would attempt to splatter them, but Logan would try his best to scurry them away before that happened. At the moment, even Peter's clothing had looked roughed up to indicate he was either traveling through the desert or even going from shelter to shelter at the time, until he had found his way back. With everything set and done, Logan pressed a key on his keyboard. At the same time, in a different location, in the school security office, a signal was detected. "There has been a signal activated from one of the portals," a man said. "Send word to anyone nearby immediately." It didn't for the two guards by the door to enter the portal room and find P.O. immediately. Haley soon came along with Faye to check on who had made the signal. The main reason why the generals were called was just in case it was a beast that had managed to enter through the portals. "Take long. That's one of the missing students," Faye shouted as soon as she saw Peter. She had recognized him since she had dealt with their case files. She had looked at the 5 students who had supposedly died that day over and over again. "Quick, Haley takes him to the medical facility. We need to check that he's all healthy." This is the first bit of good news we've had in quite a while. Right now inside Logan's room, Quinn and the others were standing over him, and as they heard those words, they all looked at each other in horror. Chapter 222, Unlocking the Code. "Hey, when have I ever messed up? It's pretty obvious that as soon as they find a student who has been missing for a while and comes back in tattered clothes from a planet that had suffered a Dalki attack, the first thing they would do is take him to the medical facility." It was something the others hadn't thought about. They'd all been too busy and focused with their own problems and kind of thought this would be it. All they could do right now was believe in Logan's words and trust that he was able to figure out a good plan. As they took Peter to the medical facility, Haley went ahead and ran a general check on Peter's condition. There wasn't much she needed to do as technology had come quite a way, and she noticed he didn't have any physical wounds on his body. This meant there was no need for her to personally use her ability to heal anything on the outside. She hooked Peter up to a large tube-like machine, while also placing several little of what appeared to be white stickers all over his body. The machine would show his internals and display his insides, as well as see if there was something wrong with any of his organs, including his heart. It further looked into the details of his blood pressure and all sorts of vitals, and everything could be done with the single use of the machine. This was where Logan's ability had come to its advantage. Beforehand, Before this all happened, Logan was able to fake a sickness and enter the medical facility. During this time, he had touched each and every machine available there. While doing so, he had taken control of the machines, making them feel alive. He could now give them commands and they would follow them whenever he wanted to. The others sat there nervously, as Haley would continue to jot down information on her little tablet every now and then. She would look on the screen and then go back to her tablet. "It looks like you're in perfect condition," Haley said as Peter lifted himself out of the machine. "Now I just need to ask you a few questions." Once again, the others listening in on everything were a little worried. But as she asked him questions, Peter had answered everything perfectly. Hearing this, Logan was nodding his head proudly, but the others weren't too sure. The problem was, Peter had answered them all too perfectly, answering almost immediately and in a robot-like voice. Haley continued with her questions while a soldier stood by her side, noting down everything. She had even asked about what had happened to him before this point. Logan had come up with a backstory that was plausible according to the situation. It detailed about when the Dalki had attacked their group, he had run away and escaped. The only problem was that all his equipment had been left behind, and he had no clue where he was. He traveled through the desert for numerous days, managing to feed himself using the survival skills the school had taught him, eventually reaching a shelter. The problem was that it was the wrong shelter. The shelter only had teleporters that linked to other planets, and none back to Earth or the military base, but he found out the shelter he had come from wasn't too far. He stayed until he regained his strength and purchased a map leading him to the original shelter and eventually returned back to the military base. Once the questioning was over, Haley left Peter to be with a soldier guarding him as he rested while she went off to give a report to Nathan. "So, how is the boy?" Nathan asked. "Thankfully, he seems to be in perfect condition health-wise, but—" Haley hesitated. "But what?" Nathan replied. "It seems like his mind isn't all there. Sometimes his response was quite rigid and there seemed to be a lack of emotion. When checking PO before, he didn't have any of these signs. Although this could be due to the trauma of being attacked by the Dalki, perhaps. He will come around in the future." "That's great news," Nathan said. "As long as the student is fine, it will be okay. We can inform his parents about the good news for now. They don't need to know about the rest until later. There is no use worrying them over nothing if he is to return to normal soon. Have him rejoin classes tomorrow." "But sir," Haley complained, "don't you think it's too soon to send him out again? He has only just come back." "You might be right about that. Inform the student and let him decide. If he wishes to go, then let him." "As you wish, sir," Haley said before returning. As Haley left the room, Nathan went to pick up the files on his desk as he read through them one by one. He felt like pulling his hair out. He had a stressful few days coming up. His way of thinking would often clash with the military's current way. But this time he thought it was too much. "An orange portal outing, just what are they thinking?" Nathan said. It seemed like Peter's disguise had worked and they had bought Logan's plan. Quinn didn't quite know how he did it, but he knew it was something only he could do. With the tension now gone, it really did seem like their group finally had no more problems to deal with. There was still the matter with Duke, but now with Peter gone there was no direction. They would just have to wait for him to make his next move against Vorden and to slip up somewhere. It was late that night, and the others had left the room to go to sleep. Just before they left the room, Fex had spotted something on Logan's workbench. It was the square-shaped portable teleporter. While the others were busy saying their goodbyes and having a friendly chat with each other, Fex decided to move closer to have a look. The workbench wasn't your usual type of workbench. There were several tools designed there just for Logan's use. There were even several computer screens just above the workbench. Right now it looked like he had the square teleport device hooked up via some cables leading upward to the computer screen. On the screen above was a random list of numbers, spanning long rows and rows of different sequence of numbers. The machine was going through different sequences at an alarming rate, and each time, the number would blink red and go on to the next sequence. He can't be trying to crack the thing, can he? I thought these things were meant to be unbreakable. But Fex wasn't so naive. Perhaps the vampires thought the devices were pretty secure, but after witnessing what Logan was able to do time and time again, he thought maybe there was the chance Logan would be able to crack the code. This is bad, Fex thought. The square portable teleporters were different from the round ones the Earthlings used. They were a lot more advanced. The circular teleporters were set to go to one destination only, while the square ones worked more like a teleport station. An access code needed to be put in, and depending on which access code was used, it would teleport you to the correct station. This was how Fex was able to arrive on Earth, through a similar type of teleporter. The problem was there being two types of square teleporters with each slightly different in design. On the top, where the code was to be inputted, it could either be green or red. Green meant it was able to be used to travel to any teleport station. This included the ones on other planets, not just Earth. The one inside of Logan's room had a red panel on top. Similar to the circle portals, they had one destination, and one destination only. It was back to the place where Fex had come from. He had realized this before, but thought nothing much of it, because without the access code, Logan would never be able to use the teleporter. But looking at the screen, Fex didn't know when, but soon he would have access to the teleporter. Chapter 223, A New Team. As everyone walked off and headed back to their rooms, Fex managed to pull Quinn to the side just before they were about to part ways. After all, Fex and Quinn's rooms were on the opposite ends of the hall. Just a little warning to you, Quinn. The device that Logan had been tinkering around with on his workbench, it's a portal leading back home. If he discovers the access code and where it goes to, you need to do everything you can to stop him. Otherwise, the two of us will be found out and we will be in big trouble. Finished with what he wanted to say, Fex quickly left Quinn before he could even ask any questions. What was that all about? Quinn murmured. He then decided to think carefully about the words Fex had said. The device on his workbench was the teleportation device that had been created by Richard Eno. Quinn knew of this fact only thanks to the system's inspect skill, and then later had informed Logan. By home, there could only be one place Fex was talking about. It was where the vampires came from, still unsure whether or not that was somewhere on Earth or another planet. But most likely, from the hints given out so far, it seems like it's somewhere along the way between when the system's creator was a vampire and the vampires now. They had moved from the Earth and relocated to another planet, or at least a place hidden from the human eye. He understood that if Logan was to figure it out, he needed to stop him. The only thing Quinn didn't understand was why Fex seemed so concerned. If Logan was to travel through the portal, why would he get in trouble? It started to make Quinn think of his first meeting with Fex. He mentioned something along the lines that he wasn't meant to be here. Is that the reason why Fex hadn't acted against Quinn? If he was to be found out, then he would be in trouble as well. And based on what he said just now, he had basically confirmed it. If this was all true, then Quinn didn't need to worry about Fex. If what you are thinking is along those lines, then I'm afraid the situation is worse, the system said. Based on the boy's young age and at the same time his great skill, it would be wise to assume he holds a high position in one of the vampire families. If he is not here on orders, then they will send others on his trail to retrieve him. We need to be careful. All of this meant one thing. It was another reminder for Quinn to get stronger and be quick in doing so. The next day, the first-year students were called into the assembly hall for a meeting once again. It was a little bit of a surprise, but they assumed it either had something to do with the next portal outing that was to be held this weekend, or the inter-military base event in a couple of weeks. As Vorden lined up next to Quinn, the two of them looked around the room and eventually spotted Peter. Peter had been asked whether he wanted a break before joining the school again, and they even asked him if he wanted to take part in the next outing. They had expected him to say no, but to their surprise, Peter had insisted to be taken on board, claiming that he wanted to get more experience as soon as possible in order to prevent such a thing happening to him again. The real reason, though, was because Quinn had asked him to. It was important for Quinn to keep Peter as close as possible to him. While Vorden was looking around the room, his eyes had managed to catch the female student CIA. She was standing right by Layla, which was expected since the two of them were roommates. Vorden started thinking back at the girl's strange words, and just then the two of their eyes met. CIA noticed this and blew over a kiss towards Vorden. Seeing this, Vorden quickly turned away. What is wrong with that girl? No class at all, nothing like Erin. Vorden quietly complained. You prefer that lame ice girl to her? What is wrong with you? Ratton said. Onto the stage walked Nathan. It was the first time many of the first-year students had seen him. Usually a general would hardly ever talk to the students unless it was something important which made the students fidget and slightly worry. Okay, I'm not one for speeches, so let's get to the point, Nathan said. The portal outing on the weekend. I'm here to tell you all it won't be like usual. This year the military has decided to expand their operation and get more aggressive in planetary explorations. Nathan explained. So what does that mean for you guys? Well, instead of the normal green portal, you guys get to jump ahead and explore an orange portal instead. Hearing the news, the students suddenly broke into gossip. An orange portal this soon? I thought they only did that with the second years. What if we run into high-level beasts? Why would they do this to us, especially after the Dalki attack? Silence! Nathan shouted as he slammed his fist down onto the podium. Nathan rarely got angry, but he knew he had to calm down the crowd before it got out of control. The other factor was he really didn't think this was the right decision. It was too early for them, and they could seriously hurt themselves, but his boss Paul had ordered it, and he had to follow. Worry not, for there will be 2 sergeants sent out with you on this journey. Leo, head of the beast weapon class, and Faye, These are two of our strongest generals, so even if you do run into high-level beasts, they should be able to help you. I will now let Faye explain how the portal outing will work for all of you." Faye then took over and walked to the podium. By the time she had arrived, Nathan had already left the hall. He had already done everything he needed to do. An orange portal outing is different from the green portal outing you did before. The green outing is focused on competition between each group, but the orange outings focus on working together. Each class will travel together in groups of 50. The main goal is exploration. Portal planets have yet to be fully explored. Each class will head in a different direction, but we shall remain close to each other. You will remain in your teams of 5 while traveling in the larger group of 50. Each team will be given a certain device that would be used to survey the land and map out the terrain. The data recorded will be used to automatically create a world map and other maps for future use on the planet. More details will be explained once the devices have been given to you. It will also go into depth about how points will be distributed per each team. For those of you who lost members on the last trip and a few new faces, please fill into those groups lacking members. If all teams are filled, please come to me. I will randomly assign you to a group. Please do this now," Faye commanded. The hall of students quickly shifted around with everyone getting into the same groups they were in before. Quinn, Vorden and Layla remained in one group. Technically, Peter and Erin had left their group, so there were 2 spaces left vacant. Peter, now known as Pio, had decided to come over to join Quinn's group. This had been the plan all along. "So, what do we do about the 5th person?" Vorden inquired. As Quinn looked around the room, he noticed once again that Fex was all on his own. During his time at school, he really hadn't spent time with anyone else other than Quinn and the others. And due to the low level indicated on his watch, the other teams that were lacking in people totally avoided eye contact with him. Seeing this, Quinn shouted, "Fex, come join us over here. Chapter 224 in addition." Some of the others thought that what Quinn was trying to do wasn't the right move. They were sure that Fex was hiding something, but at the same time they weren't surprised. Recently Quinn and Fex had been hanging out with each other more often, so an occurrence as such was expected. "Perhaps this is an instance of keeping your friends close but your enemies closer," Vorden said as quietly as possible. Right now he was standing next to Layla. Thus he had said those words loud enough just for her to hear, even slightly leaning his body towards her ear. As Layla looked up, she could see Vorden staring down at her. After meeting his gaze, she knew that the comment was being directed at her. There was the urge inside her to retaliate and say something back, but after their last conversation she just felt defeated. All of a sudden, Fex came rushing over towards the others. The group didn't really know what to say. They hadn't. T really attempted to make much conversation with him because they were afraid they might say something that would give Quinn away. After all, they were aware of the awkward situation he was in, so they would just allow Quinn to deal with it. "I guess you guys realized how lame your group is," Fex said. His tone indicated that he was proud of himself. "So you immediately needed me to boost it up a level. Well, if you really insist." Upon hearing that, an awkward smile made its way to Quinn's face. He merely wanted to be close to Fex, hoping he could eventually learn more about the vampire world. After what happened on the last portal outing, he became incredibly worried. Although Quinn had gotten stronger, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with the weakest of the Dalki. Also, he couldn't imagine how powerful the vampires who were coming after Fex would be. Accordingly, one thing was simple: he needed to get stronger faster. There were only 2 days left before the next portal outing. As he thought about ways to boost his strength, there were a few things that came into his mind. 1. He still hadn't studied with the new tutorial videos that had been unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Adding more variety to his attack skills would always come in handy. Another way for Quinn to get stronger was to obtain more skill points. There were several shadow skills he had yet to unlock. However, to get stat points, he needed to level up his current shadow abilities. And the final way to get stronger was to increase his stats. He could either level up, but the amount of EXP required for the next level up would increase significantly. By just playing the game, he wouldn't be able to make a measly dent on it. He could go around challenging random people. Nevertheless, while the others thought he was a level 1, and with the school on alert, that wouldn't be in the list of his best ideas. Still, there was another way that he could utilize to increase his stats and strength. It was entirely unique to him, and that was by obtaining the blood of as many different people as possible. When Quinn saw how useful Fex's charm ability was, he felt like there might be a way for him to quickly do this. However, when he had tried this method on a few students as he passed the halls, it was unsuccessful for the most part. To the few that they were successful on, could only remove their memory, yet was unable to command them to move. This meant that it wasn't much use unless he could find a student that would fit the criteria of the skill. If he wanted to go through with this plan, he would need more stat points in his charm skill, which just led him back to the original problem. Are there any other ways to get blood? As Quinn thought about this, the image of the city hospital suddenly popped into his head again. Still, he would have a problem with the cameras. For now, he would just have to focus on upgrading his shadow abilities along with learning the tutorial videos. While everyone was huddled up in their groups, there seemed to be 3 stray students that had walked up to the front of the assembly hall, going straight to stand by Faye's side. As she looked into the crowd of people, she started to look at each of the groups. Every single one of them was already filled with 5 people. "You over there," Faye said, pointing to one student, and then to the next from another group. "You there, and you—" She surveyed the room one more time, and her eye had managed to capture Vorden, who's just at the back. Faye had seen his face on documents more times than she would have liked, so she decided to let his group deal with the remaining student. "And you? You can head to those at the back?" she said. The others were too preoccupied with their conversations, busy talking about what they might expect to find in an orange portal planet. Phil was the one with the most knowledge in the group, and he was saying how it varied from place to place. The orange portal was in the midst of 2 stages. Once the whole planet had been explored, they would use the information that they had gathered to update its status to green or red, although it was usually a task that would take a few months to accomplish, so it was unlikely they would be able to get much done. Just then a voice echoed loudly within the hall. "Hello?" Chia said as she entered the circle. She then turned her head towards Vorden and started to wave her hand in front of the young man's face. "You," Vorden replied, shocked that he saw CIA. "What are you doing here? Look, I'm not interested." "Well, that's a shame, but it looks like you're stuck with me." She proceeded to glance at Layla and gave her a wave too. Meanwhile, Quinn became curious about what was happening, so he decided to inquire, "What do you mean?" "Sergeant Faye has asked me to join your team before. Well, it turns out that 3 of them were part of Pure, so the 2 of us had no other groups to go to. That is the reason why Faye told me to go with you guys," CIA explained. This was unexpected and a little bit annoying, Quinn thought, as he prevented his emotion from showing. Right now, everyone in their team knew of each other's abilities. However, CIA knew nothing. She didn't know that Layla was part of Pure, Quinn and Fex were a vampire, and Peter's identity. If she was to join the team, it would only slow them down. CIA then looked at each of the members. "So I'm already acquainted with the hottie and puppy eyes over there," she said, referring to both Vorden and Layla. "But what about the rest of you?" She gave them an intent stare, and it seemed like they were a very strange bunch, for they, latterly, she pointed at each one of them as she continued to provide them nicknames. "Average Joe over there," pointing to Quinn, "Dead Eyes," pointing to Peter. When she got to Fex, she paused slightly, as of the moment he had turned on his charm and was trying to draw her in as much as possible. First impressions were always important to him, and he wanted to make a good one. "Go on then," Fex said. "Compliment me on my good looks. Arrogant young master type," she said. This surprised Fex greatly. Although his charm might have not completely persuaded her, it should have had some effect, though it seemed there was none. CIA looked defeated and appeared like she didn't want to be in the group at all, not realizing that they felt the same way, especially after her words. "Well, we better get to introducing everyone then. If we have to work as a team, I guess the first thing we need to know about is everyone's abilities, right?" CIA asked. Chapter 225, Support Abilities, rose. Everyone in the circle was a bit hesitant to answer. After all, it was an awkward question due to it being quite personal. It was as if you're revealing your weakness to another person. However, at the same time, it should be a given to know your teammates' abilities. Although the main problem was that the school still didn't know about Quinn's ability. As for Peter, they assumed that he still had his duplication ability, the one that he most recently copied from someone else. "I don't have an ability." Quinn quickly answered, all the while he lifted up his wristwatch to show CIA that he was a level 1. After seeing this, she quickly ignored him and moved on to the next person. Quinn was fine with this, since this expedition would be quite different. The whole class would be traveling together for the Orange Portal expedition. Thus, he would have to hide his abilities to the rest of the class. Hiding them from one more person wouldn't hurt. "I already know Layla's, and most people learnt about that pretty boy after the event with the second years in the assembly hall. That means I just need to know yours," CIA said as she looked towards Peter. Peter then gave CIA a rather uncordial glance, since he wasn't in a great mood. What annoyed him wasn't CIA's attitude towards him, but her disregard for Quinn, his master. "I can show you firsthand if you want," Peter said, raising his fist. "Peter." Quinn snapped, so Peter immediately put his fist down and went back to his master's side. "What the hell was that all about?" CIA asked in bewilderment. She knew her teasing could piss off some people at times. Hence, because of this, she was usually quite cold at gauging people's snapping points and when to stop. Still, Peter's outburst seemed a little abrupt to her. "Don't you think you should tell us your ability first before asking for ours?" Vorden questioned. "Well, my ability will be a little hard to explain, so why don't I just show you?" Sia looked at all the people in the group. At first, she would have tried using her ability against Peter. However, judging by how he acted, she didn't want to do that now. Out of all the people in the group, there seemed to be one target that stood out as the weakest. As Sia lifted her hand, smoke gradually appeared on top of her palms. The smoke was colored in the shade of blue that the skies had. It started to form a certain shape, its body was, similarly hued to the smoke. After a brief window, a pointed blade emerged on one end of the fully formed thin rod. The final product was a short spear spanning half of CIA's height, made of animate smoke. Without warning, she looked towards her target and threw the spear. It flew through the air and managed to hit Quinn dead in the chest. The spear had permeated his body, a part of it protruding on his back. The others couldn't believe that Quinn had just been attacked right in front of their eyes. "Quinn!" Layla shouted. "Are you okay?" When the spear had made contact with Quinn, he felt no pain. Although he could feel the object piercing him, it didn't seem to have inflicted any physical damages, no bruises, scratches, or holes where blood could trickle. Still and all, there was definitely an effect. Part of his energy felt like it was being absorbed by the weapon. It was a similar feeling of when he was out in the sun, only a lot weaker. Finally, the notification sound was heard. "Ding! You have been affected by Spirit Spear. All stats have been reduced by 10%. The sensation that Quinn had was just confirmed by the system message. Peter was outraged, having the urge to lash out at CIA, but suddenly he could feel an immense amount of pressure burning the side of his body. It was Quinn. "What did you do to me?" Quinn said, his anger evident in his voice that became a bit deeper. The others had never seen Quinn like this before, so they were stunned. Meanwhile, filled with rage, Quinn started to walk towards CIA. Right now, Quinn was unsure what CIA's skill was. All he knew was it had reduced his stats by 10%. If this was a permanent effect, then he would have lost a lot of hard work. Is this guy really a level 1? CIA thought as she looked into the anger that was swimming in Quinn's eyes. She wasn't sure if she imagined it or not, but she thought she could see. The color of his eyes slowly starting to turn red. "Hey Quinn, relax," Feck said as he jumped in between the two of them before Quinn could even act. He then leaned forward and whispered to Quinn, making sure his body and head was blocking CIA from seeing him. "Quinn, your eyes, they're red. You need to control your anger and calm down," Fex advised. However, as Quinn thought about how hard he had worked to gather those stat points, and them going away just like that, his anger started to boil again. Spirit Spear has worn off. Stats have returned to normal. The spear that impaled his chest slowly dissipated into thin air, and the energy seemed to return to his body. At the same time, his mind was suddenly cleared along with his anger. "Hey, did you really think I would hurt you in front of all these teachers and students? It looks like I've joined a team of crazy people." CIA complained. "A support ability?" Vorden said. CIA simply nodded as a response to Vorden's query. The reason Vorden hadn't reacted the same way as the others were was because he had seen this type of ability before. "I'm guessing that it's the Spirit Drain ability. Am I correct?" Vorden inquired further. "It allows the user to form spirit weapons in their mind. When this spirit hits its target, it can either act as a buff or debuff. There are different types of spirit abilities. If this is Spirit Drain, then this acts a debuff on the user. I don't know the finer details about it, though." "Thank you," CIA said. "I knew someone on the team would have a brain. Like you said, my ability when it hits, it is able to debuff the target for 5 seconds and then the effect wears off. The good thing about it is that the spears can also stack up. In that time frame, the more spears impaled into the target's body, the heavier the debuff. Because I'm only a level 3, though, the amount of time the spear lasts is only 3 seconds, and the distance I can throw the spear is quite short. The others didn't want to admit it, but having CIA in the team would be a great addition. Support-type abilities were greatly sought after. The problem was that they were also very unpopular. Usually, support abilities required one to work with a team. Without them, they were pretty much useless. CIA's spears didn't inflict much damage to its target. It would only drain their energy and stats, meaning while she was using her spears, it would be best if someone else dealt with the target. For this reason, many people tend to overlook this ability whenever they're about to pick, since it was hard to be defenseless in a battlefield. Although there were the plus sides, if one was to select a support ability, it meant that they would easily be able to join a faction in the future. Anyway, it looks like this group won't amount to much. CIA uttered. "So why don't we just meet up on the day of the portal outing? There's no point training together within the 2 days left prior to the expedition." But, ahead of arguing her case, Quinn interrupted Layla's speech. "I agree. Why don't we all do our own thing before the portal outing? It's been a tiring week, and I think some of us can do with some rest, Quinn said. Before the others could even say anything, CIA was already walking off. The assembly had ended and students were told that until the portal outing, they would have the next 2 days off. This was to make up for the weekend that they would, most often than not, utilize to rest. The idea was also to allow the students to focus on teamwork. It was a free period still. The teachers encouraged the students to ask them for help and guidance. Nevertheless, Quinn had his own ideas and plans ahead of the expedition. While everyone was busy doing their own business, Quinn had arrived at the VR gaming room. With the nanostick that had been given to him, he no longer needed to bug Logan. Accordingly, he headed to his room in order to use the private servers. Now, let's see what you got. Tutorial video for skill Phantom Hit has begun. Chapter 2 to 26. Phantom Punch. The VR room was the best place to practice, and now that he also had access to Logan's private server, it meant Quinn could also practice his shadow abilities freely, if there was no way for him to get blood at the moment. Then that meant he would just have to focus on learning more skills. The first thing Quinn was going to do was have a look at the new tutorial video he had unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Phantom Punch Tutorial was the name of the video. It made sense that the new skill was somehow related to a punch, since the vampire martial art mainly focused on using hands. "Hello there," the blonde man in a cheery voice said in the video. Once again, the blonde man was in a martial arts hall with wooden floors and such. Quinn started to think about just where the place was located. Was it on Earth, like the System Al said, or maybe another place? Still, the mystery also remained just who this blonde man was. If only Quinn was able to trust Fex enough. He would try to find a way to show what the blonde man looked like to Fex. Maybe he would have an answer. "It seems you are progressing quite well. Unfortunately, my talents never really seemed to fit in well with the vampire martial arts, and I thought you two might stray from this path. But just in case I decided to include this video, if the user ever decided to learn it. In my opinion, this is one of the most useful skills to have. But just a little warning, this skill seems to work better with beings with a high level of intelligence, namely humanoid creatures. When testing this against a beast, it has little to no effect." Sharing this disappointed Quinn a little. He was just about to go on an orange portal outing, where there were plenty of beasts. Still, the skill would be useful. Dalki, vampires, and humans all fell into the humanoid category, and lately it seemed like Quinn was going to be attacked by them a lot more than beasts these days. To perform this skill based on the system stats, you will need at least 15 points of agility and 10 points of charm. These are the minimum requirements. Now, as you increase your points into charm and agility, this skill will work even better. This is a skill that, instead of evolving by using it more and more, it evolves with your stats. This sounded a little confusing at first, but Quinn felt like he understood. After using the blood swipe multiple times, it had eventually evolved. This was the same with blood spray, and also the shadow skills. It seemed like whatever skills were related to the charm stat would evolve or become more powerful as the stat related was increased, such as his daze and influence skills. "This skill will be a tricky one to show, so you will have to listen to my explanation very carefully," the blonde man said. The man then brought out a human mannequin that appeared to be made of foam. He blasted out, throwing his fist, just touching the mannequin ever so slightly. The set of moves and punches he had used were the same that he and Fex had learnt. "Now I'm going to chat a little bit just for the video and show you how the skill would look." The blonde man took a deep breath, and then suddenly threw out a punch lightning fast. It was a perfect hit. Bang! The sound of the impact was heard, but when looking at the video, there was no such mark on the mannequin head. When taking a closer look, instead of a marking on the head, there was a fist mark on the body instead. But I was sure I saw him aim for the head. When did he hit the body? Quinn thought. As I said before, this is just a demonstration of what the skill looks like, and not me actually using the skill. This is the Phantom Punch. While in a fight, you will aim your punch in a certain direction to start. Before the first movement is made, your charm skill will take slight control of the user's mind. To them, an image will appear and make it look like the punch has continued heading in the initial direction. But in actual fact, this will be a phantom punch. While the user is dodging or trying to block it, the real blow will come from somewhere else. This skill works even better if you have high enough agility. You will be able to perform several phantom punches at once, confusing your opponent. But be careful, just like with daze, it has a chance of not working well. This is why I recommend you increase your charm points when possible. What I just did was not the real phantom punch. Instead, I decided to just change the direction of my punch at such a speed that the video was unable to capture it. I'm pretty amazing, right? After hearing this line, it reminded Quinn a little bit of Fex. He was starting to think whether all vampires were really like this, arrogant and big-headed. The phantom punch can only be used against real opponents, so there is no way for me to show just you through the video. After the initial video explanation was over, as usual, there were a few more videos which broke down the action slowly bit by bit. Quinn began to watch the videos. The first video explained the feeling when using the charm ability on your opponent. He explained it saying it should feel similar to when Quinn would use the daze skill. He should gather that feeling again and try to focus it through his eyes. Then, using his strong will and the image in his head, he would be able to project a fist outward. This, in turn, would allow the opponent to see the same thing. The next set of videos explained the hard part. It was combining the two together. After hearing the explanation, Quinn didn't think it would be too hard, but just practicing it, not using it against an opponent, he found out it was extremely difficult. It was similar to someone learning the piano. One part of the brain needed to focus and do a certain action, while the other part needed to do a different action. The problem was, it was the same arm that was meant to be doing the action. If he projected thoughts to target the head, and tried punching below, as soon as he thought too much about hitting the head, his fist would automatically hit upward. Still, Quinn wasn't the type to give up. If there was one thing he was good at, it was the fact that he was able to repeat an action again and again. He never got bored of doing the same thing over. As he repeated the move several times, he slowly started to be able to separate his thoughts and actions into two separate things. He had now lost count of how many punches he had performed. The good thing, though, was he didn't feel tired at all because of the game. However, it did have a huge impact on his mind. He didn't know whether it was because he was in the game or trying to split his thought into two, but he would often get headaches as he pictured himself using the charm ability and forcing the energy outward from his eyes. Surprisingly, though, in the middle of him practicing, a notification screen popped up, and not one he was expecting. Your dedication has paid off. You have pushed your charm skill to the limit several times. Charm stat +1. Charm, 13%. It was the first time a stat point had increased without him leveling up or consuming blood. The system was clear that it was the fact that Quinn had continually pushed himself when trying to learn the skill. However, this was a bigger deal than he thought. Maybe there was another way to increase his stats. If the others worked in the same way, if Quinn went out and constantly ran until he tired himself out, would his stamina increase? And was this the same for other stats? What if he continually lifted weights? Would his strength increase as well? The only problem with this method would be, of course, time. It was a lot easier to take a blood sample of someone and increase his strength this way. In a situation like the one he was currently in now, where he couldn't do that, maybe it was a good idea to look into it. Quinn had done enough practice for now, and he felt like he had done as much as he could, and yet he still didn't have the skill in his system, like the flash step and hammer strike. There were certain combination skills that didn't appear in the system, like blood hammer and using blood swipe with his shadow, but he felt like because this was a skill being taught by the system, it would have shown up like the others before it. Right now, there was only one thing he could do. Just as the system had said, if he wanted to practice and learn how to use it, he would need to use it on a real opponent. Switching servers. Blood Evolver is online. Matchmaking in progress. Opponent found. Let's do this. Chapter 227, Perfecting a Skill. There were quite a lot of people in the world that had an interest in technologies. If one could not make it in the world using their abilities, the only real avenue and sector that had a lot of potential that anyone with enough effort and determination could tap into was the realm of research and technology. There were myriads of abilities that could help you work better in this field, but nothing could compare to the greatness of the human mind when it came to creative thinking, engineering, which led to the creation of these fields. Unfortunately for Nate, he was not one of these people, but knew quite a lot of people that knew something about the field. Nate had gotten one of these said people to set up a system where whenever the Blood Evolver was online, he would be pinged on the school's watch. Recently, he had also added the new user Zombie P to that list as well. He was unable to see the person's game last time, but now he didn't want to miss out on them. While Nate was relaxing with his best friend Sam as usual, he received a ping. Immediately, with no questions asked, Nate started to head off towards the capsule. Right now, both he and Sam were watching their favorite contender. "Hey, I think you're starting to border on being obsessed with this guy," Sam said in a concerning voice. "It's just this person's growth never seems to slow down. I've grown myself over time, but I'm just wondering where his limits are," Nate explained. Quinn had been matched up with another level 4 user, but unlike the ones he fought against previously. This user was also wearing beast gear around his chest. Since the first expedition had already happened with each of the military bases, it was expected that players of the game would now more likely have at least some level of beast gear. The match had begun, and Quinn did his usual routine of rushing forward and fighting head-on. Oftentimes, he would be the aggressor in fights, causing the enemy to slightly panic in the middle of the battle, and this time was no different. Seeing a target running towards him, the users paced both of his hands together and shoot out a hydro pump of water. The stream of water was strong and fast, but still, due to the distance, Quinn could easily avoid it, but instead of outright avoiding the attack, he waited till the last second and preformed the flash step to avoid the attack. The water user, seeing this, changed his attack slightly. Instead of a large stream of powerful water, he decided to shoot out smaller, fast streams of water that came out like bullets. Once again, though, Quinn used the flash step to avoid the next set of shots. Quinn only had enough stamina to perform 3 flash steps in one game, so he had already used up over half his strength and his body was tired. Still, he continued moving, and then before the user could use his water bullets again, Quinn preformed his 3rd flash step, appearing behind the user. As he turned his head around, Quinn made sure to look at him in the eyes, just as the video tutorial had said. He activated his charm the same way when he used the daze skill. Now all he needed to do was project the thought strongly, using his mind of aiming to punch the head, while the real punch would come from below. Everything was going perfect so far, and he could really imagine hitting the person in the head. Then his fist made contact, but instead of receiving feedback from hitting the body, the punch had been blocked with the other user's hand, which was guarding his face. No, I thought I did it perfectly. Why did my attack go for the head? Quinn thought. Quinn had thought he had perfected the phantom punch already, but using it with no opponent, and using it against a real opponent were two different things. With the pressure to perform perfectly, and with the enemy standing in front of him, his concentration lagged at some point, so his attack failed. With one of his other hands, the water user blasted a stream, hitting Quinn right in the stomach and sending him onto the floor. Due to his usage of flash step multiple times in the fight, he was tired, and his movements were a little sluggish. It also seemed like the beast equipment had given his opponent some extra strength. A blow from Quinn was more powerful than from a normal person, yet he was able to block it perfectly. Quickly getting up from the floor, Quinn tried to attack again, but unfortunately, the result was the same, and Quinn ended up on the floor once more. "What is he doing?" Nate said. "Why isn't he using his red aura skills? Or the hammer strike? Why did he waste all his energy using that fancy footwork at the beginning? Even then, why a punch to the head without using any feints or tricks to confuse the enemy?" Nate was thoroughly confused as to why the person he had watched improving each time he played a match and fought against someone had seemingly no progress at all in this fight. In fact, he seemed to be suffering a setback. Eventually the match had ended, and Quinn had unsurprisingly lost. Nate was speechless. He thought he was the only person who had beaten the Blood Evolver before, and the one he knew now was a lot stronger than before. Nate wanted him to remain undefeated until their rematch. If the Blood Evolver had lost in a grand duel or something, he wouldn't be so upset, but he had lost against a simple level 4 water user. During the match, though, just like when Quinn was practicing, he felt like he had felt something nearing the end of the battle. Matchmaking is in progress. Once again, Quinn went into the next match. Nate stayed and watched carefully, but it seemed to be nearly an exact copy of the last game. After watching 4 matches, the Blood Evolver had lost 4 times in a row. Nate wasn't the only one who had been watching Quinn's matches. There were a few others who had become fans as well, and they were nearly just as disappointed as him with the results they were seeing right now. "Does this mean that he was really just a hacker?" a spectator said. "I guess so. They probably patched the game so he can't use his red aura skills anymore. Without them, it's clear that he's just average when it comes to hand-to-hand combat." Another one commented. This was the logical conclusion the others had come to. No one would usually lose a match without giving it everything they got, and in the last 4 games, Quinn didn't use a single skill other than the flash step and the failed phantom punch. "Come on, Nate, let's go. We need to practice, man. We're just wasting time here," Sam said. "You go ahead. I'll catch up and head offline when he goes offline." Sam could see the disappointment on Nate's face. It was as if he had just watched his favorite superhero lose to a villain in a fight. The only thing he could do now was to give him some space. After losing 5 matches in a row, the only person that kept on watching Blood Evolver's matches was Nate. He didn't know why, but he felt that there has to be a reason for all the strange actions that Blood Evolver did in the past matches. The reason for his thinking was the fact that Quinn had lost every game doing the same thing. Only an idiot would do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Even if he was now unable to use the red aura anymore, it didn't make any sense. As the next match started, Quinn now looked more confident than he did before. He knew he was incredibly close. His opponent was a female. The ability for now was unknown, as the inspect skill didn't work in-game. Quinn rushed forward as usual, but this time no attacks were aimed at him. When this happened, it usually meant the person he was going up against had a transformation or hardening ability, the perfect opponent for the phantom strike. Quinn lifted his fist and aimed for the woman's head. As she saw the punch, a large spike appeared from her face. If Quinn was to carry on moving forward, then the spike would go right through his hand. She could see the punch continuing forward and going through the spike. A smile appeared on her face, but suddenly she felt pain on her stomach as she keeled over. Phantom punch skill successfully learned. The fist hadn't hit her head but struck her stomach instead. This time, Quinn went for a blow to the stomach. A spike was formed where the punch would make contact, but then sharp pain assaulted the woman on the side of her head. Quinn continued using the phantom punch in this fashion, successfully landing hit after hit, while on the outside Nate, who was watching the entire thing, was deeply confused. All he could see was Quinn's opponent, forming spikes and blocking the attacks in the wrong places. It was clear where the punches were coming from, so why was she constantly blocking in the wrong place? The match had finally ended, and Quinn had been declared the winner, but Nate was still none the wiser. However, after watching the blood Evolver's next 3 games, and each one of them coming out in a victory in the same fashion, goosebumps started to appear all over his body. The hairs on his forearms were now standing up. He still didn't understand what was going on, but it was painfully obvious that all of these was done on purpose. Who is this monster? Chapter 220, The Shadow. Once the system had confirmed to Quinn that he had learned Phantom Punch, everything got a lot easier from then onwards. Instead of concentrating on the feeling like he did before, now all he had to do was think about the skill, and his mind would automatically do the work for him. It was one of the other perks of having the system. No longer would he fail sometimes when trying to create the punch. It would now work 100% of the time. This was the same as when he learnt the crescent blood kick as well. This didn't mean it would work successfully on his opponent 100% of the time, though. It was just that he was now able to perform the skill successfully every time. In the next matches, Quinn played while using the skill. He had learnt quite a bit about how the skill worked. Just like the system had said, there were some opponents the skill was less effective against. Quinn couldn't figure out why, as it didn't. T seemed to be linked with the user's ability level. Most likely it was more to do with their mental ability. For some of the opponents he faced, it seemed like they were only partly tricked. On their end, they would see the phantom punch, but it would disappear before it would make contact. While for those with weaker minds, it felt like they could actually feel the phantom punch hitting them. Still, even a slight phantom image gave Quinn a huge advantage. The constant use of the punches on top of his speed made his opponents feel like they were fighting against someone with extra hands. He now understood why the blonde man had said the skill would improve, as he improved both his agility stat, along with his charm stat. 180-400 CXP. After defeating the 5 opponents, Quinn had obtained 10 experience points from each of them. It wasn't his goal, but a bonus along the way of learning the new skill. He also continued to get the 10 points for completing his daily quests, drinking the 2 liters of water daily along with avoiding the sun for 8 hours. But still, out of everything so far, the quickest way to level up was defeating beasts. Quinn would definitely need to use this to his advantage when fighting on the other planet. There was also the chance for him to level up even quicker, since the system had stated that when fighting along with Peter, he would gain the experience of Peter's kills as well. With the hours of practice and the many matches Quinn had played, he didn't realize the time, and the VR pod machines had been shut off. They usually turned off an hour before the curfew time, and the disconnection of him from the game was a clear sign. As Quinn headed back to his room, and with 1 day remaining before the portal outing, he started to think what would be the next best step on trying to get stronger. In his mind, Quinn split up his skills into 4 different categories. He had his blood abilities, such as blood swipe, blood spray, blood bank, and so on. These skills could be upgraded by using them multiple times. He then had his charm skills, daze, influence, and now phantom punch. I counted was his fighting skills, such as flash step, hammer strike, as well as blood hammer and phantom punch, although the last 2 skills were a combination of the other sections. Finally, though, were his ability skills, the shadow skills. After looking at all his different skills, Quinn decided to focus on the shadow skills. There were currently still 4 shadow skills grayed out in the system that required him to use skill points to unlock. The only way Quinn knew of to get skill points was to upgrade the level of his current shadow skills. To do this, it worked the same way as his blood skills. The more he used them, eventually it would level up. This was the best option for Quinn while in the game. The next day had arrived, and as the group agreed, everyone was currently doing their own thing. Everyone was kind of pleased that they had decided to do this. At first, Quinn was a little bit worried about Peter, but when he asked what Peter was planning to do, Peter was already heading off to Logan's room with a bunch of sandwiches held in his arms. It seemed like the two were getting on well enough that Quinn no longer needed to use his blood. While heading to the game room, he noticed Fex had decided to come along as well. There wasn't much for him to do in the game after all. When Quinn entered the game, he decided to watch a couple of Fex's matches. It came to surprise that Fex seemed was playing online rather than using the private server, because just like Quinn, they were both unable to use tier abilities inside the game. After watching a couple of games, he could see that Fex was able to beat his opponents without using his blood skills or string abilities. He purely used his body and martial arts to overpower his opponents. During the second match, Fex had met someone quite skillfully, and for the second time, Quinn had seen him use an improvement of the martial arts that were taught to him. The first time was during the match against Leo. Seeing this just reminded Quinn again that he needed to get stronger. Quinn backed out of the game and joined the private server where he was able to use his shadow abilities freely. Shadow Void. The first thing Quinn activated was Shadow Void. Soon the room, instead of white, was now covered in purple shifting shadows above. Quinn planned to level up his level 1 shadow skills first. Since they were lower levels, they would take less use to level up. Currently, the shadow skills that were level 1 were Shadow Control and Shadow Void. For each level up of a skill, Quinn gained 10 stat points. Right now, he was aiming for the skill in his system that cost the most amount of skill points. The skill known as Shadow Eater, costing a total of 50 points. He repeated the process of activating the skills as many times as he could, and due to it being in the game and the lobby, he didn't run out of MC points. Eventually, Shadow Void leveled up to level 2. Quinn could now decide how big the Shadow Void created was, and depending on its size, it would either cost far more or far fewer points. The other skills that leveled up were his Shadow Cloak, which was now level 3, along with his Shadow Equip, which was level 3 as well. The time used to cast these skills were incredibly fast, and it seemed like the Cloak skill now used more shadows to hide him, making it even harder for him to be seen by those with good perception. Unfortunately, the only skill that hadn't leveled up for him was his Shadow Control skill, the most useful and powerful skill in his arsenal. The skill allowed him to combine it with his Blood Swipe, as well as block incoming attacks, but it seemed like a skill that only had its use when used against an opponent, and, unfortunately, Quinn was unable to use the shadow abilities in the game. Here's some good news, though. When leveling up the skill from level 2 to level 3, the number of skill points given to him increased. Instead of 10 per level up, he was given 15, giving him a total of 30 skill points. But it still wasn't enough for him to unlock the skill Shadow Eater. The day had come to an end, and Quinn would just have to be satisfied with improving his current shadow skills and learning the Phantom Punch for now. Finally, the day had arrived. It was the weekend, and all the first-year students were told to gather inside the portal room once again. It was time to go through the orange portal. Chapter 229, Scanning for Points, were abiding their time inside the canteen. Every one of them was seated in their groups within their classes. Meanwhile, their respective homeroom teachers were standing at the end of the long table. On this expedition, each teacher would be traveling with their group of 50 students. 2 of the generals, Faye and Leo, would be taking charge of the expedition. Only they would be moving slightly ahead of the whole group. Soon the classes were called one by one into the portal room. Finally, Dell's class was called, so all of the students belonging in that group began to prepare their things ahead of going through the portal. Standing at the front was Dell. The portal glowing with orange light served to illuminate his figure. Although this time Dell looked different compared to his usual self. Usually when teaching a class, he would be wearing the standard uniform that the teachers wore. This time the uniform could hardly be seen beneath the beast gear clothing that he donned. The thing was, the armor he was wearing didn't look like beast gear at all and looked more like a mage outfit. From head to toe it looked like he was dressed in robes, but if inspected closer, certain accessories could be seen around his wrists and legs. Furthermore, instead of a weapon, a shield was mounted on his back. Before giving his speech to the students, he decided to survey the whole group. He could feel the sweat dripping from his forehead, thinking, I can't believe that the school is really doing this. Why do we homeroom teachers have to go along with them? These kids don't even know what could possibly be on the other end. If they did, they would be just as nervous as me. All these fearful thoughts were running through Dell's head. In the past, he had done an orange portal expedition. Because of that, he was aware that the results of the expedition could turn around for the worse. It was like flipping a coin. In some places, it would be a walk in the park, while other times it would feel like they had been sent to hell. For fear of being sent inside the portal once more, he elected to become a teacher, but it seemed as if fate was toying with him. Can every group present please raise their orange scanning devices? Dell said. His voice loudly resounded within the hall. As Dell asked, the representative of each group showed themselves. For Quinn's group, It was Peter. Once again, he was in charge of carrying the group's supplies, and this included the scanner. The only difference this time was that Peter actually had volunteered to help his master. It also made sense, since Peter was fairly sturdy and had a lot of strength. Here were advantages such as his unlimited stamina, so he wouldn't get exhausted that easy by carrying heavy objects. I will now explain and show you how the scanner works. I will only explain once, so listen up, Del said as he raised the scanner for everyone to see. The scanner is fairly simple to use. You will only need to point it at an object. You can see that on the screen you can select the area or item that you want to scan. Then, once you confirm, the scanner will do the rest for you. Simple, right? So remember, don't mess it up, Del said in a slightly annoyed voice. A single student raised their hand, but Del decided to completely ignore him as he continued on with his explanation. The scanner can be used to scan almost anything: buildings, beasts, plants, water, and so on and so forth. It will try its best to break down the information it has received and display it on the screen for you. Although, this is not the goal of the expedition. Del halted his speech, heaving a sigh before resuming. His irritation was starting to get the best of him. What you students need to do is look for things on the planet which have never been scanned before, and this includes beasts. In your teams, each newly scanned object will earn you points. If another team, or the item has been scanned before, you will receive no points. Now for the most important and very crucial part. There is quite a range on these scanners before engaging in combat. It will scan every beast that is within your vision. The most useful thing about these scanners are that, even if they have never seen a beast before, it will be able to tell you what level the beast is at. After the explanation with the scanners was over, Del went on to tell them how the expedition would work between the classes. Each class, together with their homeroom teacher, would be sent off in a certain area. When they reached their assigned space, the class would stay there for a while, allowing every one of the students to scan the area thoroughly. If they were to run into a beast with a tier higher than intermediate, they were advised to fall back and tell the teacher immediately. The homeroom teacher would then inform the generals, who would come to their aid as soon as physically possible. In total, there were 10 classes. Hence, Faye and Leo would stay in the center of these classes, so they could respond to each of their calls of distress as quickly as they could. As soon as Del's lecture was finished, the groups began making their final preparations. While Quinn was looking around, he noticed that Logan was already tinkering around with the scanner, no doubt making adjustments in the scanner's system. It wouldn't surprise Quinn if Logan was able to change the readings to allow his team to get the top score. All of a sudden, he felt a soft touch on his shoulder, interrupting his observations. "Hey, do you need one of these if we're going outside?" Vex said as he waved a strange object in front of Quinn. It looked like a flask made out of a silver metal. The only difference was that, on the facade of the flask, a skull that had 2 sharp fangs on the upper jaw was displayed. It was definitely a strange design for Quinn. Looking at it closely, Quinn realized that the design was utterly similar to the one that the book had, the one that had given him his powers. "What's that?" Quinn asked without really thinking about what he had just said. He was unsure whether this was common knowledge among the vampires or not. "This is a special flask that allows us to hold blood inside. If you used a normal flask, the blood would spoil in a matter of a few days. However, this one is specially used within the circle of vampires to keep blood fresh. Well, that is as long as it remained inside the flask. By the way, every vampire is given one." Vex explained. "If you're going to another planet with beasts as its main population, then it's best to bring one of these with you. We'll be gone for a week, and I don't want to be turning into a bloodsucker." After hearing those words, a specific memory came flooding back in Quinn's mind. It was related to the time when he did turn into a bloodsucker. Vex seemed to not rely on blood as much as Quinn. Perhaps it was because he was closer to the next evolution. But for Quinn, if he didn't receive blood within 2 days, he would turn into a bloodsucker. Thankfully, though, Quinn now had the blood bank. That, in a way, acted the same way as the flask. Still, even last time, Quinn had used up his blood bank in a fight, and eventually he was starving for blood. In this occasion, there were others to rely on. Though it was unlikely that their group would be split again, there was always the chance. But if vampires were required to carry around such a flask, was the blood bank also a unique skill amongst the system, one that other vampires didn't have? It had saved him so many times in the past. If Quinn could, he would have definitely tried leveling up as fast as he could, but after many battles, it still hadn't done. "So do you have a spare one of these?" Quinn asked as he eyed the flask. "Of course, that's why I came over. If you didn't have the basic ring, I didn't think you would have the flask either." Vex then pulled out a similarly styled flask from the inside of his shirt and handed it straight over to Quinn. After spending some time with Vex, Quinn really couldn't say that he was a bad guy, and he seemed to be growing on him. "Maybe during this trip I can finally ask about his shadow powers," Vex thought. Yet for some reason, while contemplating the matter, he felt guilt in his conscience and didn't really know why it was the case. Finally, Dale had begun to call each group into the portal. As usual, each member had to hold onto each other's shoulder as they passed through the portal. Quinn's group was called up and Vorden took the role of being in front. "I'll go behind the pretty boy." CIA insisted as she grabbed onto Vorden's shoulders. Behind her was Layla, and then Quinn, Fex and Peter at the back. The group took a step forward as they prepared for what's to come in their orange portal expedition. Chapter 230, A Jungle Out There. When going through the portal, the group made sure to hold on to the person in front of them tightly. Last time, it wouldn't have been so much of a big deal if they were to disconnect and let go. Although this might have caused them to split up, they were guaranteed to teleport somewhere safe in the shelter, but this time was different. Shelters were often incomplete, and sometimes not all of the spawn areas had been marked yet, so they could be chucked deep into beast territory and be all on their own. It felt in CIA's shoulders as Layla gripped on tightly, while CIA was starting to move her hands towards a certain place on Vorden's body. She inched closer and closer and went down lower. If they weren't in the middle of being warped, he would have turned around and pushed her. But even Vorden wasn't that cruel, and Rayton wasn't complaining about what was happening one bit. Finally, the distorted space was ending, and a white light could be seen up ahead. When the white light vanished, a bright light entered Tia's eyes, and they felt stunned. Their eyesight slowly started to return, and the first thing the group could see was green, lots and lots of green. More specific, giant green trees. "Please step aside to allow the other students to arrive." A loud pointed to his side. Just like last time, they had arrived in one of the areas that had been circled off. When looking at the person who had given them commands, he hardly looked any older than them. Most likely a recruit who had just graduated and decided to stay with the army. The group went over to where the man pointed, and it seemed there were other groups of students standing by the side waiting as well. There were also several soldiers checking and coordinating with them, making sure they stayed in place and didn't wander off. "It's a lot better organized than our last trip," Layla said. "Of course it would be," CIA replied. "A green portal planet is practically safe. You would have to be a moron to be killed on one of those, but here, an orange planet can be a huge risk, so they have to be extra careful." CIA's words had rubbed a lot of the group the wrong way. They had been involved in the Dalki attack, which was devastating to them, and was a deep scar still in Tia's minds. Although the students knew of what happened, they weren't informed on which group of students had encountered the Dalki. Many of them thought it was only Ben's group that had met them and died. While standing off to the side, Quinn was able to take a good look at the shelter they were in. The planet and the shelter itself were vastly different to the one before. First thing Quinn did was pop up his trusty umbrella to protect him from the sun, but this time it didn't do much to make him feel better. When looking around, all that could be seen was greeny. Giant trees, bushes, vines, and even plants that Quinn had never seen before. They were now in what Quinn would call a jungle. This was why Quinn's body still felt extremely sluggish. The place was humid, hot, and sticky, and it looked like he wasn't the only one being affected, as everyone around was sweating heavily as well. When looking at Peter, though, he seemed absolutely fine. At this point, he was thinking Peter might have gotten a better class than himself. But then he started to remember Peter digging into human flesh, and he was fine with just dinning on blood for now. The shelter itself was vastly different as well. In a way, it looked incomplete. Most of it seemed to be made from some type of wood and mud, although the architecture was impressive. They had managed to build upon the large trees, incorporating them into tire shelter. There were stiff large bridges made from wood, and spiraling staircases that would lead you from floor to floor and tree to tree. The ground floor where they were on was mostly empty, and only had certain areas that had been marked out for where the teleportation spots would take you. When looking upward, Quinn could see residential houses and some market shops, although nowhere near the amount compared to before. But the thing that surprised him the most was just how many residential houses there were in an orange portal like this one. Quinn was even able to see children playing on the bridges above. Layla could see the surprised look on Quinn's face. "This is one of the cheapest places for people to live in," Layla explained. "This is a Tier 5 city, so it doesn't have any walls to protect the citizens, and they're open for attack. The soldiers will do their best to protect them, but because this planet is still in the middle of exploration, Tier focuses aren't so much on the shelters themselves. The citizens aren't required to pay tax on an orange planet, so those who can't live on Earth and can't even make a living on a green portal planet end up here. Of course, red portal planets are just too dangerous in the first place, and only the strongest of military shelters and factions are able to survive Thea." When hearing about this from Layla, Quinn started to have strange thoughts. If it was true those that couldn't afford a place to live on Earth had no choice to be here, Then why didn't Quinn end up on one of these places like these kids? When his parents had died, a government official had come over and explained to him that they would look after him until he was 16 and provide him with an apartment. So why didn't these kids get the same type of treatment? Now that he thought about it further, it was also strange when he had received the book that gave him his vampire abilities at age 10. They were so keen on trying to keep things for themselves, so why did they allow Quinn to have the book? At first he thought it was because the book was useless, but now he was starting to have second thoughts about the whole thing. When thinking back, he really didn't know his parents all that well, and they didn't leave much behind other than the book. How did they even get the book in the first place? System. Do you know how my parents obtained the book? Quinn asked. I'm afraid I'm not able to answer that question for you at this time, but in the future, if the right moment occurs, I will be able to answer you. It seemed like there really was a link between Quinn's parents and the book after all. However, the system wasn't willing to share this information with him. Not until he unlocked a certain condition, as it explained before. As Quinn was deep in thought, he noticed that a group of travelers had arrived at the shelter. One of the higher-ups in the military went forward to greet them, and they both seemed to respect each other well. After a brief chat, the traveler handed the man something before heading off back into a part of the jungle where they had came from. They looked kind of strong, Fex said with a grin on his face. That's because they are, Vorden replied. To be able to travel through a planet alone where the level of beasts are unknown with just 5 of them, they have to be confident in tier skills. What were they doing at the military shelter? Quinn asked. Most likely sharing information, Vorden replied. You see, on an orange portal planet there is more than one shelter. Different factions, including the military, usually set up a base here. Exploring a planet is a collective effort, and once they finish scanning tire parts, each of the shelters share information with each other. This saves time, so the different shelters aren't exploring parts of the planet that have been explored already. The students were now being led along to an open space, and while doing so, they could see the people from the shelter and children come out from above. They looked down on the new students. Peeking over formed the bridge. All of the first-year students were once again lined up in rows with the homeroom teachers at the front, while Faye and Leo stood in the middle of all the classes. They had come to an open area of the jungle that looked to have been man-made. The trees had been rooted and dug out, and the ground flattened. Most of what they were standing on was mud. When looking ahead, they could also see several paths from the circle open area leading deeper into the jungle. All right, everyone. Each class shall now explore a different path, Faye said. I hope you listen to your homeroom teachers well. The scanners will not activate until your teachers say so, so don't try to get ahead of yourselves. You will continue to follow the path, and your teachers will tell you when you are in an unexplored area. Remember to always stay on your guard and have your scanners by your side. My last warning to you all, you will encounter beasts on this trip. At what level I do not know. I wish you all luck, Faye shouted. The students saluted the 2 sergeants before heading off down tier paths. I wonder what beasts we will run into, Quinn thought. Exited thinking about the experience points. Chapter 231 for Erin. The homeroom teacher Dell had taken the lead down one of the paths. The pathway they walked on seemed quite wide and well flattened. It was clear the Earth was man-made, and it looked like large vehicles would come through this way from time to time. Because the Earth was originally meant for large vehicles, the students weren't bunched up going down the path in a single file, but were able to spread out and take in the scenery around them. Fex, who was walking by Quinn's side, took in a deep breath of fresh air. Now this is what I call different. He had a huge grin on his face as he continued to look around at the large greenery that surrounded them. While the 2 of them were walking, Quinn took this as his chance to ask him a few questions. Fex had already made up his mind that Quinn had always been on Earth. A vampire who hadn't been back home, so he thought it was only natural to show some interest. So back home there isn't anything like this? Quinn asked, adding the word home, trying to make it sound more natural. Nah, compared to Earth, and these planets with all the bright colors, our home has nothing, Fex moaned. When relocating, they had decided to choose a place that was mostly dark, but they also needed an atmosphere that they could still live in. They had found the perfect place for vampires, but I don't know why, but it always felt strange to me. The words that Fex spoke just then had confirmed a few things to Quinn. The vampires were indeed no longer on Earth like they were when the blonde man was a vampire. At some point they had relocated to a different planet. Now Quinn was even more confused about how his parents had managed to get the book. Don't worry. If you and I ever return to the place, I'll give you a grand tour, Fex replied. So Quinn, you asked me a question, now let me ask you one. Where did you get your shadow ability? Hearing these words, Quinn thought back to how the system had mentioned to not tell anyone about the shadow ability, for it meant something important to the vampires. Just tell him you don't have permission to tell. That shall be enough for now. The system said, I'm afraid I don't have permission from my leader to tell you that, Quinn answered. Fex clicked his tongue and placed his hands behind his head. Figured as much, but the shadow ability is really cool. As they continued to walk down the path, they noticed that there were plenty of plants that looked strange. At the very least, they didn't resemble anything back on Earth. One plant was shaped like an S and was the same size as the human body. On it was several light blue ring-like patterns. The other students, seeing this, pulled out their scanners and tried to gather some information on it, but just like Faye had said, the scanners currently weren't working. They seemed to all be linked to a device that the homeroom teacher was using. Only when he activated his device would the other students be able to use their scanners. Although others couldn't get any information from it, someone else could. Quinn walked up to the plant to see if he could. There was one skill that he had that might just work. Inspect. Blue-ringed growth plant. A plant that can be used to greatly enhance the pleasure in the groin area for both the female and male parts. Hey Quinn, what's up with your face, man? Vorden asked, seeing that Quinn was a little red. Is it the heat? If you need a break, we can start walking at the back of the group. No, don't worry, I'm fine, Quinn replied as he quickly moved on. As they walked, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill on every new thing he could see. It was a great chance for him to try to level it up once again. There were still times when the inspect skill was unable to give him information, and while on the red portal planet it was a lifesaver, and even allowed him to get the shadow ability that was locked away in the storage unit. Quinn had tried repeatedly using the inspect skill on a basic item such as a pen, but after about 1,000 tries and no result, it seemed that the inspect skill needed to be used on new items to be able to level up once more. The pathway the students had walked on was starting to come to an end, and now the mud had turned into thick, heavy leaves and short green plants. The students' pace had slowed down. Now with every step they took they had to be careful. When putting their foot down, there were several roots that were hidden underneath the leaves, and once in a while a student would be caught in place. A beast! A student cried. A beast has me wrapped around the leg. The student's teammates who were nearby quickly jumped back and drew their weapons, but after a while the student calmed down, and when he looked up at his friends he was almost too embarrassed to say what had occurred. Sorry, false alarm, it was just a tree root. The student said, chuckling away nervously. One of the students in his group slapped him on the back of the head, and they carried on moving forward. This should be a good spot, Del said as he placed his large shield onto the floor. The area they were now in was quite open. There weren't as many trees and vines, and it was quite free, allowing them to see what was coming from all different directions. Students are to not travel more than 200 meters from this spot. If you do, your scanner will make a ping indicating they will no longer work, Del explained. For each new plant discovered, you will receive 5 points. For each new beast discovery, 20 points. Please remember, this is not a hunting trial. There is no need for you to kill beasts. However, anything intermediate level and below, you may try your best to go against them if you wish, but any kills will not be awarded points. Still, you can keep the crystal for future use as well. Alright, your scanners are now on. At the same time, each of the scanners made a ding sound, and the students rushed off all in different directions, all apart from Quinn's group that was. Hey, what are you doing? CIA complained. Let's go, don't you want a good grade? Before it was always Erin who'd been so dedicated to getting the best score, but without her here it felt different. Let's do this, Layla said. Let's get to the top for Erin. Quinn liked that idea. He rushed off into a section of his own along with Peter and the rest. They had split up a bit, and when they found something interesting they would shout out to Peter to come over and scan the item. Over here! Layla shouted as she spotted an odd plant that resembled an octopus. Peter rushed over. Even with his bag, his speed was great. Using the scanner he was able to see the plant, and now all he needed to do was press the red button on the scanner to start to process. But at that moment, he felt something crash into his side, causing him to fall to the ground. PFT, too slow, the student said. That was on purpose. Layla complained, seeing that Peter was clearly barged over. The student then quickly took out his scanner and pressed the red button. After waiting a few moments, a ding sound was heard. If the plant hadn't been scanned before and their team was successful in obtaining points, there would be a ding sound similar to a cashier being drawn. If the item had already been scanned, a big red X would appear on the scanner with an error sound instead. This meant that the plant the student had just scanned was a new discovery, and they had obtained 5 points. As Peter slowly got up from the ground, he started walking over to the student. Chapter 232 from behind. As Peter walked over to the student, the boy carefully started to analyze just who was walking towards him. The first thing he did was look at the person's watch, noticing that he was a level 3 user. The one that had barged into Peter was also a level 3 ability user, but slightly higher, going into the 3.4% range, meaning he not only had the power of a level 3 ability, but the skills to go with it. Still, the levels felt too close. If the two were to fight and Peter's ability was an offensive ability, there was no telling who would win or not. Because of the fierce look in Peter's eye, he immediately backed up. That was until 4 more students had arrived and were now standing by his side. There was 1 girl in the group along with the original student and 3 boys. "Come on, Pierre, let's just ignore these guys. We're just wasting our time with this trash and we can always go and get more points," Layla said, quite loudly so the others could hear. "You, the pretty girl, stay." The boy who had given the command was pointing at Layla. On his wrist displayed the number 52. Seeing this, Layla knew straight away why the boy was arrogant. Layla decided to ignore this and started to walk off while pulling Peter by his sleeve. "I said stay," the boy shouted. The distance between the two parties was around that of 15 meters, but the boy seemed to have closed the distance at an instant speed and had already made a fist aiming towards Layla. But Peter was no slowpoke himself and noticed the punch, managing to lift up his arm, blocking the attack in the dead center of his forearm. Between the wrist and elbow, the boy could feel the impact and even heard the crack sound being made. Although the blow wasn't strong enough to snap the bone and pierce the skin, he knew he had fractured Peter's arm. No pain was felt, and no sound came from Peter. The boy hesitated for a moment, but then saw Peter's hand reaching out to him before turning and running back to where he was before. Looking at Peter's arm, Layla could see it was starting to swell, but soon it would heal, so she wasn't worried about him. She was more worried about what he would do. It had been a while now, and the others had already noticed the changes in Peter's behavior, so in the end, Quinn decided to tell them all the truth, that this was due to his involvement that brought about Peter's aggressive nature. As the boy was about to say some clever remark, Quinn and the others had arrived, including both Vorden and CIA. The first thing Quinn had noticed was also Peter's arm. "Peter, who did this to you?" Quinn asked in annoyance. Just from the direction Peter was looking at, Quinn could tell which one it was. Peter wouldn't stop staring at him. "Do you think you can just hurt our teammate in the middle of an assessment?" Quinn asked. "Quinn, you know you can't fight using your full strength. Let's just leave it be," Layla said. CIA, watching the whole thing, thought Quinn was crazy. Was he really trying to have a go at the other team? Of course, it made sense that one would be angry if they were to injure a teammate, but Quinn was a level 1. What could he do? Most of the time, low levels were completely afraid of anyone above them. "I guess he will learn his place," CIA thought to herself. "Hey, Umbrella Boy, why are you the leader?" As the boy said that, he started to look at Quinn's wristwatch and started to blurt out in a laugh. "You should be down on your knees begging for me to show you mercy, boy." Quinn had a fake smile on his face, hiding the anger behind it. "Why would I beg with someone weaker than me?" At that point, the boy was too aggravated. He was already annoyed at the fact that a level 1 even tried to talk back to him. The boy used his super speed powers to launch off his feet at amazing speed, going straight for Quinn. "You should have just said sorry," CIA said, watching from behind. The speed was impressive, and was even faster than Quinn at top speed, but there was one skill where speed meant nothing. He looked into the boy's eyes. Daze. Daze skill successful. Quinn had the skill at just the right time, and the boy had stopped right in front of him. Used in, "You broke my friend's arm, so it's only right I break yours," Quinn said as he grabbed and pulled one arm forward while slamming his fist down on the forearm. Quinn had tried his best to contain his strength when dealing with the blow, but it was still too strong with his gauntlets equipped. Unlike Peter, the bone had snapped and pierced the skin on the outside. Howls of pain were heard immediately. His friends were shocked. They didn't know what happened, but it looked like the boy had stopped just in front of Quinn and let it hit him. Was he too cocky, they thought. Maybe because it was a level 1, he was trying to give Quinn a chance, not realizing he had some strength or weak ability. As soon as they saw their friend injured, though, each of them drew their weapons and prepared their ability, while Quinn's group had done the same. But Vorden wasn't too happy about the current situation. For right now, he hadn't copied any useful ability he could use. CIA was a little nervous, as well as this was the last outcome she had expected. But right now, she was on Quinn's team and would help her own team out if a fight was to break out. The two groups looked like they were ready to clash, but before they even got the chance, a loud bang was heard. When they looked over in the direction of the bang, they could see that Del had placed his large shield down, hitting it into the ground. The two groups were only around 50 meters from the outskirts of where they were before. The scream was so loud that it had caught Del's attention, and he immediately came rushing over after checking there were no beasts around. "Enough!" he shouted. "This event is about working together. Although it is a competition, this is only to encourage you to work harder rather than slack off. You are not to fight against each other." Del then looked at the boy's arm who had been broken. "Take him to the center. I'll try to see if there is anyone with a healing ability that can help him out. As for you guys," Del said, pointing at Quinn and the others. He still hadn't forgotten both Vorden's and Quinn's face. They were the two students who had made him risk his life in the redo portal world. "For severely harming another team's teammate, you shall be deducted 50 points for whatever total score you receive on today's assessment." But they attacked us first, Layla complained. I see no injuries on any of your party members, Del replied. When they went to look at Peter, they found out it was true. Peter's arm had already healed, and it didn't look like he had even been hit. With that, the group was to take their punishment and carry on with the task. Come on, we need to be more aggressive if we still want to come out on top while we're already at a disadvantage, Quinn said. The team nodded and got to work again. The group was 50 points behind now, which was the same as them finding 10 plants. That one argument over a single plant had cost the team a lot, but CIA tried not to smile. How could these guys be crazy enough to think that they could come back from a deficit like that? However, crazy wasn't actually bad. CIA liked crazy. Although there was still one thing she couldn't understand. It seemed like everyone in the group was listening to Quinn's orders, not only that, but when he was being aggressive with the other team, not a single one of them had stepped in. Was it cause they knew what the result was going to be, she thought. No, it can't be. I'm probably just overthinking it. Chapter 233, Battle for Points, continued to run around the area, scanning every item in sight. Damn, this has been scanned already. Sir, there's another one here that's 2 now, another yelled out. Some of the weaker groups decided to stay together as a group as they went around. Although this stopped other teams from snatching points from them, their progress was relatively slower than those who roamed alone. The stronger groups decided it would be best to split up. This way they were able to cover a wider range, while the other groups decided to do a mixture of something in between. Even though the group thought that Del was being harsh in his punishment, it wasn't truly the case. He had planned to do something similar beforehand, but wasn't quite sure how to do it until the incident gave him an excuse. Quinn's group had an extra person, so they were at an advantage compared to others. But since there was only one scanner, it was hard to say how much extra influence an extra member could give. But after seeing Vorden and Quinn's face once more, his emotions got the better of him as a teacher, and he decided to give them quite a setback. Out of the strategies implemented by different groups, in order to catch up to the others, Quinn's group decided to do a mixture of the two. They decided that they would travel around in pairs, Quinn and Peter, Layla and Vorden, and lastly Fex and CIA. In the beginning there was some disagreement with the pairings, but eventually they agreed on this setup. At the end of the day, it would be better for Peter to be with Quinn, and Vorden refused to team up with CIA, so that left him with Layla and Fex with CIA to make the relative strength of each group about the same. It was important for them to have one strong member with a support-type member. Although Layla and CIA could have gone together, if they were to confront a beast, or a similar situation happened with Peter, there wasn't much that they could do. The group had already split up, and while everyone was off looking for some new items to discover, Quinn noticed something peculiar. There were 10 groups yet. Nearly every group had a single member that acted as a type of mule. A person designated to carry their belongings. After a closer inspection, he also noticed that these mules were people who had the lowest levels in their group. But nevertheless, they would still wander off and look around as instructed by their team. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance? Quinn thought. Right now they weren't in school, and many of the students had separated from each other. If he was to take a sample of their blood and mind control them afterwards to forget what had happened, no one would ever know what he had done. It was basically the perfect crime in such a perfect situation. "Pio, over here!" Sia shouted. Peter then dashed off into the direction that CIA had yelled, but Quinn didn't follow. Instead, he set his eyes on a target. A lone female student had been designated to carry her team's luggage. She seemed to be disheartened by the whole thing, and was searching through the trees and vines in a crestfallen manner. It was obvious that she didn't feel that she was doing anything substantial, or that she was even a part of the team. As she bent down to look at a certain plant behind the tree, when she lifted her head again, Quinn was standing in front of her. He didn't say much because he needed to act as quickly as possible. Although they were covered by the trees and vines, there was always the off chance that someone could see him. Quinn grabbed her hand as fast as he could, and made a small scratch on her palm. Her blood was now on the tip of his gauntlet. After placing it on his tongue, the system message appeared. Blood type A+ consumed. Strength 20. It was a little bit of a disappointment, but Quinn was hoping to obtain as much O-type blood as possible so he could increase his charm stat. Right now, his selection was limited. He had to choose low-level students with lackluster abilities who most likely had a weak mind too. But if his charm skills eventually increased, the pool of people to choose from would also increase directly proportional to his charm skills. Influence skill activated. The girl's eyes started to glow slightly red, showing that his skill was active. Quinn informed the girl to forget about the event that just occurred. Nothing strange has happened. To her, it would just feel as if she had forgotten what she was about to do. Before ending the spell, Quinn placed some of his saliva over the small cut, allowing it to heal instantly, before heading back towards the center as he continued his exploration. While the others were busy calling out to Peter and looking for new things, Quinn was looking around to see if he could spot any other strays that weren't with their group, and which was also in a well-hidden area, as if they were hiding their shame and embarrassment to the others due to being designated as a luggage-carrying mule. Eventually, Quinn managed to find 2 more students, and he used the same tactic as before, getting him another 2 stat points. Quinn managed to get another blood type O, increasing his charm points to 14, while also obtaining another blood type A, increasing his strength. Faye and Leo were standing together at the starting point where all the groups had split off. They stood there silently. Leo didn't talk much, and Faye didn't really know how to speak with him. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard from the watchers of the 2, indicating that one of the teams had asked for help. "I'll get to it," Faye said as she stormed off at lightning speed in the direction of one of the paths. Faye was meant to be the first one to respond, since her ability was super speed, but she felt even more obliged to act due to the awkward situation between her and Leo. Leo continued to stand there, taking in the fresh smell around him, but it was quickly disturbed as another beep reverberated from his own watch. "Another one?" Leo said. "Is this planet more dangerous than we thought? I hope there aren't any more calls," Leo said as he started to run towards a different direction from where Faye had gone. He had hoped that perhaps the teachers were only being trigger-happy, sending out a signal prematurely. It was always better for them to be on the cautious side when it came to these things. But the fact that 2 signals were sent out at the same time gave Leo some concern. The group had managed to obtain 25 points in total. They also discovered and scanned a peculiar type of rock mineral in the mix. Still, they were vastly behind the others, and their weighted points at the end of everything would be -25. What they were doing at this moment wasn't working, and they needed a change of plan. The quickest way for them to earn points would be to find beasts. But right now there didn't seem to be any beasts in the area, as not a single group of students had encountered one just yet. But once they moved away from this area at Dell's command, which was when Quinn and his group would change their focus, the weaker groups wouldn't dare to risk it by going up against such things. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a few meters away from Quinn, one of the scanners had made 3 dings, a sound that he hadn't heard just yet. Dell didn't even bother explaining to the students the meaning of the dings, but they soon found out what the sounds meant. The scanner pointed at what looked like a boulder that was stuck into the ground. The top part could be seen, and it had several areas of green moss growing over it. But after the student had finished scanning the unique object, he took a few steps backwards and panic was evident on his face. "A beast," he shouted. "I found a beast." Chapter 234, New Kill. The student's teammates had gathered around the exited student to see what he was, blabbering on about, while a few others took a step back, and even Dell was watching carefully with his hand placed just above his communicator, ready to call one of the sergeants at any time. However, there were a few students who moved forward. These tended to be the stronger ones, or those that enjoy the battle aspect more than anything, even though they would no longer obtain any points from scanning the beast. They could still kill it and obtain the beast's crystal. One of the students who was moving closer turned out to be Quinn. When killing a beast for the first time, there was a special bonus the system granted him. This, though, was a beast that had never even been seen by human eyes before. Perhaps being the first person to kill such a beast would also grant him additional points. The idea that perhaps the system would reward him even further than this drove him to have a keen interest. Still, he stood a few steps away for the results everyone was waiting for. The team that had discovered the beast gathered around the scanner, which displayed basic information about the beasts, and after reading one line there was excitement on their face. It was a basic tier beast. Keeping the secret to themselves, they immediately dashed forward. If it was an intermediate tier beast, the group might have been a little cautious, but a basic tier was easy pickings for a team of 5. Seeing the team of 5, Quinn was upset about how hesitant he had been, but he couldn't act right now in front of these people. It wasn't worth it, but maybe there was something he could do. The beast that the group were chasing looked like an ordinary boulder that was stuck into the ground. It was nearly impossible to tell the difference between the boulders that had been there a while, covered in moss, and a beast. Even now, as the students charged towards the thing, there was no reaction from the beast, and it still looked like a boulder. Seeing this, an idea came to Quinn's mind. He ran around the side of all the students who were busily captivated by what was going on, and he entered a different part of the jungle. What's he doing? Fex thought as he managed to see Quinn dart off to the side. Fex too decided to go off and keep an eye on just what Quinn was trying to do. "Come on, guys, we can't waste time just watching this thing. Let's carry on looking around," Forden said. The other groups felt the same way, while others decided to stay and watch what a beast would look like on the planet they were on. The student leading the charge, hand turned into a brick-like substance, while the other students behind also drew their weapons and had their abilities readied. The student in the front slammed his fist into the boulder. A loud impact was heard, but there was no reaction. The ones from behind had also decided to use their attacks on the strange boulder-like beast, but the same had happened, and it seemed like the shell was nearly impossible to break. "Is this thing really a beast?" the student asked. "I understand if it has a hard shell, but then why isn't it doing anything when I attack it?" Seeing that the so-called beast was doing nothing, and not wanting to waste any more time, the students continued to scan around for other things. However, there were some more students who tried to have a go at hurting the beast, hoping to get the crystal, but there was no such luck. They felt like if they took the time, they perhaps could have figured out how to deal with the beast. But to put in so much effort to only get a basic crystal in return didn't make much sense to them. While everyone else had now lost interest in the beast, Quinn had not. He had continued to go through the jungle using his inspect skill on every boulder-type thing he could see. Most of them were just that, regular boulders, but then he had finally achieved a result. Basic tier beast, boulder snail, a beast that has an incredibly hard outer shell. The beast will only move when rain falls. Quinn had traveled quite a distance away from the others, a little too much that he was now properly out of the zone. If he was to use his team's scanner, it would register that he was out of the area Del had mentioned. Right now, he was only focused on one thing, unaware that the others were unable to defeat the beast. Quinn thought he was under a time frame. He wanted to be the first person to kill the beast. After hearing about the description, he had an idea. Quinn stopped just in front of the boulder and readied himself. He looked around him just in case. Even though he was out of the area the students were supposed to be in, he was unsure if there might have been a stray. "Doesn't look like anyone's around," Quinn said. He was unaware that he was actually being watched by Fex. Using strings as he walked between trees in the air, he made his movements almost silent, and now he was carefully watching Quinn from above. Quinn stomped his foot onto the ground, raised the energy inside him, and pulled back his arm as he let his other fist outward at the same time. He activated his skill blood spray, his still most powerful strike. Blood hammer. If he couldn't damage the outside, then he would go for an attack that hurt the inside. As his fist hit the shell, the powerful impact caused a loud bang. It sounded like someone had shot off a bullet in the middle of the forest. When looking at the beast, there was a large crack in the boulder and black liquid was slowly dripping out from it. "Was that the hammer strike?" Fex said as he watched in shock. "But I thought he was a complete beginner." "No, he's definitely a complete beginner. The hammer strike was an advanced move that was only usually taught to students after they understood the basics of martial arts. But after teaching Quinn, Fex decided to not teach him anything else. He had just witnessed Quinn perform a skill beyond the basic martial arts, just like the flash step. So he really must have a teacher then. Maybe they're the one that taught him the shadow ability as well. I need to find out more, Fex thought. Basic beast has been killed. 50 EXP gained. First time killing boulder snail. 100 bonus EXP gained. You are the first person to kill a boulder snail. 5,000 bonus EXP gained. "Looks like I made it in time," Quinn said. After looking at the results of being the first person to kill such a beast, he was even happier with the decision he made. Now the loud sound that erupted from the impact of the bloodhammer on the beast's shell had echoed throughout the jungle. Even the students who were 200 or so meters back could hear it, but they chose to ignore it since the sound was a distance away. It wasn't their concern, but the sound really had traveled a good distance. Within its chambers, a large figure dwelling deep inside a cave awoken. Bloodshot red eyes flared open as it began to make its move towards the sound. Chapter 2, 35, Too High to Handle. A stab with her rapier, Faye jumped back to avoid the black blood that would spurt out from the beast. Then a quick change of her weapons that couldn't be followed by regular human eyes, she had changed to a sword. She swirled around and struck the snake-like beast from the tail up, slicing its body in half. "Was that all of them?" Faye said in an annoyed voice as she looked at the shy female teacher. "Yes," the teacher replied as she bowed down her head in shame. After the distress call received from one of the groups, Faye came at full speed towards the area. It seemed like the students had encountered a group of intermediate-tier beast. The snake-like creature hung from above the trees, and when the students had entered the area which they were meant to explore, they had dropped down. The female teacher was frightened, and before even confirming what level of beasts they were, she had asked for help. When Faye arrived, she was annoyed. She could tell just from a glance that these beasts weren't above the intermediate level, and as the students, including the teacher herself, engaged in combat, she could as well. But once the distress signal was already called, it meant Faye had to check it out no matter what, and while she was here, she felt like she should quickly help the students deal with the situation. An intermediate beast could be dealt with by a group of 5, but it would still be a hard task and distract them from their goal. Looking at the teacher, Faye was about to give her a scolding. Just then, a ding sound was heard and her watch lit up again. Another one. I swear if this is the same thing, I will be having a word with all the first-year teachers when I get back. With those words said in anger, she had already left from the sight of the first-year female teacher. The teacher felt like fate was on her side, and had stopped her from getting a tough scolding as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. 330 from hundreds EXP. 2 stat points have been gained. 2 stat points have been gained. 2 stat points have been gained. 4,100 CXP. 2 stat points have been gained. 2 stat points have been gained. 2,000 points which had. Quinn had gained a bonus of 5,000 points to play with. This was the result of being the first to kill and always rewarded Quinn more when killing beasts of a higher tier. Although he did receive less EXP for killing a basic tier beast after evolving, similar to how he obtained no EXP form fighting low-level students. If this was to continue, as Quinn leveled up, he would have to not just look for higher-level opponents, but also higher-level beast for EXP. Did this mean at some point Quinn would no longer receive EXP? There had to be a cap to these things, and once Quinn was strong enough, he would no longer be able to obtain EXP even from the strongest of enemies. But Quinn could never imagine that happening. For now, he thought it was best if he was to keep these stat points in reserve. When consuming blood, the stat points were automatically added. The same was for the O-type blood. Quinn would have to choose there and then what the stat would go into before progressing. However, it wasn't the same when leveling up. The stat could be saved, and just underneath his status screen, a number would appear displaying how many stat points he could use. If he needed to, Quinn wanted to place the stat points into his charm skill. It was more beneficial for him to increase this skill so he could get more blood in the future. But right now, there wasn't anyone else traveling on their own, and it would be hard for him to not be caught. Still, the orange portal planet was a dangerous place, and Quinn didn't know when he might need to use his other stats for dangerous situations. Before leaving the area, Quinn managed to shove his hand into the small hole and crack he had made. The shell now seemed a lot softer and was easier to break. Since the beast was dead, the crystal inside was no longer powering its defensive capabilities. After swirling his hand around inside the beast, he eventually felt a solid object and pulled the crystal out, even though it was only a basic tier crystal. Quinn was already thinking about what type of armor the crystal could be used for. It had a good defense after all, so it would be best made into either a defensive item or a piece of armor. The crystal was stored into his system inventory, away from the eyes of others. Quinn had returned to where the others were, and he could see Fex by CIA's side as well. He had managed to leave just after seeing Quinn kill the beast, and did not see what Quinn had done with the crystal after. As Quinn walked past him and went to join up with Peter, Fex did his best to look as unsuspicious as possible. He started whistling away while looking through the trees. "Did you do something wrong?" CIA asked. She could tell that Fex was acting strange ever since he returned. Hearing this caused Fex to jolt back a bit. "No, I'm just getting bored. Why would I have anything to hide? Maybe you have something to hide, and that's why you're accusing me of having something to hide." Fex replied back. "You know, that's a classic line of someone who's been caught." CIA replied as she walked off, already uninterested in whatever Fex was trying to hide. It had been over an hour now, and the group had a total of 60 points. They had finally recovered from their deficit. They were unable to see where they were as none of the groups knew each other's scores. But they had a rough idea from watching, and with the 50-point deduction, they wouldn't be surprised if they were still in the last place. Now, when students were scanning items with the scanner, it would constantly come up with an error. 15 minutes had passed, and there wasn't a single sound indicating the students had found something. The only beast that was found was the strange boulder beast as well. "I guess it's time for us to move on," Del said. A larger device was tied around his waist, which looked like a larger version of the scanner the students had. After pressing several buttons on his own scanner, a sound was heard, and suddenly none of the students were able to scan anything at the moment. "All right, students, everyone gather up in the center. It's time for us to move on to the next area," Del shouted. As the students started to walk over to Del, loud, low sounds could be heard, and a vibration underneath felt in their feet. "What is that?" a student said, worried as the loud sounds were consistent. It was clear that something large was coming towards them, and it wasn't human. The loud sounds started to get louder, and now the sounds of trees crashing onto the ground could be heard. Every student was looking into the direction of where the sound was coming. 2 of the trees closest to the open part of the jungle were knocked down, and now they could see what was making all that noise. The large beast stood on all fours and had a long neck. There was no fur, and it resembled something similar to a dinosaur. Even the size was something similar to what they would have imagined. The only difference was on its back. It seemed to have a large flower bud. It completely covered it from its neck to its tail. The students picked up their scanners and immediately started to scan the beast. Size wasn't always the indicator of strength. Quickly, they realized their scanners had been turned off by Del and they were unable to tell the level of the beast. But for Quinn, it was different. Advanced tier beast Flora saw, unable to obtain further information. Chapter 236, A Teacher's Duty. "Guys, we have to run," Quinn's serious tone. They didn't know why, but Quinn was clearly shocked after seeing the beast. Perhaps it was his vampire senses tingling, telling him this was a strong beast Vorden thought. But it wasn't the case, for Fex stood unaware of the danger in front of them. Some vampires were able to sense how dangerous a beast was, but Fex's senses still weren't at that level yet. So to him it just looked like any other beast, only this one was a little larger. After finding out it was an advanced tier beast, Quinn didn't even think about the possibility of trying to defeat it for its experience points. Last time he had fought against an intermediate beast and almost died. There was no way for Quinn to tell how strong the intermediate beast he fought against was. Some were stronger than others, but whenever there was a jump up in the level of beast tiers, there was a definite strength difference. He didn't have confidence he could defeat it, and definitely not while hiding abilities. Even though Fex was by his side, who had supposedly killed 10 advanced tier beasts, Fex had the same problem as Quinn, where he was unable to reveal himself in front of this many people. However, if Fex honestly did know the level of the beast, even he would have been frightened. Fex, just like when Quinn faced an intermediate beast, barely made it out alive. He wasn't strong enough to easily deal with one, and definitely not while hiding his powers. The students were also frightened, mostly because of the size of the beast. When it exited from the trees, it had stopped and was now looking down at them. The beast was a little larger than a two-floor house, while its long neck stretched out, causing a shadow to be cast over the students at the front. Seeing the beast, Del nervously took the larger scanner from his side. His hands were shaking as he pointed it at the creature, and after a few seconds his fears were confirmed. It was an advanced level beast. Del was never much of a fighter, and his ability also didn't support that fact. Immediately he started tapping away at his wristwatch, sending out a distress signal. He was unaware of how many times he had pressed the button. Del just wanted one of the sergeants to appear in front of them now. Out of all the students, Quinn was the first to take a step away, trying to get a head start on the other students, but the sound of his steps caused the leaves to ruffle, and the creature's head turned and immediately looked at Quinn. "Maybe moving isn't a good idea," Layla said. "Yeah, while it's not being aggressive, let's not do anything," Quinn replied. Del had felt the same way, which was why he hadn't shouted at the students to run away or retreat. The sudden movements could frighten the beasts. Most beasts were hostile towards humans, but the higher tiers seemed to have more intelligence, and some would leave humans alone, although that didn't stop the humans from hunting them for their crystals. Del was hoping that the students at least knew this basic knowledge and wouldn't try attacking the beast, giving them all the best chance for survival. The bud on the beast's back slowly started to open up. Out of the pink center had also appeared, rising up in the air before dropping down and falling to the beast's side. The vines seemed to be alive and being controlled by the beast. Although the beast wasn't moving, the vines were stretching out from the buds as if there was no end in sight. One of the vines had reached the student closest to the beast. The end of the vine was slightly larger and looked similar to the head of the beast itself, but was still green in color. Right now, the head of the vine was floating directly about in front of the student. His heart was beating loudly, and he now had his eyes closed, hoping that if he couldn't see the beast, it would somehow calm down his nerves. After waiting a while and nothing happening, the student eventually opened his eyes. At that moment, the head of the vine opened up and attached itself to the students. Using both hands, he grabbed onto the vine and tried to pull as hard as he could, but it was no use. The suction and stickiness of the vine was too strong, and he couldn't break free. The vine lifted the student high up into the air and towards the beast's mouth. As it opened up its mouth, several sharp teeth could be seen, and the beast took a bite that caused nearly half of the student's body to disappear. "Everyone run! It's a hostile advanced tier beast," Del shouted as he ran into a random part of the jungle. Most of the students decided to follow where Del had gone. It was instinct for students, when in time of need, to rely on adults that were there, especially since Del was their teacher and was meant to be there for their guidance. The beast continued to use its vines to grab the students closest, and as they screamed in pain and cried out for their teacher's help, Del closed his eyes and tried to ignore them. "If I go back and try to save them now, we could all die. This is the right thing to do," he told himself. The students who had gotten a head start had managed to create a distance between them and the beast. The beast still hadn't moved and was busy eating the students it had managed to catch. However, while Del was running blindly through the jungle, he was aware of a great problem. The distress signal sent from the watch was just that, it was only a signal sent to the sergeants. As stated before, the GPS tracker and other features of the watch didn't work well or not at all on other planets. Even the scanner could only work with the technology of the master scanner that Del held. The system was designed so when a signal was sent, the sergeants could tell which team the signal was coming from. They would then head over in that direction. If Leo or Faye was to head, there now though they would no longer be there and would have no clue where Del or the other students had gone. But right now they had no choice. Suddenly the loud sound of the footsteps could be heard coming in their direction once again. The beast was on the move and had finished its snack. Quinn's group were quite fast and were just behind Del. Peter had picked up Layla and held her in his hands while surprisingly CIA was able to keep up with them. Fex and Quinn were not traveling at full speed as they made sure to stay behind Del, unaware that Del had no plan. The students at the back could hear the booming footsteps getting louder and louder. In the end, the temptation got the better of them. They turned around and was caught by one of the vines. Some of the students were a bit smarter in their movements and would travel in between trees, making it harder for the beast to catch them. Still, it did nothing to slow down the main beast's body as it would continue to bulldoze its way through the trees. Then when Delward made it past another tree, they had finally come out to an open area. A small vertical wall with vines on could be seen, most likely the side of a mountain. Del thought about attempting to climb it, but would take some time for them to scale, and the beast would catch up with them by then. The open area was quite large. To the left and right there were two paths, but they were slightly slanted going uphill, and Del didn't like their chances of outrunning the beast. "We have no choice. We have to turn and fight," Del shouted. The 40 or so students knew the seriousness of the situation. They turned around facing the jungle which they had just exited from, and prepared their weapons and abilities. A few moments later, and the beast came crashing through, with T's flying off to the side. "If we want to live, I might have to fight with everything I've got," Quinn said. Chapter 237, The Power of Support. When looking up at the beast, blood could be seen dripping from its mouth. It was even quite a shocking sight for both Fex and Quinn. They also consumed blood, but this wasn't the same. One of the students' intestines could be seen dangling from the side of the mouth of the beast, and even for them, this was too much. The vines continued to hover around the beast's side as if they were alive, like snakes, while the main body of the beast charged straight ahead into the students. Like a whip, the vines were used to knock the students closest away. It caused quite a deep cut amongst the student's body that had been hit. They felt like they could have just as easily been hit with a sword. The attack was so fast and sharp it even felt like one. Some of the students that saw their friends hurt started to rush towards them. "No, don't," Del shouted. Del had propped his shield up and dug it into the ground while staying behind. His ability wasn't that great, so all he could do was stay at the back, near the mountain wall. "Healers and support-type abilities come and stay behind me. We don't want you to get hurt," Del commanded. "Anyone who uses a beast weapon as their main attack, come closer to me now." They did as their teacher told them to. Right now the element abilities were busy distracting the beast, aiming for the attack against the legs while other students would try their best to block the vines. The ones that had used beast weapons as their main attack had gone towards Del and could see him placing his hand on each item. "I wonder what he's doing," Quinn thought as he went over to take a closer look. "My ability allows me to double the strength and durability of any beast weapon for a limited time. We need to defeat the beast before time runs out." "Quinn overhead," Del said. Hearing this, Quinn too lined up waiting for the teacher. Those who had their equipment improved had gone to join in the fight with the other students. There was a mixture of people. Some were scared, some felt like they had no choice but to fight, and for a few of them, they enjoyed the thrill of a fight and couldn't help themselves but join in. Quinn was the last to line up, and eventually it got to his turn. "Boy, there's no point wasting this on you," Del said. "Will you even get in a fight? Besides, I can only use my ability so many times in a day. It would be a waste on you." These words had angered Quinn. If he wasn't going to use his vampire abilities, he thought he might be able to help out greatly just using his beast weapons. With all the students attacking the beast at once, it would be hard for them to tell where the bulk of the damage had come from. "What about you?" Quinn said. "Why are you allowed to hide back here while the others are attacking and defending? Is this shield just for show?" "Yeah, you try to be a smartass," Del replied. "As you can see, I'm here protecting all the students behind me." As Quinn looked at the students behind Del, he could see many of them with fear and shock in their faces. A few even had tears in their eyes as they saw their friends get hurt. "I have to help him," a woman cried as she went running forward, but her friend quickly pulled her back towards their group. "Don't! I know you want to try to save him, but if you get hurt, we can't save anyone," another female replied. Out of all the students in Del's class, her ability worked more like a buff, increases the overall strength of a student, but still, it would be better than leaving them out there. About 8 of the students had been attacked by the vine-like whip. It seemed like the beast had stopped eating students while there were many around attacking it. Still, the wounds on these students were quite bad and the two of them were unable to move. After hearing what Del said, Quinn didn't really want to help out, but after seeing the sad look on the faces of the others, he knew he had to do something. "Pio, come!" Quinn shouted as he dashed off towards the fallen students on the ground. "Is he going to try to save them?" a student asked. "No, he's only a level 1. He must just be an idiot." Peter wasn't the only one that was following Quinn. Right now on his other side, Fex was running closely behind him as well. "I'll cover you while you do whatever you want to do, but you will owe me one after this," Fex said with a wink. Two of the 3 boys got closer to the beast to head towards them, slashing out at an incredible speed. The first one was towards Peter, who attempted to grab the vine, but it was just too fast. It had slipped through and sliced the palm of his hands quite deep, and his hand was already starting to heal. Now on the other side, another vine was coming towards them, and this time it was Fex's turn. Fex was a vampire and was unable to use his ability just like Quinn. However, there was a clear advantage of Fex's ability over others. When using his string ability, it was almost invisible to the human eye. As the vine came towards him, spread both his hands out and slashed it downward, cutting the head of the vine right off. However, just like with Peter, the vines seemed to have an incredible recovery speed, and right now the head was starting to form out of the cut cells by Fex. When by the bleeding student's side, Quinn placed his finger into the student's blood around the chest. It was too far away for the other students to see the finer details, and everyone else was busy fighting the beast. Quickly shifting his hand into his mouth, he quickly picked up the student and rushed back to the others. AB blood type consumed, stamina 18. Quinn then repeated this process with the other students who had been hit. In total, managed to save 5 students and at the same time consumed their blood, while the others had been flung away, or were too deep fighting in the carnage for Quinn to get the chance to consume their blood. All in all, Quinn had gotten stronger. Strength 23, stamina 18. Fex didn't let Quinn's strange habits go unnoticed. Even if he did enjoy the taste of blood greatly like some vampires did, to do so in the middle of a battle was a bit crazy. While Quinn was busy looking at his stats and the 2 by his side were busy dealing with the vines, a 3rd vine had already set its sight on Quinn. When the 2 had looked at each other, the vine had set its target. It reached out as far as it could to grab onto Quinn, but he wasn't as nimble when moving backwards and could see the vine would soon catch up. Just as the vine was about to reach Quinn, its movement slowed, and Quinn was able to create a distance between the 2, that possibly could have been the cause. That's when he noticed the strange ghost-like spear, half of its body inside an elephant. The spirit spear. Quinn said confused, but when looking back, he could see up out by using her. Chapter 238. Berserk Mode. Thanks to CIA's spear. The beast had slowed down just enough for Quinn to move out of the way, avoiding the vine whip. Fex and Peter had also now resorted to dodging after finding out the incredible growth speed of the vines. However, the fact that the beast was slowed down didn't go unnoticed. A second spear was thrown and had landed in the same spot on the beast's legs. The effect of 2 spears had stacked, and now the beast was 20% slower than it usually would have been, and also 20% weaker. The students took advantage of this temporary weakness. Their attacks were bouncing off the beast's thick hide were now doing damage, and the vines that were troubling started to move slower. Still, the beast was strong, and even at 80% of its strength, it was able to fend off the attacks from 40 different students. CIA continued to throw her spirit spears at the beast. At most, though, she was only able to stack up 2 spears. Whenever she would throw a 3rd spear into the beast, the first one would have already lasted for 5 seconds and disappear. Her ability was perfect for situations like this. The beast was a big target, and other than its vines, its main body wasn't too fast unless it was running in a straight line. If she was to go up against other beasts, even some intermediate beats, it might have been harder for her to use her ability, but right now she was one of the most important people when it came to taking down this creature. "If only we could make it even weaker," Del said. As that moment, a blonde boy stood by CI's side, and his hand he too had a spear's. "Have quite a good ability there," Vorden said as he threw the spear into the beast's leg. With Vorden and CIA using their sprit spears, the beast now had lost 40% of its overall strength. It was nearly half of what it used to be. The students were now doing even better than before, and even the ones whose weapons had been reinforced by Del were working. Quinn no longer felt the need for him or Fex to get involved when fighting the beast. The students that had been brought back by Quinn were getting treatment from the support students. Now that the beast's movements had slowed, they had joined the battle and went to support their teammates using buffs and other skills. The only one that remained in position with a smile on his face was Del. "This is brilliant. It looks like these students might be able to take down an advanced beast after all. I might even get a promotion for this," Del thought about excitedly. When looking at him, Quinn felt like he could read his teacher like an open book, especially after their earlier interaction. He got the sense that Del was quite a selfish person. Even now, although the situation had gotten better, it wasn't perfect. Students still ended up dying, but all Del could think about was himself. After a good 15 minutes of constant attacks from most of the students other than Quinn, Fex, who decided to lay low. Even Peter and Layla were actively helping. The beast now looked heavily injured. It lifted its front 2 feet into the air and slammed them onto the ground. The mass weight of the beast caused the ground to shake around the students a little. It also served as a reminder to the other student that this beast was still plenty strong. The beast repeatedly did this action as it roared and screamed. At the same time, the vines that were coming off from the bud on its back were swinging more widely. "What is this? Have the spears worn off or something?" a student said. But when looking at the beast, the spears from Vorden and CIA still remained. They continued to attack the beast with them. Although at this point CIA was feeling incredibly drained along with Vorden. They had been using their abilities for a while non-stop and didn't know how much longer they could last. The beast, using its long head, was now looking over back into the jungle, and the next second it started running off back from where it came. The students who were stood behind the beast rolled and dived out of the way, for fear they might get trampled on. "Should we chase it? If it's running away, doesn't that mean it's nearly dead?" a student asked. Quinn also had the same thought. If the beast was injured and the others weren't going to chase it, then maybe he could. Killing an advanced beast would gain him an enormous amount of EXP points. "Nobody chase the beast!" Del shouted. Some advanced type beasts and above have something called a berserker mode. Once injured to a certain point, if the beast feels like it's stuck in a corner, it will activate its berserker mode, sometimes increasing its strength several times. After hearing Del's explanation, Quinn had second thoughts about chasing the beast. He was reminded of the strength of the beast before the debuff from Vorden. On top of that, there were 40 students fighting it at once. If a single person was given the task to deal with the advanced beast, Quinn couldn't imagine anyone coping. All of the vines would be free to attack you along with the main body of the beast. Even if it didn't have a berserker mode, Quinn didn't like his chances of beating the beast alone. This one he would just have to let go. When the beast had re-entered the jungle, and a minute had passed without it returning, they knew that they had achieved a victory. Cheers and congratulations were shouted out between friends and classmates. They had managed to survive such an intense ordeal. Many of the students had gone up to those who had put themselves on the front line, congratulating them for being brave and attacked the beast from the beginning. This included Del, who had come over. It was no surprise. Quinn, after all, had contributed nothing to cause the beast to run away. The other students deserved the praise. But then, a female with light pink hair stepped in front of Quinn and bowed down to him. As she lifted up her head, her eyes were filled with tears. "Thank you so much for saving my friend," the pink-haired girl said. After that, she hurried off to join her teammates. The thanks should have made Quinn feel good, but it didn't. It had made Quinn feel bad instead. Originally, he had only gone out there not to save the students, but because he saw it as an opportunity to take Thea blood. His reactions were because of selfish reasons, not because he was trying to be a hero. He didn't deserve the praise. When the students had all settled down, they decided to have a minute of silence, out of respect for the students that had been lost. But they couldn't spend much time, for they were in a serious situation right now. The beast had chased the group quite a distance away from their original location. Not only that, but Del had no clue where they were or how to get back. When running away, he had headed in a random direction and didn't take note. Here were no maps for the planet yet either. Since the place they were in was undiscovered, what do we do now? A student asked Del. Leo had arrived at the camp where the distress signal had come from. Before arriving here, he had dealt with 2 more incidents from other camps. This planet was quite active with beasts. Still, it was too early to tell whether it was worthy of the decision to make it a red portal planet. If there was only a few advanced tier beasts and they got rid of them, then it was possible for them to give the planet a green grade. For the first time, though, when arriving at the location of a distress call, there were no students around. Leo started to hunt around for clues when the sounds of large, heavy footsteps could be heard heading in his direction. "Now what do we have here?" Leo said. "Chapter 239, where are we?" The sound of the footsteps could be heard loud and clear. Leo was even able to see the energy as each foot was placed on the ground. He activated his ability a little more, and now his vision was even wider than most people could see with their own eyes. It didn't matter how many trees or obstacles were blocking his path. Was heading towards him, he would be able to see it clearly, and that he did. A large flame of red energy seemed to be spiraling to his direction. The energy of the beast seemed to be getting wilder on the outside, but when looking closer and towards the core of the beast's crystal, Leo could see the energy was actually being more condensed. The flames of aura were entering the crystal, while the leftovers were sparkling on the outside. This was what happened when a beast was just about to go into berserker mode. Soon the condensed energy would explode, and the power of the beast would temporarily increase. If it gets to that point, it might be a little bit inconvenient. Leo moaned as he drew out his trusty sword. There was no need for Leo to move from the spot he was in. The beast was already coming towards him, so he stood there and waited. Finally, the beast had arrived, barging itself through and knocking the trees down in its path. Unfortunately, Leo was unable to see that the beast itself was injured from the battle with the students. His ability allowed him to see the outline of the beast and the things around him, but he wasn't able to see the finer details. If the beast was nearly dead, he could tell from their aura, but this one still had plenty of life. Immediately 6 lines of red energy came whipping out at Leo. Focusing his mind, he waited until all paths of the red energy crossed each other. In that moment, he took a single swing of his blade. The 6 vines that had come out at him had all been sliced off. Leo could see that the energy was still flowing through the vines as they started to regrow, but what he was more concerned about was the energy building up in the beast's body. Ignoring the vines and looking at the head of the beast, it was quite large and a distance away. "Well, I don't want to go all the way up there," Leo said. He placed his sword in his sheath and prepared himself. When he was sure where his target was going to be, a single movement, drawing all of his energy out and pulling the blade out of the sheath as fast as he could. A line of his own energy had left the sword as it was taken out of its sheath. The line of energy was thin and white in color, but the beast had no time to react, and it had completely passed through its neck. A few moments later, and the beast's neck was slid from its head and fell to the ground. Its body then shortly followed after. "I guess you can't regenerate your head," said Leo. After defeating the beast, he didn't stop for a moment, not even to extract the crystal core from its body. He didn't have much time to investigate the area before, and the beast had suddenly come out and attacked him. But during the fight, he had spotted something when looking at the beast's aura from his position. In the distance were the dead bodies of the students. They no longer produced a flame of aura, but a little leftover essence was always showing on their bodies a few hours later. Right now, the students were a priority, and if they had run into similar beasts to the one he had just faced, he feared the worst for the students. Back where the others were, just by the mountainside wall, Del and a few of the other students were deciding what to do. Del had called over the main helpers and the strongest ranked students on for their advice. In Del's class, there weren't many strong students. There were a couple of level 6 students and a few level 5, but that was it for the class. Vorden was considered one of the strongest students despite his level, but he had not been invited to the group meeting that Del was hosting. This was because Del still bore a grudge against Vorden, and after what Quinn had said, he now hated their whole group. "Maybe we should head back where the beast came out from," a student suggested. "If we follow the trail of broken-down trees, then maybe we can find our way back." "That won't work," Del replied. "The jungle is large, and if that beast lives here, then there are likely to be many trees and paths that have been created by the beasts and those similar to it. If we follow one of those paths, we might even be just leading ourselves to be dinner for another beast." "Well, you suggest something?" Another student said, their tone sharp, rather annoyed at the situation. Even they felt like so far Del had been useless at everything. Still, Del was a higher rank than them, not just as a teacher, but in the military as well, and they needed to show him some respect. He could also be the deciding factor on their grades. So the students bit down their tongues and moved on, but that didn't change the fact of how useless he had been. "I think we should go up one of the side paths of the mountain," Del suggested. "If we go up high, then we can see the jungle from above. We should be able to see where the area we started from was, and if we can't see that, we will definitely be able to spot the shelter." It wasn't a bad idea, the others thought, but after encountering such a dangerous beast, the idea of going further into the unknown was frightening for them. Still, with the only other idea already shot down by the teacher, what choice did they have? The students were told to inform the others of the plan, as each group made sure they had their supplies and started to head out. "This is so stupid," CIA complained. "We should at least stay here for a while and wait. Maybe another group or the sergeant will come and find us. If you're lost, you're meant to stay still." "Well, I think we're just climbing the mountain to see where we are. Then we'll probably head back down," Layla explained. "I still think we should wait a little bit before doing anything," CIA replied. "Although I don't like Del," Vorden said. "Maybe for these guys, staying in one place isn't a good idea. Look at their faces. Now they are moving, and it's making them forget about what happened. They might think if they stay there, other beasts will come and attack them, maybe even the same one. But as we move, at least we are working towards our goal." Okay, pretty boy, you convinced me," CIA replied. "Let's go." Chapter 240 Purple Grass. The decision was inconclusive and hard for which side of the mountain they wanted to track up. There was the option of sending half the group on one side too, but after seeing how effective they were as a single unit against a powerful beast, They felt that it was best to keep everyone together in one powerful group in case similar happened again. They started to travel up on the left side of the mountain. Del had made the decision and was ordering the group around, but he wasn't the one that stood in front of the group. Instead, some of the stronger groups had their own individual frontliner. Del had made some type of excuse claiming that he was the only one able to use the communicator to contact the sergeants. What if he disappeared? If that happened, then the sergeants would have no clue where they were. But this was a lie. For the sergeants didn't have a clue where Del's class were. They only knew that they had sent out a distress signal. The scanners had been turned on. They would still record points and work as long as they were within a 200-meter radius of Del, even though the scanners still provided each student with points for their team. There was no fierce competition anymore. The group decided to stay close together, and no one was venturing far away from their team or far from the whole group. While scanning new items, the scanner would still do the same, but the sense of competition was no longer there. The reason why Del turned the scanners back on was because they were good tools at finding out what was around them, whether they were dangerous plants or precious ores. But the primary function of the scanners for Del was to detect beasts and their levels while those beasts were still far away from the group. If they came across another beast and it was far too powerful for their group to handle, Del didn't even dare to imagine the number of casualties and the number of remaining students that would be able to come back with them to the military camp. The group slowly progressed, and eventually the slope started to level out. They could still see the large wall and the ground behind them, so they found it a little strange. Usually, any mountains had a lot of ridges with leveled and inclined ground, so this mountain seemed strange. The open field was long and still very green like most of the jungle so far, with plants here and there, but there was a lot more open space. They were higher in elevation now, but they were still unable to see the top of the mountain from below. When one of the students went to the edge, they looked down, and although they could see the part of the jungle where they had made their last stand against the advanced tier beast, one of the more curious students went over to the edge and looked down. Even though they could still see the part of the jungle where they made their last stand against that beast previously, they were unable to see where they had started from the beginning, nor the shelter. Depending which direction Del had run from the camp, the only way for them to see the shelter, or where they once came from, was to climb to a high enough point so they could see the area around them in a bird's-eye view. But the slightly inclined ground they were on looked like it could go on for miles, and the only way left to get higher up the mountain was to scale it using their hands and feet. But that wouldn't be a possible option for their group. The students started to walk around to see if there were any other option to scale the mountain, or if they could see the shelter from the edges of the mountain. Maybe it's best if we just head back down. Going up the mountain might be more dangerous than roaming around down there. Layla said, I agree. But also, it doesn't look like Del really knows what he's doing, Vorden replied. Del was currently just standing in the middle, looking up at the mountain to his right and down the sloped path from where they had come from. In the middle of their exploration, though, 3 clear and distinctive dings were suddenly heard. The students all turned to where the sound came from, as it indicated that a beast had been discovered by the scanner. When looking at the student whose scanner had gone off, it looked like there was nothing, even around him. What did you discover? Del said as he started to walk over to the student. The student pointed at a purple blade of grass on the floor. When walking up the slope, there were patches of grass here and there. Most of the grass was green in color, but once in a while, they could see some stalks of grass colored purple. Nearly all of the students decided to ignore it, as it seemed just like an odd thing with nothing else strange about it. But when they felt boredom in their exploration, this particular student decided to give it a scan anyway, to relieve some of his boredom. But to his surprise, the scanner said that he wasn't holding a plant, but a beast. When Del snatched the scanner from the student, a dark expression appeared on his face. An intermediate beast, this little thing, how can that be possible? The purple shade of grass was the same size as all the other pieces of grass. It seemed impossible for there to be a beast crystal inside. The students were not actively looking at the grass around them, but now they noticed that there were a few single strands of purple grass every so often from the grasses surrounding them. A few drops of water from the sky started to land onto the ground and onto the faces of the students. Is it starting to rain? Layla asked. That's just great, we might have to try to find some cover. But Quinn was interested in the beast. If it was another new type and he found a way to defeat it before anyone else, he would gain a large amount of EXP once again. He bent down and looked closer at the blade of grass. Inspect. Intermediate beast. Dumping bait beast. The top of the beast's head can often seem like a blade of grass. While most of its body remained underground, the beast cannot move, but when the rain comes it will sprout from underneath. After reading the message, the rain started to get heavier around them. Just like with the boulder snails from before, it seemed that the beast was also active in the rain, and right now they were experiencing their first bit of rain since coming to the place. Quinn immediately started to look around him, and noticed many of the students were looking at the purple blade of grass. There were nearly as many blades of grass as the students. In a way, it seemed that a small army of intermediate beasts was about to pop out from under the ground. Perhaps this would be even more troublesome than the advanced tier beasts. As a single raindrop fell on the purple shade of grass, it suddenly started to shake and the ground around started to vibrate as well. "What the hell is going on here?" Fex said. "Guys, get away from the purple grass," Quinn shouted to his teammates. "Let's head back down the slope." As Quinn said these words, a 2-meter-tall purple plant appeared behind him. Its body was as thick as a tree, and its head as wide as a car. On top of its head was the strand of grass that could barely be seen on top of the giant plant-like beast. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as the plant dived down. But it was too late. The large plant had swallowed Quinn whole. Chapter 241, A Strange Item. A side slope of the mountain. Once the raindrops top of the beast's head. It had sent them a signal informing them to rise to the surface. The beast was tall and wide, and to top it off, they were fast and nimble as well. Most of the students were still tired from the fight with the advanced tiered beast earlier. Most of their MC cells had been used, and they hadn't had enough time to recover. Their instinct told them to run upon seeing the beasts rising from underneath the ground. However, the beats were just too fast. As if it was a snake, the plants opened their mouths wide and sometimes consumed more than one student at a time, and one of these students was Quinn. "We have to get him out of there," Vorden shouted as he looked around at the other students. "Damn it, why isn't there someone with high-level abilities in this class?" Dell's class was considered one of the weakest class, and they had gotten significantly weaker after Aaron had left. Vorden was hoping at one point to come across one of the other classes and copy one of their abilities. One of the downsides to Vorden's ability was the fact that he would have to wait 24 hours before storing a new ability. At most, with the help of Rattan and Syl, he could store 3 at a time. Because of this, Vorden was actually cautious about whose ability he copied. Right now, it didn't seem like anyone's ability was doing well against the plants. "He's already dead, let's just get out of here," CIA complained. "No, he's not dead," Peter replied. "I can tell." Although CIA had no clue what Peter meant by this, the others realized that the reason must be some type of link between the two. That could also be the explanation as to why Peter wasn't going mad right now after witnessing the death of Quinn. "I'll go get him," Fex said. The others were surprised by his words. They knew Quinn, and Fex weren't close enough, but obviously from Fex's words, he was genuinely concerned about Quinn. But the question was, when did the two of them become so close? But Fex could tell the seriousness of the situation. He was the only one along with Quinn that hadn't done much during the fight against the advanced tier beast, so he still had plenty of energy. Fex ran and leapt into the air, but in a blink of an eye the plant swayed its large body to the side, and at an incredible speed struck Fex, who was still in mid-air, slamming him back to the side of the mountain. Maybe jumping straight forward wasn't such a good idea. The pain wreaking havoc on Fex's body wasn't too bad, but he was still a little dazed. When he managed to gather where he was, he could see the plant already coming towards him across the floor with its mouth wide open. When he finally managed to get up, the plant was already coming for him, streaking across the floor with its mouth wide open, ready to devour him. There was no panic on Fex's face, just a slight smile. "Eat me then, you piece of—" He was gone, swallowed by the beast plant. It lifted its whole body and raised its head, making sure that whatever it managed to consume would go straight down. The others stayed there watching the plant for a few seconds, hoping that Fex had some sort of plan. There was a lot of popular news established by media centers about some people's miraculous escape after being swallowed by a beast. It was reported that those people killed their way out of the beast's body. But after watching for a while and seeing no result, the situation couldn't be more obvious. "Run," Vorden shouted. "It's all we can do. If Peter says Quinn is safe, then we just have to believe him." Vorden, along with Layla, was the first to take their advice. Layla was a little behind Vorden, so she had a head start. Seeing this, Vorden decided he didn't have time to be picky about what abilities he had. If he touched Layla, then at least he would have something to protect himself while fighting. Thinking about this, he ran faster, straight for Layla. He then reached out and grabbed her hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Layla complained, but she quickly stopped her complaint, as another beast plant was heading straight for the two of them. She held out her hand, hoping to slow it down even just by a little bit. As Vorden turned, he threw one of the sprit spears and it pierced straight through the beast's head. But it clearly wasn't enough, and the beast was quick to retaliate, swallowing the two in an instant. "What are you doing?" Sia shouted. She too had rushed off, hoping to run away, but she quickly stopped as she noticed there were also several plants behind them. Some groups were still dealing with them, but not even one was successful. The only group that seemed to be doing well was the group led by Teacher Dell. He had taken his large shield with him and was holding it up with his back against the mountain wall. With only one possible angle of attack, Dell and a few other students were able to block most of the incoming attacks from the plants. And since the plants weren't able to move from their original position, at most the group had to block attacks from 3 incoming plant beasts. "Let's go over there," she shouted. "It's the safest place. With my ability we can make it." At this point she was tugging on Peter's uniform, but he stayed there, still looking at one of the plants. "If Quinn is somewhere else, then I need to go with him," Peter replied. "Screw you," she shouted in anger. "If you want to die, then go die yourself." A single step. She turned around and suddenly realized that all she could see was pitch black. Then a few seconds later she felt the sensation of falling. The whole group had now been swallowed by different beets plants: Fex and Quinn, Layla and Vorden, and finally Peter and CIA. A few of the other students had been swallowed too. A few were also knocked off the side of the cliff. While the majority somehow managed to make it to where Dell's position was, even though they felt weak. With Dell doing most of the blocking, the students were able to use their attacks to fight against the plant beasts that managed to reach them. They continued to do this until eventually the rain started to stop. The moment the rain stopped, all of the beasts went into hibernation at the same time. They returned underground and turned into beautiful stalks of purple grasses once more. Amazingly, soil started to form over the purple grasses, and in a blink of an eye, the mountain had returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. "Is it over?" a student asked, huffing and panting. He felt as if he would collapse from exhaustion at any moment. "I think so," Dell replied. "I think these beasts reacted to the rain. They seemed to appear and disappear at the same time as the rain appeared and vanished. Luckily for us, in a place like this, the downpour might be strong, but it doesn't last for long. However, we don't know when the next downpour will be." "What should we do now? And what about the others?" another asked. Dell looked around, and he could see there wasn't much blood. Also, during his studies, he discovered that plant-type beasts mostly weren't carnivores. The fact that these plants probably didn't have the acid necessary to digest meat meant that the students were still probably alive. "I hate to say this, but they're probably already dead." Dell lied. "It's best if we head back down to where we were. If we carry on going upward, then there might be even more dangerous beasts." Some of the students were annoyed by what Dell had just suggested. They had made this suggestion earlier, and even said the same thing to Dell, informing him there might be more danger up ahead. Still, he decided to progress anyway, and now he was saying traveling upward was a bad idea. Before heading back down the slope, a student spotted another person walking up. As they saw who it was, a huge smile appeared on their face. "Sergeant Leo!" the students shouted. Even Dell was delighted and happy. There wasn't much that needed to be said, as Leo agreed that he would take them back to the shelter for now. But before doing so, Leo asked for the other students to investigate the area. Just as the students were about to head down the slope, Leo started to walk over to a strange object. A certain item was giving off energy, similar to that of a beast weapon. He had arrived by the wall of the mountain and picked up the cold, solid object. "Do you mind telling me what it looks like?" Leo asked Dell, who wouldn't leave his side. "It appears to be some type of metal flask, although it has some strange design on it. It looks like a beast's head with fangs. Maybe it's one of the items that the students dropped during the struggle." Dell answered. "I'm wondering just what is so important that it needs to be kept in a special type of beast equipment." Leo thought to himself. Chapter 242, A Place of Darkness. The last thing Quinn could remember was Layla shouting out his name. Then, in a blink of an eye, they were swallowed whole. What came afterwards was darkness. His body was being swirled around, throwing him off balance, and it gave him not even a moment, continuously, to balance himself nor use any of his abilities. Everything was happening so quickly, but during the whole process he didn't feel any pain. Then when he had finally reached the bottom, Quinn felt his body continuously sinking. It felt like he had been dropped in a watery quagmire. He tried moving his hands, using all the strength he could muster, but it seemed to have no effect. If anything, it was making him sink quicker. His legs were the first thing to pass through, and as it did, he felt a free range of motion. They weren't hitting or placed against anything, but they felt like he was in mid-air, kicking them backwards and forwards. Still, he was unable to feel anything. If the plants swallowed me and now I'm falling down, doesn't that mean I'm falling into another part of the mountain or underneath the planet? Quinn thought. The height of his fall worried him the most. His arms had now gone through the strange substance, and now only the top of his head remained. Just like with his legs, his hands were able to move freely. But now he started worrying. If Quinn was right, then once his head fell through, his whole body would be falling. He was strong, and he had a sturdy body as a vampire, but what was he falling into? Lava, spikes, or into a pit of beasts? His abilities couldn't possibly save him from that. Quinn's mind madly spun as he thought about his next course of action. He activated his shadow ability and covered his body thinly. It seemed to have worked and slowed down the sinking process. But this was a mere stopgap, not a solution to the problem. But of course this stopgap should give him enough time to think. Suddenly a voice reverberated out of nowhere. "What the hell is this?" a boy yelled as his voice echoed out. It can't be, is that Fex's voice, Quinn thought. The space was narrow, and if Fex was coming from above it meant that there was only one place where Fex could land. Bang! The force and Fex's weight struck Quinn's head and managed to push him through the last bit of strange substance. As Quinn's body floated through the air, he thought back to how the last thing he ever saw might have just been Fex's backside knocking him down, as he fell to his death. "That arse!" Quinn shouted. When looking around him, even though he was in the dark, his pupils widened enough, letting in more light. He could see nearly just as well as outside. His guess seemed right, and he was really falling from the ceiling. The good news was, there didn't seem to be anything below that would do much damage. The bad news was he was falling from about 20 meters in height, and the ground was coming closer to him as the seconds went by. All he could do was brace himself for impact as he curled up into a ball. At the same time, a shield of shadow was created in front of him. The shadow was the first part to touch the ground, and Quinn followed shortly. It had worked. The shadow had slowed down the momentum of his fall, and Quinn went inside and fused with the shadow. "You really are useful," Quinn said as he took the shadow away, but in that moment, the speed had returned, and Quinn's body was slammed into the ground just as hard as he would have done if he hadn't used the shadow. In his haste, Quinn had forgotten that the shadow didn't actually slow things down, but only slowed down the time while he was touching the shadow. Once he traveled through the shadow, or once it was taken away, the object would continue to travel at the speed it previously had before passing through the shadow or being one with it. Through the hevel from the walls of the cave, Quinn stood up and discovered that not a lot of damage was done to him. He felt sore in all sorts of places, but his body was sturdier than before. It also didn't seem like any of his bones had been broken from the fall. Just then, he could see Fex falling through the sky nearly at the exact same spot. "Quinn, catch me!" Still remembering how Fex had shoved him down under here, Quinn chose not to help. If the fall didn't kill him, it wouldn't kill Fex. Fex looked around, but the walls were too far away from him, and there was nothing nearby to attach his strings to slow down the momentum of his fall. Stepping to the side at the last moment, Quinn allowed Fex to land headfirst into the same spot as him. Unlike Quinn, Fex immediately stood to his feet after crashing, rubbing the back of his neck. "You could have at least caught me, man. What was that all about?" Fex continued to dust himself off, and then looked around at where they were. They seemed to be in a large cavern that was completely empty. There were several large holes or tunnels that seemed to lead to different paths. When looking above them, they could see the plant hanging from the ceiling that had swallowed them whole. When Fex started to pat himself down, he noticed something strange. "Oh no, my flask. It must have fallen out when that giant plant hit me," Fex said angrily. "Do you want the one you gave to me?" Quinn offered. After all, it was never his in the first place, and he still had his blood bank to rely on. "No, I can't," Fex replied. "I know I'm not big on rules and stuff, but that was a gift, and I can't take back gifts. Besides, my reliance on blood is a lot less than most people. It is already at that of a vampire noble. Don't worry about me." It was true that Fex never seemed to be as interested in blood as Quinn did. Even when a student would bleed slightly, Quinn would get this tingling feeling all over his body, and his eyes would naturally be drawn to the bloodied area, but Fex never felt the same way. Quinn would keep it for now, and if Fex really needed it, Quinn would still be by his side anyway. Over at different sections underneath the mountain, the others were experiencing the same thing that Fex and Quinn had gone through. Layla and Vorden were both being slowly sucked down, while their faces were pressed up against each other. This is all your fault for grabbing me," Layla shouted. Vorden even felt some of the spit from her lips land on his face due to how close they were. "Did your parents never teach you how to speak without spreading spittle everywhere? And you would have been eaten anyway, so don't blame me," Vorden shouted back, as the two fell from the plant into the large cave. Layla used her ability to slow her down from falling at a fast speed. Vorden also used the same ability and achieved the same result, so they managed to get down onto the floor safely. They discovered that they were in a large cavern with several entrances, holes and tunnels all around the cavern walls. However, there seemed to be no one else with them. "Great, looks like I'm stuck with a psycho. As if there could be a worse pairing than this," Layla thought. In another section of the cavern, the last pairing was of CIA and Peter. The two of them fell through the strange substance at the same time, and as they were falling through the air, CIA noticed that Peter's expression didn't have any trace of fear. Does he have a plan on how to land safely? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? She felt like she had no choice but to grab on. A fall from this height could kill a student, and at best, it could still break a few bones. CIA didn't have any beast gear on her, and her ability would do nothing to slow the descent. After grabbing onto the back of Peter, CIA held on tight. As they got closer to the floor, she was waiting for him to reveal his ability. She still had no idea what it was. The group had asked Peter to keep it that way while in front of the teachers. Students apart from those that knew P.O. wouldn't know, but teachers had files on every student. No, it can't be, C.I. thought, and a few seconds later Peter crashed dead into the ground. CIA was hurt, but Peter managed to break most of her fall, but as she opened her eyes and looked at her comrade next to her, she could see that all of his limbs were mangled and broken. Chapter 243, Problem Gone. Now this will be good to see, he said. What do we do now? Layla asked. The two students, Vorden and Layla, were now stuck together in the cavern. Around them multiple paths, but with no way to tell which ones led up or down. Seeing this, Layla didn't really have an idea about what to do. Now you're speaking to me, Logan said. I thought it was my fault that the two of us are done here, but when it comes to trying to find a way out, suddenly you come to me for help. Layla stomped her foot onto the ground and took a few steps away. She wanted to storm off and just head down one of the paths randomly, but after only taking a few steps, her hands started to shake and her legs were slowly banging into each other. The thought of seeing beasts like the ones they had seen so far being down here frightened her. When she was training at Pure, their main goal wasn't facing against beasts but humans. As an agent, her tasks and training dealt with infiltration, sabotage, and a plethora of other skills. Of course, no amount of training could prepare a child for the real thing. Since coming to this school, she had seen more death than she would have liked, and it was starting to take a toll on her body and mind, more so now that her friend she would often comfort in had gone. Why are you still having a go at me? Layla snapped. I told you before, you're useless. You were useless before and even more so now. At least back then you were Quinn's blood bank, but right now I can fill that role. So honestly, what use is there for you? Stop saying the same thing over and over again. Layla was at breaking point and had enough. She no longer wanted to take this type of abuse from Vorden. Without thinking clearly, she lifted up a nearby rock and swung it towards Vorden. It was an unexpected attack from Layla, so Vorden was late in his reactions and managed to dodge the small fist-sized rock. Slightly, the rock grazed his cheek. It caused a surface cut, revealing a trickle of blood. However, the first attack didn't stop there. Layla continued to lift up the rocks around and swung them towards Vorden. As they were hurled towards him, Vorden did the same, repelling them away using the same ability but also making sure not to throw attacks back. She continued forward, screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound echoed through the cavern. Wow, Rayton said, laughing. It looks like you finally broke her. I mean, I thought I was the cruel one. You really know how to annoy someone when you want to. At least I just give them a beating, but this Vorden, this is just pure evil. Vorden knew Rayton was just trying to annoy him by being sarcastic. The problem was it was working. Had Vorden really gone too far? At this point he had been trying to split Layla and Quinn apart. Still, without saying too much directly to Layla, rather than it being for himself or Quinn, he was doing it for her. What's that noise? Syl said as he stood up from his usual crouched position. The screams from Layla seemed to be so loud that they had even reached Syl, who would usually ignore most things. However, Vorden was too distracted deflecting the projectiles coming towards him to give Syl a reply. As Syl started walking over towards the chair, Ratton smiled and stepped to the side. Syl placed his hand on Vorden's shoulder, who was in the chair. Now they both had access to what was going on outside. Syl could see and feel what Vorden was doing. It looks like you need some help. Swap with me, Syl said. Syl, I can handle it, Vorden replied carefully. Swap with me, Syl said, his grip tightening on Vorden's shoulder. Knowing that he had no choice, Vorden reluctantly left the seat. Back outside, 4 stones were now being directed towards Vorden's body. So far he had been taking a step back, deflecting them as they came at him, but suddenly he stood there completely still. As he raised his hands, all of the stones stopped mid-air for a moment. Then at the same time, the 4 stones were repelled away with even greater force. Layla could tell just from the sound they had made when hitting the walls around him. Why are you attacking me? Syl asked. Layla had noticed the sudden change in Vorden's attitude. She had even seen this happen a few times before. At the canteen, while they were fighting in the desert, and now again. Her sudden attacks had stopped. If you are trying to hurt me, then you are against me, Syl said as he lifted both hands and used an incredible force to push Layla's body back. Right now, Syl was combining the MC points in CIA's level 4 ability, along with Layla's level 2 ability. His telekinesis powers were that of a level 6. There was no chance at Layla stopping the power. The next moment she was flung against the wall. The back of her head swung back into a piece of rock, and her vision quickly went to black as she passed out on the floor. The problem has been dealt with, Syl said with a smile. In another part of the cavern, two more students seemed to be stuck together dealing with their own problems. CIA was taken aback at the sight of Peter's legs all mangled. They had utterly broken, and it looked like part of the bone had splintered through parts of the skin. She turned her head away, unable to look at the sight any longer. "Stay here. I will go look for help," CIA said in a panic. "You know, if you didn't hold on to me, the fall wouldn't have been as bad," Peter replied in a calm voice. CA found it strange that it seemed like Peter wasn't affected by this whole ordeal, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Instead, she started to look around the area to see if there was anything she could find. Just like the caverns the others were stuck in, there were multiple holes and paths to choose from, not knowing which way was out or would lead them to the surface. CA walked up to the entrances, which were a little away from where they had landed. She wanted to see if she could hear anything coming from down the tunnels. Perhaps some would be filled by beasts, but the others had also been swallowed, and just maybe they weren't too far from them. She tilted her head with her ear faced forward towards the entrance, seeing if she could hear the slightest sound. "I think we should go this way," a voice said, stood right behind her. CIA was startled, and out of instinct she turned and threw her fist, hitting Peter right in the jaw before taking a few steps to the side. It hadn't hurt Peter, but only slightly moved his head to the side, but a small mark could also be seen across his cheek. "Pio, but how? Your legs were all mangled just a few seconds ago," Peter demanded. "What for the punch?" Chia asked. "No way, how the hell is that my fault? You snuck up on me when I thought you couldn't move, in a dark and creepy cave with possible beasts. Anyone's reaction would have been the same." "Still, should you not apologize if you hit someone, or am I mistaken?" said Peter. "You're weird. Why did I have to get stuck with you? I think you should be a bit nicer to me. After all, if we run into anything down here, then we will be relying on my ability a lot more than yours." CIA still didn't know Peter's ability, but she had a guess. His watch indicated he was a level 4, and if he managed to recover from an injury like that, most likely his ability was a healing one, or a regenerative one. The only thing she couldn't quite put her finger on was the healing speed. She'd never met a healer or seen a regenerative ability that could allow someone to recover that fast. They would be at level 8 to do such a thing. Still, this meant it was clear his ability wasn't a combat one, while CIA's wasn't either. She was sure of her hand-to-hand combat skills over the frail and weak Pio. As she took a step forward, hoping to head to the other side of the cave where the other entrances were, Peter suddenly blocked her path. Wasn't he at least 5 meters away? How did he get here so fast, she thought. "If you don't apologize to me and you are going to have a problem, a serious problem." "Whatever," CAA said as she tried to walk past Peter. At this moment she felt something grasp around her throat. When she looked down, she could see a hand, and it was linked to Pio. "What are you doing?" CA just managed to let out. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from one of the tunnels. It was unclear which one, as the echo made it hard to pinpoint the sound. "Now, Pio, I don't think we should be treating our fellow students like that, do you?" As he took a bite from one of his favorite sandwich, he forced strange crystals. As the short-haired boy entered the room, not only did Peter recognize him, but it seemed like CIA did too. For some reason, at the sight of the boy, Peter's grip around CI's neck had loosened. At this moment, she took the opportunity to try to knock Peter's hand away, using her full force slamming it against Peter's forearm. But in doing so, she realized it had the same effect as moving a rock that weighted a ton. There seemed to be no effect or movement. "I think it will be best if you put her down, Pio. Annoying as she may be, it might cause us more problems in the future," Logan said as he took a final bite of his sandwich. That was the last one. At that moment, Logan didn't look like his regular self. Apart from his head that was fully showing, Logan had his full body suit on from the neck down. Due to him not knowing what he might meet down here, he was always prepared for the worst. Still, Logan's was quite popular around the school, even if he didn't know it himself. The few appearances he made on the last outing and during the school's events every once in a while had really caught the attention of other students. This, of course, included CIA. Although CIA was wondering what the connection between Logan and Pio was, right now she just wanted to get away from Pio. Using her ability, she stabbed a spear into Peter's belly. Not just one, but 3. Due to how close she was to him, she was able to stick in multiple spears one after the other. After the first one had entered Peter's body, his movements were slowed, allowing her to put in 2 more. Once again, using all her force, she tried to whack Peter's hand away. Still, like she was pounding her hand against solid rock, but this time with the help of her ability weakening Peter. Her attack was a success and managed to knock his hand away and broke free. Not knowing where to run to, she decided to head down one of the many tunnels. If another student had arrived and had no relation to the person named Pio, then maybe she would have bolted towards Logan, but seeing that the two of them had some type of a relationship, she didn't want to risk it. The cave was dark and it was hard for her to see, but each of the tunnels gave off a little reflection of light. What she didn't know. There was always the chance that the small amount of light could be radiating from a beast, or it could just be a raw crystal. Because of this, as CIA ran, she needed to be careful about her footing, not being able to see where or what she was taking steps into. It was a cave and they were deep underground. With the floors being uneven and traveling in the dark, Sis was being naturally cautious. "This is a pain. I wish I brought some type of light with me or something," CIA complained. The group did have emergency equipment and rations such as torches and so on, but they were all kept with Peter. Taking another step forward, her foot seemed to be lodged between something. She quickly managed to pull it, but it had greatly slowed her down. "This is such a pain in the arse, whatever I have to deal with, though he will too," CIA thought. "Why did you choose to run?" Logan said. 3. Finished counting down, Peter was already directly in front of CIA. Somehow the difficult pathway that she had taken was easily navigated by him. There was no touch in his hand, no light source. So just how did Peter manage to catch up with her so fast? Peter decided to wait until the spirit spears had disappeared before chasing CIA. Not only that, but just like Quinn, Peter also had the advantage of seeing in the dark. For him, it was as if the cave was lit up, so he had no problem deciding on the quickest path to take. Just when he found her, he heard Logan shouting. When Peter turned around, he could see Logan holding his hand out. But on the end of his hand was a rounded and strange bright green light getting larger as the moment went on. Logan's hand blaster had seen what it could do before when it was fired against Vex. Someone who was stronger than both him and Quinn. Perhaps even his regeneration abilities wouldn't be able to keep up with this. "You stop running, will you?" Logan complained while looking at CIA. While the blaster was held against Peter, he decided to let the thing go. He wasn't stupid and could always find a way to get to CIA later. "What are you doing down here?" Peter asked. CIA was unsure of what to do. The entrance to another tunnel wasn't too far away at this, but it seemed like Logan was able to control Peter just like Quinn could somehow. She still didn't understand how Peter managed to catch up to her so fast, so her only option was to stay by Logan's side. She scuttled along around the side until she was eventually behind Logan. Logan then tapped something on the side of his suit, which brightened up the area around him with green lights. The pieces on Logan's equipment were illuminating a small 5-meter radius around them. "I adjusted the scanner the school gave us to increase its radius. I had to power it with my own beast crystals and don't get any points for doing that, but to me it was well worth it," said Logan. "That's when I discovered that there seemed to be strange tunnels underground, but they didn't quite look natural, so I decided to investigate. I never thought anyone else would be down here, so it was a nice surprise to see you." "Do you know the way out?" C.I. asked, realizing from what Logan said he should have a wide area mapped out using his scanner. "No," Logan replied, although this was a lie. If he had told the truth, he knew they would ask to lead him out of here. But Logan had discovered something on his scanner that he had to check out before leaving. Somewhere inside the large cave, Vex and Quinn had decided to walk down one of the tunnels. While inside the tunnel, the connection between Peter seemed to be lost. It had happened ever since he went underground. Quinn thought that it might have something to do with the distance between the two at the moment, as he didn't know that Peter and the others were underground as well. Thinking that help would never arrive, they decided to just leave it up to fate and pick the tunnel with the biggest entrance. As they walked down the tunnel, they noticed that the walls were surrounded with thin blue crystals that gave off a slight glow to them. Not enough to light up the whole area, but one could follow the small light source quite easily. "What are these?" Quinn asked, looking at the small crystals. "They resemble something similar to beast crystals, but Quinn thought the only way to obtain beast crystals was from killing a beast." "I really don't know," Vex replied. "I was going to ask you the same thing." The curiosity had gotten the better of him, and Quinn decided to place his hand on top of the crystal. At first he was planning to use his inspect skill, but there was no need, for the system had automatically given him a message. "Basic tier crystal. Would you like to store in your system?" The shock from the message was quite immense. At school they had been taught that the beast crystals could only be obtained from beasts. This was why the human race had been sending hunting parties to slay the beasts, even though there was the chance of death. Those crystals could be used to create powerful weapons and even power their modern equipment. But right here, crystals were just forming on the wall around him, and it wasn't just one crystal. There seemed to be hundreds of crystals through the tunnel they had just walked. If Quinn was to think about all the other tunnels as well, there would at least be thousands down here. With Vex keeping an eye over his back, Quinn was unable to store it in his system. However, he did pull the crystal out and placed it in his trouser pocket for later. "It might be something important," Quinn said. Vex just shrugged his shoulders, uninterested by the small crystal, and carried on walking ahead. Finally, they had reached the end of the tunnel. When exiting the tunnel, the small discovery that Quinn had just made before seemed to be nothing compared to this. Chapter 245, Dalki or Vampires. The two boys froze for a moment once they exited from the tunnel. Looking at what lay in front of their eyes, they paused for a moment. Somehow it didn't feel like they were actually really underground. "Hey, can you see what I'm seeing right now, man?" Vex asked. "If you're talking about those buildings right in front of us, then of course I can." Quinn replied, exiting from the tunnel. It seemed like they'd arrived at what looked like a type of town. It was impossible for them to measure how large the entire place was. Buildings stretched out far and wide, and it was comparably as large as any one of the shelters they've seen before. If they were to give a rough estimate, it looked like a few thousand people used to live in such an establishment. The ceiling seemed to be unreachable. Although they could see the peak, it felt like there was no way to reach it. Their gaze moved on towards the tallest building that stood in the center of the place. It was a round tower-like structure that was tall and high, but it hardly touched the ceiling. If one wished to even touch the ceiling, they would have to build a similar-sized building and place it on top of the already existing tower. Although a town underneath a mountain and town was surprising to them both, it didn't seem impossible. There were rumors of such shelters being built on other planets, where the temperatures could reach extreme levels at different times of year. Underground shelters were the only answer to such uninhabitable places, and so the reason why both of them were shocked was for a different reason entirely. The two of them could already observe that the design and materials used to create the buildings were different. One of the main features was the solid black material that it was made from. Instead of brick, cement, or metal, it was a different kind. A special black substance that was more stable and stronger was the primary material of all the buildings. The substance was said to be just as strong as galthrium. Although the place looked abandoned and was void of people, the buildings were a different matter. The structures themselves looked perfectly fine and hadn't deteriorated a single bit. The only semblance of passage of time of abandonment was a layer of dust or rock-like substance from the ceiling that coated the top of everything, and finally, the design. Although the substance was strong, it wasn't as flexible and nimble as glathrium. This meant that the edges weren't smoothed out, giving everything that was made a slight rocky look. After looking at the buildings, the two of them had both come to the conclusion that the structures built in front of them were not made by humans. This was the true reason why both of them were in shock. "They're Dalki structures," Quinn muttered. This was a huge discovery. The humans had only built a shelter and classified the place as an orange portal due to them thinking they had discovered the planet first. There were rare cases like this when the two opposition were trying to take control of a planet at the same time. If the two groups were to meet, regardless if there was a treaty signed or not, a fight would break out until one side was completely annihilated. As Vex heard these words come out from Quinn's mouth, though, there was confusion on his face. What are you on about?" Vex replied. "These aren't Dalki structures, they're vampire structures." Hearing these words equally shocked Quinn again. He was almost positive these were Dalki structures. He had seen them in his lessons and on the news time and time again. "The boy is right," the system replied. "These resemble the structures that were built in my time." The system didn't really answer any of the questions Quinn had right now and only confused him even more. "Vex, have you ever seen Dalki structures?" Quinn asked. There was one possibility, Quinn thought. Perhaps the two structures were similar and Quinn himself was being confused. Maybe there was something that he couldn't spot. "Actually, no, I'll be honest. Maybe you know more about the Dalki because you live on Earth, but we don't even really get taught about them. I've never seen a Dalki either. Only heard them being mentioned from time to time by one of the elders." From Vex's answer, there seemed to be a couple of possibilities. The fact that the Dalki and vampires use the same material, perhaps their technologies are on par with each other, and it would make sense why their structures look similar. The strange black substance, the humans were never able to figure out just how to use it properly, so they stuck to using glathrium over it. The other possibility was somehow the Dalki and vampires were linked together, but this seemed even more far-fetched, especially since Vex didn't even really know what a Dalki was. "Well, do you know why the vampire and Dalki structures look so similar?" Quinn asked, hoping to find an answer. "Also, if it is a vampire structure, why did they build one here underground?" "They do? Well, that's strange. I'll be honest, I'm not the best person to ask. When it comes to vampires, I'm really young. I'm sure the elders or others will know the answer to your question, or maybe even a better student. I never paid attention in class," Vex said, laughing nervously. "For your second question, I really don't know either. It looks like this place has been here a while. Maybe it was one of the planets the vampires used before, moving to another. It would make sense why it was built underground in the first place as well." "What about you, system? Did the Dalki exist during your time?" Quinn asked in his head. "The Dalki did not exist while I was still active," the system replied. Quinn made a small note in his head about how the system replied. It seemed the choice of words it had used was oddly specific, but he knew if he pressed further, the system would just give his usual resistance. "There is one thing we can do," Quinn said. "Why don't we check out some of the buildings? Maybe there will be something inside which will tell us if it was the Dalkis who made this or the vampires." I'm especially interested to see what they would have in that tower structure. Hey, it looks like you read my mind, Fex replied with a chuckle. The two of them started to walk through the strange building structures, and the more they started to walk, the more it looked like a town to the both of them. There were streets, with buildings lined up on both sides. If you followed the streets far enough, it would eventually lead them to one of the tunnels they had come through. When looking around at the walls, it looked like there were several tunnels that lead to the town. The two of them had entered some of the first few houses, but they seemed to be void on any items whatsoever. There weren't even beds inside, but it was clear they were normal family structures. As Quinn entered the place, he could imagine a family living here, with all the different rooms, but while looking at the place, he just wondered what happened here. They entered a few more buildings on their way, but still they seemed to find nothing. Eventually, they decided to no longer enter the small buildings, as it seemed to be a waste of time. If they were going to find anything, it would be in the tower structure near the middle. For the first time, as they got closer to the tower, it looked like some of the buildings had been destroyed, as if they had taken part in a battle. The top of them had crumbled to the ground, and some structures no longer existed. Seeing this caused Fex to worry a little. He knew how tough the material was, and if something was able to destroy that, they needed to have some level of strength. They continued to walk down the street. They still had some distance to go, but the tower could be seen directly in front of them. Just then, the sound of growling could be heard coming from the sides. "Where is that sound coming from?" Quinn said. They could both hear the growling clearly, but it seemed like there were several of them, and if he was right, they were currently surrounded. "I guess it's time to call on some extra help." Fex touched his ear and pulled on his dangling earring. Suddenly, in the palm of his hand, the earring started to glow until eventually it started to change its shape, forming what looked like a cross between a bull and bat. "Ham here at your service," the bull said excitedly as it flew in a circle. Chapter 246, Grinding Time. It had been a while since Fex had last used Ham, and he was starting to miss his little companion. Ham was able to be seen by anybody. He didn't have any special skills that allowed him to turn invisible or hide his presence, but he was able to transform. If the students saw a flying bull-like creature, it would have immediately caused alarm bells to ring, and there would be a hunt for a beast inside of school. This was why Fex had also kept him hidden as an earring, but right now they were underground. It was unlikely any other students would be down here, and even if they were, it wouldn't be so strange to see a beast flying around on a beast planet. All Fex would have to do was pretend he didn't know his companion, and later meet up with him again. Finally, I get to spread my wings about." Ham cheered. Quinn had so many questions he wanted to ask Fex right now. He was curious about the little beast, and wondered if it had been with Fex the whole time, what it could do, and if every vampire was able to get some type of companion. The problem was Quinn was unable to tell what was the norm with vampires and what wasn't. He could ask the system, but it wasn't the right time. "Can you sense what's around us?" Fex asked. Ham closed its eyes, allowing it to concentrate. "I think some beasts are surrounding us," Ham replied. "We know that," Fex shouted. "We wanted to know how many, and how strong. If you aren't going to help, then you were better off on my ear as a fashion accessory." Ham responded to the complaints by pulling out its fairly large and fat tongue. "This place is disturbing the flow of my powers." Ham then started to look around at where they were. "Wait, are we back home? You really are ruthless," Fex said. While in the earring, Ham was able to see everything that was going on outside, as long as he was paying attention, and him saying this made it clear that he wasn't. While the two of them were busy arguing, the creatures that were busy growling away at them from the dark and behind the crumbled buildings had revealed themselves. The two boys were completely surrounded by what looked like strange dog-like creatures. There were more than 20, and possibly even more, in hiding. The dogs had no fur, but displayed a slight tint of red on Tia's skin. Tia tongues were left out, hanging wide from their mouth, dangling. A bit longer than regular dogs, and a little pointed. However, the thing that looked creepy about them most was the fact that the dogs had no eyes. The long tongue with Tia teeth showing, but nothing where their eyes were meant to be, was quite the frightening sight. Inspect. Although Ham was unable to give them the information they wanted, the same couldn't be said for Quinn. Basic Tier beast, furry hound. A beast who is blind but has sensitive hearing. It is able to locate its enemy's position even with the quietest of footsteps. It will often use its long tongue for attacks. The tongue is stronger than most. Seeing this information put a smile on Quinn's face. If it was an intermediate tier beast or higher, Quinn didn't know what to do. Now he only had one thought on his mind. It's grinding time. Now unafraid of the beasts, Quinn wanted to get a kill in before Fex, just in case no one had killed the beast before. Immediately, Quinn lifted his leg, ready to perform the crescent roundhouse blood kick. Wait, Quinn, we don't know how strong they are yet. It might be best if we just run. Fex shouted out, but it was too late. Quinn had finished his motion, and the attack had already left his leg. The distance between him and the beast wasn't great, but Quinn chose to use the blood kick to try to finish the beast in one strike. Hearing the attack through the air, the dog prepared to jump away, but it was too slow, and as it turned, its body was sliced in half. 10 AXP gained. Fizz RT time killing beast furry hound 100 bonus EXP. Quinn had received the bonus points for killing a new creature. It was expected since the beast was in some type of establishment. They likely had contact with something else that had killed it before. When thinking about this, he felt lucky that he even got the first kill bonus on the rock beast above ground. Seeing how easy Quinn dealt with the beast, Fex decided to step it up a gear as well. Ham above! Fex shouted, and immediately Ham flew up in the sky. Fex then leapt in the air and attached one of his strings to the ring around Ham's nose. As Ham rose up into the air, so did Fex, and now he could see the hounds in the area form below. Have you gained some weight? You haven't just been picking out, have you? Ham complained as he struggled to lift the young master. Shut up, you've just gotten weaker. From above, Fex was easily able to see his targets. As he detached himself and started swirling down, he precisely knew where to throw out his pieces of strings. Harden. As the strings fell, a power surging through him left his body and was inserted into the strings, now making them just as hard and sharp as a sword. When Fex landed, the strings went down with him slicing the hounds to pieces. 5 of the hounds were killed in an instant. Quinn continued to battle it out with hounds. While doing so, he was cautious about using his blood abilities. They were underground, and there was no telling when they would get out of here. He didn't want a similar situation happening like last time. So instead, Quinn stuck to the basics, attacking with both the basic vampire and human martial arts. His stats that had been inputted into strength and his intermediate tier equipment was enough to allow him to easily deal with the beasts. One of the dogs swung its head out, wrapping its tongue around Quinn's gauntlet. It tried to pull using its strength, but when Quinn didn't move an inch, the dog looked slightly confused. Then he pulled his arm with all his might, and the dog's tongue was completely dislodged from its mouth. The sight looked cruel, but they had been the first ones to attack. Finally, all the hounds in the area had been defeated. Fex had defeated 15 of them, while Quinn 8. There seemed to be more, but after seeing many of their own kind defeated, they quickly rushed off. When comparing the two numbers, Quinn could tell that he still wasn't quite at Fex level, but with improvements in his shadow ability and others, he could tell he wasn't far off. 2,200 EXP. Quinn decided to collect the crystals. Basic tier crystals weren't worth his time, but Quinn still thought they might come in handy when creating a weapon from the system. Boss, you're not planning to head to that tower, are you? Ham said as it flew up in the air. With its little hoof, it started to rub its nose. When pulling Fex up using the ring, it had made his nose a little sore. Yeah, we wanted to find out a few things. Maybe there's a map or something telling us the way out of here. Why, what's wrong? Fex said. I think there might be danger there, Ham replied. I thought you said you can't sense anything down here. Fex asked, annoyed. I can't, but something in my gut is telling me. While Ham and Fex were busy talking, a notification screen appeared directly in front of Quinn. 5 EXP shared. It was a message that he had never received before, and he found it strange that it came up while he had done nothing. When reading the message carefully, it made Quinn think back to what the system had mentioned. Quinn would gain EXP as long as Peter had killed something and was nearby. Chapter 247, Blast Away. Without thinking about it, Peter and CIA naturally both started to follow Logan around while they were inside the cavern. It felt normal to be led by him. CI didn't know why. Maybe it was his tone of his voice that shined with confidence, or perhaps because he was the only light source that she could depend on. In a way, her savior, in more ways the one while down here. She also still had the fear that if she left Logan's side that Pio might lash out at her any second now. She hadn't done much, but there had already been several instances where she had angered him. At first she didn't think it would be a big deal. Even though her ability was a support type, she was able to handle her own many times against those around a similar level to her, but something about Pio caused fear in her. With all this going on, she is now even too afraid to ask for the torches that were placed in Pio's bag. Though once he brought them out for himself, she could ask, but he never did. Logan continued to walk confidently, leading the way. He knew exactly where he wanted to go as he picked one of the tunnels without checking the others. When coming down here, for whatever reason the scanner seemed to stop working, but using his trusty memory he knew where he wanted to go. It wasn't a hard decision for him anyway. All of the tunnels on one side would lead to other rooms like this one, while all the other tunnels all led to the same place. He continued to wear the suit, and he even had it protecting his head this time, while walking through the tunnel. While traveling, their group also discovered the same type of blue crystals that had been embedded into the wall. Naturally, Logan decided to take one for research, but he already had an idea of what it was just by looking at it. Peter didn't really care for it, and CIA, although interested, had a lot more concerns on her mind right now. After exiting the tunnel, they too could see the magnificent sight of the strange town, and although it came as a surprise to the other two, Logan had already expected this. It was exactly what had come up on the scanner. Before even thinking about going up and getting out of here, he needed to visit this place. How could he pass the opportunity to do some research on some Dalki architecture? The blue crystals seemed to be randomly scattered through the city, lighting up certain building and wall areas. It wasn't enough to be called a light source, but allowed CIA just to see the outline of a few buildings. The one place that could be seen the clearest was the tower that stood in the center, like a beaming torch in the middle. It had the most amount of crystal on the very top, illuminating it in the dark. No, doesn't this mean the Dalki were here before us? Sia looked like she was about to collapse onto the floor. We need help. We need to call the sergeant somehow. This looks like a whole town. What if this is an army base? Relax, Logan replied. Although my scanner doesn't work down here, when I checked from above, there didn't seem to be any type of civilization living here, although there were other things. CIA wanted to question what Logan meant by other things, but she already knew the answer and thought it would just be foolish. He was talking about beasts. Without saying anything to the others, Logan started to walk down the path onto the street. Peter also decided to follow without saying anything. The two of them walked in the middle of the street fearlessly. While looking at their backs, CIA couldn't help but think they were crazy. However, as Logan walked away, so did the light source that was surrounding her. The darkness around started to creep in. It felt almost suffocating, and she couldn't help but think something was watching her. Grr, what was that? CIA thought as she quickly turned her head towards the noise. Although she couldn't see anything, the sound of something scurrying off in a certain direction could be heard. She couldn't take it anymore, and she too ran towards Logan and continued to move forward. After checking a few buildings, Logan had come to the conclusion that there was nothing of worth from the buildings around him. However, when using his scanner from above, he was able to see all of the building structures and things around it, but he was unable to see what was inside the tower. This, of course, just made Logan even more curious. As they got closer to the tower, Logan transformed his robotic arms into 2 round blasters. What was that? Did you see something? CIA asked. When scanning this area earlier, I found that the beasts seemed to be concatenated around the tower. Strange, right? Low-level beasts don't usually have a form of high intelligence. They hunt, sleep and eat. Sometimes they do this in packs and might have a type of territory, but this seems oddly specific. In a place as large as this, and with many beasts, usually there would be several territories and maybe several packs. So why are they all centered around the tower, as if they were guarding it or gathering around it for some reason? CIA had disregarded most of what Logan had said. The only thing she had heard was they were heading to an area where beasts seemed to be, and she was wondering if she had made the right decision to follow the two in the first place. As they continued to walk down the street, suddenly Peter took off running straight off to the side into one of the buildings. This sudden movement was even a surprise for Logan, for he had yet to see anything. He had gone into the darkness and the others were unable to see him. Logan did have night vision equipment built in to help him see, but it was grainy and didn't allow him to see far ahead. And Peter returned holding what looked like a dog in his hand. Black blood splattered over him and the dog being carried lifeless. They've been following us, Peter said, and more are coming. It didn't take long after Peter's warning, because Logan and even CIA could now see several dogs in view. Without hesitation, both Logan and CIA started to attack the dogs. She threw out spears, slowing the ones jumping towards her and leaping out of the way, while Logan was able to fire out beams of energy that knocked the dogs away, finishing them in one blast. Logan's blasters were effective when it came to basic tier beasts, but things at a much higher level, or the Dalki, they would pretty much be non-effective. The suit itself was made from beast gear mixed in with technological parts. His blasters and the energy coming out from them were not made from beast gear. It had the same effect as explosions of the past. The problem was the Dalki and higher tier beast had a resistance to this. Seeing that they were lower tiered beasts, Logan didn't hold back blasting his beams of energy at each and every one of them. Soon they realized there wasn't much for Peter and CIA to do. Peter had managed to defeat a couple more, but Logan would blast most of them away before they even got close. Eventually, the beasts stopped leaping through the air and Logan stopped using his blasters. There was a limited supply of energy, and if they stopped attacking, then Logan would do the same. However, something strange was occurring. They had managed to kill around 30 different dogs in total. Both Peter and Logan could see that there was still plenty around them. Still, they didn't run away, but stood there at the edge of the street next to the buildings, growling. Why aren't they attacking? CIA asked. That is something I would like to know the answer to as well, Logan replied. On closer inspection, it seemed like the dogs were no longer looking at them. Instead, they were facing the street, looking out towards the tower in front of them. They're shaking. The beasts, I can tell they're scared. From the street, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. Whatever was coming towards them was frightening the beasts even more, because with each footstep it looked like the beasts were pulling back slightly. Even Logan, a level 8 user who was defeating each of the beasts in one go, didn't have the same effect. Finally, the figure was starting to come into view. From out of the shadow a dark outline could be seen. It had a human outline shape. It was still hard to make out. Still, Logan was sure on one thing, it was clear it wasn't human. It was a beast. For the first time during the drip, Logan started to sweat heavily in his suit. If a beast had a humanoid figure, it meant one thing. The opponent they were about to face was at least at the king tier. Chapter 248 Calming Song. 5 EXP shared. After collecting the beast crystals from the defeated hounds, Quinn had suddenly received the message about obtaining EXP. He had figured out that the EXP he just gained must have been from Peter. It was the only thing that made sense, and would also explain why the system had used the word share. This meant one thing, that Peter was close. He didn't know how or why Peter was down here as well, but if he had to guess, Peter probably chose to come down here to follow him. It was strange, though, even though the system was able to pick up the EXP points from Peter. Quinn was still unable to sense Peter's presence like he could when he was above ground. "What's wrong?" Fex asked, as he could see it looked like Quinn was deep in thought. Quinn wanted to go searching for Peter. He didn't know how far away he needed to be for the system to pick up the XP, but the fact that he even got experience points in the first place meant right now he was fighting other beasts. "I think I might have spotted a strange-looking building over in that direction," said Quinn. "Do you mind if we check it out first before going to the tower?" Fex shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Hey, it's not like we know how to get out of this place anyway." Both of Tia eyesights were as good as each other. Nearly all vampires could see as well. The only thing that improved as they grew stronger were Tia senses. Perhaps a stronger vampire would be able to sense energy in a specific direction, but in terms of how far or well they could see in the dark, it was near all the same. When looking in the direction that Quinn had pointed to, Fex could see nothing that looked out of the ordinary. Still, Fex was curious why the sudden change in direction. As they were closer to the tower, the area around it wasn't as wide. If Quinn was to go in a circle, perhaps he would be able to spot them. Without his senses, there was no way to tell which direction to go in. As Quinn was thinking about it, another message appeared. The message just confirmed that Peter was still in combat. Peter was strong, but if he was surrounded by multiple basic tier beasts like they were just moments ago, he wouldn't get out of it unscratched. Even with his super healing, it would mean he would eventually have to consume human flesh once again. So Quinn picked a random direction and headed off. Slowly, Layla's eyes started to open. Her vision was blurry at first, but what stood out to her was the pain on the back of her head. She instinctively placed her hand, and the stinging was worse. When looking at her hand, dried particles of blood had rubbed off onto it. It was hard to see in the dark, but she knew from the feeling. "Are you okay?" Vorden asked. As she looked up, her vision had returned, and she could see the person who had done put her in this situation standing right next to her. "Get away from me," Layla said in a panic. She pushed her feet of the floor against her, and once again her head had banged into the wall. Vorden did as asked and slowly backed away, seeing that she was panicked. She had already been hurt, and Vorden didn't want to cause any more pain. "Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you," Vorden said. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Layla had planted her head between her knees and let out all the emotions away. "Why are you only like this to me?" she cried. Seeing Layla like this, Vorden felt ache and pain in his heart. He never wanted her to get hurt. "I'm sorry," Vorden said. The sobbing started to stop, and Layla began to get a grip on her emotions. It seemed like Vorden was back to his usual self. The air around him that she noticed in the past was no longer there, but she knew it could flick like a switch. It was as if he was bipolar. Seeing that Vorden was okay now, and not wanting to step on his toes, she thought maybe she could find out the reason. It wasn't normal to be like this, and at the pure base, she had seen cases similar to him. It was going to be hard for her. Her hands couldn't stop trembling, as someone far more powerful than she stood right in front of her. A wrong move or a word could end her life, and she really felt like it. "Vorden, are you okay? Sometimes it seems like you suddenly change. I want to believe you when you say you don't mean to hurt me. But when I end up like this..." As Layla spoke, her voice was shaky. She tried her best to hide it, but Vorden could feel the fear. Lately, the changes happening to Vorden had become more frequent. In the past, he remained in control most of the time, but Tia were plenty of times recently where he needed to rely on the others for help. And now, for the first time in a while, Syl was actively asking for a seat. As these changes happened, it was expected that people would start to notice. The worst thought in his mind was the possibility of one of the others taking control of the seat. They didn't have the social skills that Vorden possessed to keep up his image. If they took over, he wouldn't know what to do. "When I first met Quinn, I knew he was different," Vorden replied. "Perhaps, for the same reasons you were attracted to him, I was too. He was plain, a level 1 user, but had this look in his eyes that said he still had fight in him, not like the others. Of course, at the time, I didn't know he was a vampire. In my old school, there were quite a few Quinns. They were the same, they still had hope, still had fight in them, but eventually they were broken down and beaten, submitted to the system just like everyone else. It was rare to see someone make it into military school without already being broken. You could even see it with Peter. I was sick of it, sick of everything, and decided if I could at least save one person, it would be enough for me. Maybe I could show Quinn that even as a level 1 user, not everyone treated you the same, and you could make it through in the world. Then I got wrapped up in all this vampire business." It was a good explanation, and Layla could tell there was some truth behind Vorden's words, but she could also tell that he was missing out some key points and details. The question was, why though? "What does that have to do with me though? Can't we both get along with Quinn?" Layla asked. "Are you jealous or something?" "Not me," Vorden mumbled, too quiet for Layla to hear. "I haven't exactly had the best of experiences since coming here," Vorden replied. "I was tied up and beaten by the second years, shoved to a red portal planet and now stuck down here. I think it's normal to be a bit unstable after what we have been through." As Vorden finished what he was saying, he took a step forward. Layla reacted by shuffling her knees closer towards herself, curling into a ball. The sight of this reminded him of Syl, and in a sweet, calming voice, he did what he usually did without thinking about it. Vorden started to sing. "It will be okay. I will make your worries go away. I am by your side. I will always be kind." As she listened to the soft, angelic voice without realizing it, Vorden was already next to her once again. Her hands had stopped trembling. "What was that?" she asked. "An ability?" Vorden started to laugh. "It was a song my mother used to sing to me to calm me down." He gently lifted his hand and touched her head, bringing it down and closer towards his chest. All his movements were so soft as he inspected the wound. It was a side of Vorden she had never seen before. "I like this, Vorden," Layla said. "Chapter 249, Buy Me Time." This was the first time that Logan had ever felt panic. Due to him having night vision in his helmet he was wearing, he was able to see the beast before it came into view. Peter could as well, but was unaware of the magnitude of horror they were about to face. Perhaps Peter didn't study as well at school and thought it was just a regular beast, or when he had evolved everything about him changed. Right now it didn't look like he could fear like the others. Separated into different tiers. The tiers were based on the crystals that were embedded in their body. The more powerful the crystal, the higher the tier of the beast. This, however, didn't always mean they were stronger. Depending on the beast's structure or abilities, sometimes in rare cases, there were those that were more difficult to deal with. This was unlikely the case because a higher tier beast would be able to draw more power from the crystal. Basic tier, intermediate tier, advanced tier, and right now they were about to face something that was at least at king tier level. There were levels above this, including the highest level ever given, demon tier. Throughout history, whenever a beast that had a humanoid shape was discovered, they would at least be at the king tier level or above. There were still beasts that were at this level that didn't have a humanoid shape, but a humanoid-type beast has never been lower than a king tier. Knowing that he would need everyone's help, Logan immediately changed one of his blasters, shapes slightly allowing it to be more narrow. The armor shifted at a fantastic speed, and when it had finished transforming, Logan quickly fired 3 blasts into the buildings around them. The shots weren't energy blasts like before. Instead, these were sticky light balls. They allowed a considerable amount of light to be shown, and would easily stick onto whatever object they hit. There were 2 reasons for Logan doing this. One was to allow them to see their opponent more easily. If a creature came from the dark, their eyes and senses should be adjusted to the environment down here. He needed to even the playing field, and it would also allow CIA to help them. The second reason was related to the first. The sticky lights had been shot in a triangle formation around them. One to the left, one to the right, and one slightly behind where the king tier beast was standing. This lit up the entire street. Although the dogs couldn't see the strange light, they could feel it and were frightened away. What Logan had also hoped for was that the light source would hurt, or blind the king tier. Beast's sensitive eyes, but it seemed to have no effect, as it continued to what is that thing? Now that there was a light source, CIA could see what Logan could see, and she knew straight away the danger of the beast. "Should we run?" Looking for an answer from Logan, who seemed to be the only one acting. "Run, there's no point running. The moment we turn our back, we will die," Peter said. Look at this, Logan realized Peter was perhaps more aware of the situation than he had thought. He just knew there was nothing they could do. The beast slowly continued to walk towards the group, and by now all of the dogs in the area had already scurried away. Now not only could the beast's outer shape be seen, but all of its details were in view. Although it had an outer human shape, it was a bit on the larger end. It stood around 8 feet tall. Its body was twisted and strange, as if it was made of mud and rocks, and at the top where its head should be, the muscle structure of the creature was outlined with plant roots, while the rest just looked like a mound of mud. What was frightening about it, though, was in the upper mound part of its body. Several human skeletons could be seen half sunken into its body and half sticking out. A skull, a rib cage, and other parts as well. It was as if the beast had been made from all the parts around it. Finally, on its 2 long arms there were no fingers as such. Instead, they were long and sharp like a blade. From the forearm downward, it looked like the mud tree-like material changed into a harder substance. The blades shined green in color like a hard jade. "CIA, PO!" Logan shouted. "Buy me some time." Logan was unprepared to meet something like this down here. He thought that if the school was prepared to send some students to an orange portal planet, they would have at least sent them to one, where only at most the advanced tier-level beasts had been reported to be seen. There was no point attacking the beast with his current blasters. It would do nothing. What Logan needed to do was get his most powerful weapon and suit on, but it would take some time. His suit started to break down into the little spiders. They were eventually all scattered on the floor. From the ground up, they started to rebuild a different type of suit right in front of him. "Come on, faster, you guys," Logan said. "I know you usually do your best, but right now I need you more than ever." The unconfirmed king-tier beast continued to slowly walk as if it was a king taking a stroll through its own kingdom. Peter could see Logan's spiders building something, and knew their best chance of survival right now was relying on him. If they wanted to live, they needed to do what was asked of them. Sia could see Peter was about to move forward and shouted, "No, wait, the thing still hasn't attacked us yet. Maybe if we don't attack it, it will just continue walking past us." Peter took a look at the beast. It had now stopped walking forward and stood in the middle of the street. It placed one of its bladed hands in front of the other and scraped them against each other. A slight screeching sound could be heard as the beast continued to do this process. "No," Peter said. "It already considers us intruders. It will continue to attack us until we're gone, can tell." With those words said, Peter threw his bag on his back to the ground and dashed forward. It was at an incredible speed that Peter had not displayed until this point, and it was even a surprise to him. This was because Quinn had gotten stronger, and in return, Peter's own stats had increased. Usually Peter would do his best to hide his abilities. The speed he was running at right now was not possible for a human who wasn't wearing any beast gear or didn't have any ability. But it wasn't the time to hide their powers. It was a matter of life and death. Although CIA was frightened, she wasn't stupid. She too got into position, dashing towards one of the sides of the building. While doing so, she threw out her spirit spears. "Please hit," she prayed. If the beast was indeed a king tier, then there wasn't much chance that her spears would be able to hit her target. However, the beast continued to stand there and allowed the spears to be lodged into its upper part of its body. "Is it going easy on us?" she thought. At the same time, she wondered what Peter was planning to do. He held no beast weapons, and only had his regenerative ability. He would be killed in a matter of moments. When Peter was in range, the beast swung down its blade hand. Using all his strength, Peter swung both his fists together like a tennis racket. "This is it," CIA said. "No human has the strength to match a beast with their bare hands." As the hands met with the side of the blade, the power was surprisingly equal. The blades were knocked away, but Peter hadn't budged. "What is going on? Who is this person?" CIA said, surprised. The beast was confused itself. When fighting, it would purposely match its strength based on the opponent in front of it. It was sure it had gauged Peter well. What it didn't account for was the spirit spears in its body. Making the adjustment in its power, it swung its blade faster and stronger with its other hand. Peter was unable to do anything. All he could see now was the dark black ceiling above. Peter's legs had been cleanly cut off. Chapter 250 Heroes arrive at the last second. It was looking at Logan. The fear in CIA's heart only grew even more, as for a moment she felt like she had tricked herself, when she saw how Pia was somehow able to match the strength of the beast. She didn't know how, she didn't know why, but she felt like maybe they had a chance to get out of here alive. However, the beast was simply toying with them. The next attack from the beast was a lot faster than the previous one, and now Peter's legs had been completely detached from his body. It was a strange sight to see, as the beast was towering over Peter originally. Although his bladed hands were long, it seemed like the roots that were attached to the hard part of the creature could extend and retract. It was hard for her to confirm this theory of hers. Science, everything seemed to happen in an instant, and she was still trying to get over the shock. Even with her sprint spear inside the beast, it had little to no effect. She felt like her attacks were useless. The beast continued to walk forward, ignoring Peter on the ground. CIA then noticed that its body seemed to be facing in a certain direction. It had chosen its next target. The suit's creation was almost done. It was mostly silver in color, matching that of the spider's, unlike the previous one, which was quite large and bulky, looking almost mech-like. This one suited Logan's body shape and stature more. Only the last part remained, which was the head. Logan saw the beast coming towards him and decided to quickly place his body into the suit being made. He planned on allowing the spiders to complete the final part. On the top of his hands were 2 circular rings. Around the edge of the rings were small little metallic claws that looked similar to a tooth. "It's still not active," said Logan, looking at the circular rings. "The suit needs to be complete before I can do anything. Just a few more seconds." Taking another step, the beast suddenly felt something grabbing onto its leg. As it looked down, it could see the opponent that it had already defeated. Peter continued to grasp at the tree trunk-like leg as hard as he could. Once again the beast looked down. This time, when lifting up its arm, it started to extend above its own head. CA realized that she was indeed not imagining things. The beast could retract and extend its limbs. As the beast swung downwards, CIA squinted. She couldn't watch anymore. Still, she needed to. When she opened her eyes once again, Peter's arm had been removed from his body. "Peter," Logan said. The suit of armor had been completed. The suit was mostly silver in color, and the top helmet part covering the head was a single pane of glass going from the chin up to the top of the head. The chest was plated in a green metal, while the 2 circles on top of his hands were also outlined in green. "This won't be enough," Logan predicted after witnessing the fight between Peter and the beast. He had seen Peter fight in the VR game, and he could gauge his strength. There was still one more thing Logan needed: a weapon. A strange square-like device was attached to Logan's belt. He chucked the strange object on the floor, and it suddenly expanded into what looked like a large chest. Logan quickly grabbed some crystals from the chest. "Otherwise might think this is a waste, but our lives are on the line." After taking out the crystals, the device returned to its original size, and a robotic spider jumped up, retuning it around his waist. After placing the 2 crystals into the top part of his hand, the green-like circles started to glow. A female robotic voice sounded inside his head. 2 intermediate tier crystals detected. An energy weapon is being generated. Still needs more time. Looks like it needs more time than I had previously predicted. That or the worry inside me is making me feel like this is taking forever, Logan said. The beast was now only a few meters away from Logan's position. The problem was, now that he knew the beast was able to extend its limbs, it was hard for him to gauge its true attack range distance. After analyzing his opponent, Logan felt like this suit was the best against it, but he was beginning to have second thoughts whether or not he had chosen the right decision. The suit he used most of the time was equally balanced when it came to power, defense, and speed. The suit he had formed now focused on attack power. After seeing what the creature looked like, he thought it was the best option. With a small body frame and arms for weapons, he wanted to fight fire with fire. However, now that he knew it had some range, perhaps something speed-oriented would have been better. The other problem was, the suit was pretty useless when it came to defense, and right now his weapon hadn't even finished forming. Just as Logan was planning to make a dash for it, a familiar voice shouted from behind the beast. "If you want to forget about me, you have to make sure you've killed me first," Peter shouted. As Sia turned her head to look at who was shouting, she was amazed. She rubbed her eyes a few times just to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. It was Pio. He was standing on his 2 feet, and his arm had been reached. She knew he had impressive regenerative abilities, but this was something out of this world. Inhuman almost. As Peter stood there, she noticed he had his hand over his belly. His regenerative powers were impressive, but he had used too much energy, and for the first time he felt hungry. He started having second thoughts that if he was to get this severely injured once more, then maybe he wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. The beast turned and looked at Peter, tilting its body slightly to the side. It seemed confused. Its interest had been piqued, and once again he started to walk towards Peter. Although Peter had regenerated, he hadn't suddenly gotten stronger. If he was to face the creature again, it would just be the same outcome. As Peter saw it heading towards him, he was trying to decide what to do. Should I go for its legs? But it's too fast. Maybe I should run and attack. Just because its attack speed is fast doesn't mean its legs are fast. However, as Peter had finished that thought, the roots in its legs contracted, then pushed off the ground, propelling it forward like some type of spring. It was now directly in Peter's face in a matter of seconds. It swung its arm out, and Peter could see the blade. With his reaction speed, he was able to react to the attack, but he could tell that he was just a little too late, and the blade this time would chop his head off. "If only I was a little bit faster," Peter shouted. A fraction of a second was all he needed. He continued to duck down with all his might, and as he did, the sound of an object swinging fast through the air was heard. My head, it's all right, it's still on me, Peter thought. When looking at the beast's body, spirit spears could be seen plunging deep inside of it. CIA, who had been watching from the side, was deeply confused. She looked closely at the spears that were inside the beast. They looked identical to her own. The only problem was, she wasn't the one who had thrown them. Those spirit spears hadn't come from her, which meant it could have only come from one person. She'd seen the same thing happen before. They say heroes always arrive at the last second, Vorden said with a smile, as he appeared out from one of the buildings with Layla standing by his side. Chapter 251, The Real Hero. Your family member Peter Race White is getting hungry. Seeing this message had brought back bad memories for Quinn need to be fed. The only situation where he did was if he had been too injured, needing a new energy source to power his regenerative abilities. Quinn no longer got the XP shared message, and he started to fear the worst. Him and Fex had been walking around in a circle-like area and had covered almost half of the distance while, walking around, it seemed like luck wasn't on his side and he had chosen the wrong direction. "Hey man, aren't we just walking in circles?" Fex complained. "The thing I see, I think it keeps moving," Quinn yelled back, lying about the situation. They were too far in, around one direction. If they were to turn around and head back, it would only take longer. But with worry inside him for what was happening, he started to pick up the pace. After the first attack on Peter, the beast stood there slightly confused, not following up with a second attack. Using this opportunity, he quickly picked and shifted over and backed away from the creature. It didn't seem interested in following him, but this time, with the spears that were stuck inside it. While doing this, he chose to head in the opposite direction of Vorden and Layla. They were both using long-range skills, and it wouldn't be good if the beast got close to them. When coming from the side of one of the buildings, the two of them had quickly assessed the situation. Seeing a humanoid creature, they knew the others were in danger, and when they saw Peter trying to confront the thing, they didn't have much time to think and needed to act straight away. "Layla, go check up on Logan and see if there's anything you can do to help," Vorden said. "It looks like Logan is preparing something, and right now he's the strongest one here." Vorden still had not gotten the chance to gather much abilities. If he were to gauge himself, he was at one of his weakest moments right now. CIA's support ability was at level 4, and Layla's telekinesis ability was at level 2. Using Rayton, he could power that up to level 6. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to get Peter's ability due to his cells being different. He could go up to Logan, and it would be a huge power boost. He wouldn't know how to use their ability, but at least he could combine his amount of MC cells into one. The problem with that was that it required Syl to help. Without Quinn here, Syl seemed disinterested in the whole event. The only other time he would come out was the situation of the body being in danger. Looking at the creature in front of him, they would die before even finding out they were in danger. Not only that, but Peter needed Vorden's help. Based on the last attack, he had only come out alive by the skin of his teeth. "We need to fight together, no," Layla replied. "This time, I'm not trying to be rude, but your attacks would do nothing and would only get in the way. I'm afraid I'm only a little better than you in this situation. We need Logan," Vorden replied. Gritting her teeth at hearing that she was weak once again, she ran off to the direction Logan was in. "Do you need any help?" she asked. "Energy weapon creation at 50%. "I'm sorry, but there isn't much you or I can do. We just have to wait a little longer," Logan replied. Agent, Layla had heard those words. There was nothing she could do, and it was true. While there were 2 spirit spears inside it, the beast tried to swing its hand mid-air. It realized that for some reason its attack wasn't as fast as it usually would be. It continued to swing its arm downward. Then the spirit blade's time had run out. As it swung its hand down, it felt and looked faster than all of the over-attacks. Now that its speed had returned to normal, it looked up at Peter, ready to finish him off once again. It prepared its legs ready to spring into action once again, but just before it was about to set off, Vorden threw another one of the spirit spears, landing right in the back of the beast's legs. Another spear came out again. This time, the beast got out from his leading downward position and moved to avoid the spear. "It looks like he's figured it out," Vorden said. "This is the problem with high-level beasts." Now the beast was looking in Vorden's direction. "No, if they get rid of him, then I will have no support," said Peter. "I have to fight." Readying himself, he rushed forward. The beast continued to ignore Peter, though, and it seemed like he was going to deal with the biggest annoyance first, which was Vorden. As his back was turned, something strange happened, though. As it looked down, another spirit spear was stuck in its body. It was sure it was keeping an eye on the other boy. So where did the spear come from? "Pretty boy, you owe me a date after this one," Chia shouted. She had come out from the side of the house and was now standing in the street. She wasn't confident that the attack would be able to land at the distance she was at, so she decided to come closer. Although she was scared, her mind was screwed on straight. If they wanted to live, they would all need to do their part. Before the beast could choose its target, Peter was already upon him and had thrown a fist against his solid body. The beast was shifted from his position a few inches back. Did it not hurt him? How are we meant to kill this thing? Peter said, as the beast went for the attack. 2 spirit spears were thrown from both sides. The beast moved instinctively, avoiding the spears now. Although none of the spears hit, it would stop the beast from being able to land an attack on Peter. The two continued to do this. While the whole situation was going on, even with the beast's large body, the beast was able to avoid all of the spears thrown by the two. It was starting to grow tired, though, and without the others realizing it, it was inching its way towards one of them, storing the power in its legs until it got close enough. It managed to avoid more of the spears, then quickly contracting the roots of one of its legs, it sprung forward to the side. It didn't go for Vorden or Peter, it went for CIA. "Damn, why didn't I think of this?" Vorden said and slapped a hand over his face, annoyed at himself. It was a simple rule when fighting. In a situation like this, it would clearly get rid of the weakest and most annoying one first. Their distractions had only worked well so far, thanks to both of them throwing the spears. Now with it coming straight towards her, the spear she had been throwing finally managed to hit. However, it was useless. 1 or 2 spears weren't going to do much in helping her fight against such a thing. She didn't have the crazy amount of experience Vorden did, and the reaction and speed Peter had. "If I'm going to die, I'm going to curse and look at what kills me right in the face," Sia shouted. As its bladed claw was about to reach out and stab her in the face, they were stopped mid-air in its tracks, inches away from her face. "They say heroes arrive at the last second," Fex said, with his hands twitching, holding the strings using all of his strength. "Lame," Vorden muttered. "Doesn't he know I already said that?" At first she thought that Fex had saved her, but on closer inspection when looking at the blade, a strange purple shadow substance could be seen around it. Chapter 252, a special quiz. The blade had been stopped. If it had continued to move forward, it would have pierced her skull, almost showing no resistance. CIA once again could live to see what would happen in the next few moments, still unsure if she would live past today. However, what she was surprised about was who exactly had come to save her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a black hairboy pulling and twitching off to the side. What was his name again? Fex, CIA thought. Wasn't he a level 1? But she didn't stay long to find out. While the beast was stuck in place, she quickly ran off to where Layla and Logan were standing down the street a little way. As the beast saw its bladed arm being wrapped around by the strange shadow substance, while also being pulled by the strings, it was wondering just which one was affecting it more. For some reason, even though it was using all its strength, it was unable to move its arm forward to kill its target. It was something it had never experienced before. A whisper was suddenly heard in Peter's ear. "Go join the others," Quinn said. "You've fought enough, and if you get hurt again, who knows if you will survive." Peter looked to his side and could see Quinn standing there. He had already equipped all of his beast gear equipment on before coming over ready for a battle. Still, even he and Fex were unprepared for what they were facing. When looking at him, there was no joy on his face. It was dead serious, and Quinn was fully concentrating. "If you are in trouble, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself," Peter said as he walked off to where the others were. Before leaving, Peter turned once again. "Quinn, it's strong." Looking at the beast, still curious about its movements, Quinn replied, "New quest received. The king of the underground city, King Tier Beast Lickmorn. The town has been left behind, and in its empty place the beast began to take over. Amongst the many, eventually a single creature took over, calming the seat and title of king. The others do his bidding, as he protects the treasure located in the tower." Quest reward? Peter didn't need to say anything, for as soon as Quinn had seen the strange beast, the system had immediately activated a quest for him. It had been a while since the system automatically gave him a task, usually when it would appear when he faced a strong opponent of some sort. This also happened when he was to face Leo. He found it strange that nothing had come up for the advanced tier beast, but it was probably because the system didn't deem it as special enough for the planet they were on. What interested Quinn about this strange quest was, for the first time, it seemed to tell a little bit about how the creature came to be. Is it because of the area we are in? Maybe it is related to the vampires and not the Dalki after all. The information also revealed that it had been acting as a guard for the tower. If such a strong beast was guarding it and it had stayed underground, Quinn couldn't even begin to imagine what it was trying to protect. Lastly, the quest reward for defeating the beast. Even when going against Leo, there was a clear quest reward and instant level up. For some reason, though, this one was hidden. He didn't know why, but the fact that it was hidden only made him want to find out what it was more. The real problem was, though, could they beat it? A king-tier beast. He started to think back about all the students going up against the advanced tier beats, and even with 50 of them, they were unable to kill such a thing. The ones that were left able to fight on were Fex, Vorden himself, and Logan. But it seemed like Logan was still busy with something else. CIA was out of it, and would no longer be any use. The difference between this fight and the one earlier was Fex and Quinn would be willing to display their full powers. CIA could always be hypnotized for later, and even if she couldn't, the lives of all of them were more important than one. The beast was no longer curious about the strange shadow and strings, and pulled its arm back out of the shadow. Seeing this, Quinn quickly returned it to himself. There was one great advantage to them being underground. Quinn's shadow powers were stronger, even with the artificial light source from Logan. Just being in a darker environment increased the distance of his shadows. It was only because of this he was able to use it a distance away from himself. As the beast moved its hand, Fex for the first time could feel its enormous strength. What? He wasn't this strong before, was he? Fex said, as his hand started to ache holding onto the strings. Does this mean Quinn's shadow was doing most of the work? He could hold on no longer on, and it was just the waist. It seemed like the beast was moving just fine with or without his strings. I need to help them, Vorden said. Vorden was now standing by the others' side. The 5 of them had gone to hide behind a building, out of the street and out of the way of what was about to go down. 70% of energy weapon has been created. Whatever Logan was doing, it looked like it still wasn't ready yet, and he couldn't join the fight just yet. Logan, do you mind if I touch you? Vorden asked. Even if you do copy my ability, it's not like others, Logan explained. You won't be able to get a clear grasp, and the ability itself is pretty useless, honestly. It was only because I was able to implement it with my brains, I was able to come up with a use. Not saying you don't have brains, of course, but you understand. Logan, stop rambling and trust me. Noticing that Vorden was trustworthy and had come with ideas so far, Logan decided to put a bit of faith in him. Part of the suit that was covering the arm shifted upward as the suit broke down into the hundreds of little spiders, and the two had touched hands. With that, Vorden started to move. He didn't go onto the street like the others thought he would. Instead, he went through the buildings down the side looking for the perfect spot. His aim was never to use Logan's ability, but only wanted the MC cells that came with it. He had already used a large amount, throwing out spears constantly. Still, with Logan's level 8 ability, he had to have a large amount. Not only that, but if he could get Rayton or Syl to fight, they would be able to combine the other abilities, making a spirit spear above a level 8 ability. The level 4s didn't do much, but surely this would have an effect. The only problem was, the beast was now cautious against the spears, so Vorden wanted to get in the perfect location, waiting for the right time. Sometimes, when the ability level was higher, it would also consume more MC points with each use of the ability. There was no time for testing, and no second chances against a foe like this. This is crazy, Sia shouted. Why are the 2 level 1s, the weakest in our team, out there fighting? Are they idiots? Are they trying to get themselves killed? She yelled. Suddenly, a hand had come towards her face, and the right side of her cheek was stinging. When she looked at who had just slapped her, she could see Layla was the one who had done it. It's because of those idiots that you're even alive, Layla shouted. Layla, what do you mean? Tia asked, holding her face. As Sia looked closely, she could see a dark purple shadow emitting from Quinn's back. Those 2 level 1s are the strongest level 1s you will ever see. Chapter 253, Teamwork. The beast seemed to be cautious about the 2 opponents in front of it. It didn't know why, but it felt like they were different to the ones before it. The presence emitting form these 2 were similar to the boy it had thought before. Still, it wasn't entirely the same. Although it wasn't showing on his face, Fex was worried. There were 2 main reasons for this. They were going up against a king-tier beast. Fex struggled to fight an advanced tier beast on his own. He wasn't yet at the point he could deal with a king tier. If only I had a puppet, maybe we would have better chances, he thought. This was the second problem. His ability, his family training, mostly focused on using a puppet as a fighting tool. Of course, they trained their own bodies and strengths, but only the full potential and fighting power of the Sujian's family would come out when they were also using a puppet. He had finally found the perfect person, Erin, but now that she had gone, there was no one else that interested him, or he felt like would be the right fit. Thex moved his finger slightly as he threw out a needle with a string attached. It was so thin it couldn't be seen by the human eye. Once the string was attached to the beast's leg, he would pull with his strength and the 2 of them would go in for the attack. However, before the string had even reached the beast, it threw its bladed hand down, cutting the invisible piece of string. Fex gulped at this sight. That's not normal. That string is nearly as hard as steel. It shouldn't be that easy to break. My strings are basically useless against this guy. With no puppet and his sharp blades, I can't do anything. So I can only rely on my vampire abilities. So none of his mind control and charm-like abilities would work on such a powerful creature, which meant they would have to deal with it the old-fashioned way. He looked at Quinn, who stood to his right, with his shadow shifting protecting him. It seemed like Quinn didn't quite know what to do either. "Ah!" Fex shouted as he charged in. "Quinn, I'll attack and you cover me with the shadow." Although Quinn didn't agree with the plan, it was already too late as Fex was charging in. In Fex's mind, he was the faster, more skillful fighter of the two. All he needed was Quinn to use the shadow, to block the attacks he couldn't see, and he was hoping that would be enough. While charging forward, Fex threw out blood swipes. Seeing this, the beast, they swung its own hand blades. At such an incredible speed, it looked like it had managed to create its own wind strike pressure that clashed with the blood swipes. Quinn followed closely behind, and it was a good thing he did, as the beast continued to swing its arms about, causing a flurry of swipes. From behind Fex, a few more blood swipes had followed. He didn't need to ask where they had come from. "It looks like you're better back up than I thought," Fex said. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked some of the attacks while also using the blood swipe of his own. The two of them continued to attack while pushing forward. It took the two of them using their blood swipes, including Quinn using his shadow, to match the speed of attacks coming from the King tier beats, and currently they were at a stalemate. Watching from the side, CIA's mouth was left wide open. "What? Who are these guys there? Abilities, they look the same, and how are they able to go toe-to-toe with a King tier beast?" Layla didn't say anything back, as it was pointless, as her memory would soon be wiped off the whole thing anyway. Although they were able to match the power and speed of the King tier's attacks, they couldn't keep this up forever. In a way, using the blood-type attacks drained their life force and they would eventually run out of energy. When looking at the beast, the same couldn't be said for it. Not only that, but Quinn's MC points were deteriorating fast. He tried using the shadow to block as little as possible. With every block, the shadow would get damaged, causing him to use up his MC. The attacks were just too powerful. Knowing this, the two of them pushed forward. "Quinn, charge in," Fex shouted. "Blood shield." A wide barrier of blood was lifted from the ground, blocking the incoming attacks. Quinn didn't hesitate and went off to the side. Windwalk activated. Using his extra speed from his intermediate boots, he tried charging in from the side. Blood crescent kick. It was too risky trying to get in close. It was likely it would notice Quinn by then. Even with the attacks coming towards it, it did nothing to block them. The two attacks had landed on the beast, yet not a mark was left on it. That was one of my most powerful attacks. There was only one thing left for Quinn to try. One of the beast's arms extended outward, aiming straight for him. Flash step. The blow was avoided and the blood hammer was in preparation. A normal hammer strike was likely to do nothing against a beast like this. If he wanted to hurt it, he needed his most powerful strike. In the middle of his preparation for the strike, the tree root extended arm had turned around and extended, following Quinn's position. After only a few motions of the blood hammer, he needed to cancel it and avoid the blow. His shadow would move to slow, so he only had one option. Flash Stee. Quinn tried to execute the flash step, but for the first time he was too slow. Tilting his head to the side and kicking his feet off the ground, he managed to block the attack using his shoulder. The blade pierced through him easily, and now he was attached to the beast via its extended root arm. 60/80th HP, combining his martial arts with his vampire skills. 12/80th HP. Although Fex wanted to help Quinn, he knew it would be a waste, and there was the opportunity to strike. Fex, using his great speed, had managed to get within striking distance of the beast. An uppercut fist that was encased in blood was aiming towards the beast's belly. It was an attack Quinn had never seen before. It was also the strongest attack that Fex had when... "You damn tree fall!" he shouted as he plunged his fist right into the center of its belly. Vibrations and pressure of wind came out from the attack, and the beast had been moved a foot back as it slightly hurled and arched its back forward. "Yes, they got an attack in," Layla cheered. "No," Logan said. "It's too early to celebrate." The beast stood upright and lifted its arm that was attached to Quinn. The two were lifted up, high a few meters up in the air before it used a strong force, slamming him down into one of the buildings off to the side. The building crumbled down on top of Quinn's body as he was thrown down. "Quinn!" Fex shouted. It was clear the attack was a powerful one, and even he wasn't sure if he would have made out alive. Still, there wasn't much chance for him to worry. The beast retracted its arm from the fallen building, and now was focused on Fex. The attacks coming towards him were at close range, and it took every bit of energy and skill for Fex to dodge all the blows. With each strike, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. Still, the edge of the beast's bladed arm would scratch Fex. These weren't shallow cuts either. Some of them were quite deep. "He's fast, but just not fast enough," Layla said. From the crumbled building off to the side, one of the larger slabs of walls were pushed to the side. The dust started to settle, and Quinn could be seen underneath it, covered in wounds and blood. Most of his bones had been broken, and it was painful to even lift his body up. Blood bank activate. He had no choice and needed to use the blood bank to heal most of the serious wounds. As his body started to recover, he watched Fex amazingly dodge the beast's fast attacks. Using his imagination, Quinn pictured himself in Fex's situation, and he would have been dead by now with his own speed. The fight continued on, and a pool of blood could be seen underneath his 2 feet. The wounds were taking a toll on him as he started to slow down. In the middle of the fight, Fex was starting to lose hope. Even if he was faster, more skillful, it meant nothing. His strongest attack was unable to hurt the beast. For a king-tier beast to do anything, they would need at least an advanced-tier weapon, and even then it would unluckily be able to do much damage. Am I really going to die because of this ugly monster? Fex thought. Quinn felt the same way. His intermediate-tier gauntlets just wasn't going to be enough to hurt the king-tier's body. Fex continued to dodge, and as he was in the middle of his thoughts, a strange green beam of light could be seen from his side. Duck! Instinctively, Fex reacted to the words and ducked his body down. The green beam of light carried on moving forward and went straight through the beast's body. Energy weapon has been completed. Looks like it was a success, Logan said. As for the first time during the fight, black blood was trickling down from the wound. Chapter 254, a new level of... For the first time since the fight had started, the king-tier beast had finally bled. Just when felt like all was lost, a strange green energy of light came out and plunged into the beast's upper body, although Fex was unaware of what had happened. Quinn, who had emerged from the rubble, managed to catch everything with his own 2 eyes. Quinn was still injured. His wounds were worse than usual, and even with the use of the blood bank, his body this time would take a while to heal. He had used the blood bank completely, and it was now empty. It had brought him up to 62/80ths of his HP. Healing this much would allow him to continue in the fight. He still also had the flask that was given to him by Fex, but looking at how badly injured Fex was, he hesitated about using it. He was debating whether the blood in the flask should be used on Fex instead. It was his own, after all, and he didn't have a blood bank. That was clear after looking at how damaged his body was during the fight. His legs were wobbling and his speed was slowing down. From the side came in a short man who was in a silver and green suit. Logan, Quinn thought. But this suit looked different from the others he had seen. On top of his arms were beams of energy shaped like sharp daggers. They looked similar to an ancient weapon known as a katar. Engage maximum system output, Logan said as he thrust his fist forward. The katar-like weapon suddenly grew longer. The green energy had extended and went right through the beast's solid body. Fex, I'm going to need your help, Logan said as he pulled out the energy blade from the beast. Logan knew this wasn't going to be enough. Suddenly the beast's attention was on Logan, the person who had injured him. All Fex wanted to do right now was rest, but just from looking at Logan he knew they couldn't rely on him. The beast went in for an attack from above, and Logan went to block with the energy blade, but when Fex looked at both of them it looked like watching a tortoise and hare race against each other. They now had the power and the weapon to injure the beast, but not the speed. Logan was too slow. Seeing this, using his last bit of energy, Fex pivoted and shifted himself using all his strength to dash forward. With his shoulder in front, he barged Logan out of the way, allowing him to avoid the strike. The blade continued to go down, and although it didn't hit its original target, it still managed to hit Fex between his neck and shoulder. Kill the damn thing, Fex screamed as more blood was dripping down his arm. Energy blade maximum output, Logan shouted, and at the same time one of the energy blades seemed to respond. It grew twice in size, and Logan slashed down with all his strength. It went through the beast's side, and the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. The green, jade-like arm had been detached from its body, and black blood was now pouring out from the wound. What is that? CA asked, amazed at what was happening. I've never seen a weapon like that before. If he had stuff like that was so effective, why doesn't everyone use it? On the other hand, Layla, who was standing next to her, didn't have the same look of amazement on her face. Her forehead was wrinkled as she was in deep concern. The green blade that had just been used had fizzled out, and now Logan only carried one on his arm. I thought this was the case, Layla said. I've seen one of these before, or to be more precise, I learned about this before. It's another way to use the beast crystal that was discontinued by the military. Discontinued, but why? As you can see, by using crystals as a raw form of energy, one is able to create something called an energy blade. The problem is, all of its energy is coming from the crystal, and it needs a constant output to support it. Using the raw energy rather than mixing it with other materials creates a more powerful weapon. But this means two things. First, the weapon isn't permanent. Once all the energy from the crystal has been used, the weapon will disappear. This also means that the weapon's strength will vary depending on how much energy is used when attacking. Because of these reasons, the military decided that it was much more practical to use the crystal core, to create beast weapons rather than energy weapons. Energy weapons were fine for the low-end use, when using a basic tier or intermediate crystal, but anything above would be a waste. For someone like Logan, intermediate crystals weren't too hard for him to come by. He could always just purchase them online on the marketplace. The problem was anything above that. Past the advanced tier crystal, there weren't many people who sold them. This was even true for the advanced tier crystals. Instead, people would post requests, asking others to obtain a specific type of crystal for them. The problem was, Fex had not anticipated needing more than 2 intermediate crystals on a trip like this. It wasn't exactly something people freely carried around with them either. "It looks like the attack was a success," Logan said. With the black blood continuing to drop from the beast's wound, it decided to retreat for the first time, leaping back. Fex wanted to chase after the thing, but when he took a step forward, his wounds seemed to have gotten the better of him, as he went down to one knee, just stopping himself from collapsing on the floor. "I'm more hurt than I thought." There was no point for Logan to give chase either. The energy blade was just that, a blade of energy. Unlike traditional beast gear, it didn't give any extra stats to the user, and the suit he was wearing didn't either. If he was to chase the beast, he wouldn't catch up to the thing in a million years. Suddenly the beast's wound started to bleed less. It looked like some vine-like structures were starting to cover over the wound. Next, from the wound a little stump was starting to grow. "Am I imagining things, or is that thing starting to get smaller?" Layla asked, still looking from the side of the street. "You're right," Peter replied, still having his hand hover over his belly. At the same time, he was looking at CIA in a slightly different way. "I never got an order not to hurt her today, right?" Peter thought. The group wasn't imagining things. As the stump started to grow, it looked like it was forming another hand. At the same time, the beast was getting smaller in size, as if he was taking his mass from one area and placing it in another, when it was all done. The beast once again had 2-bladed limbs that shined like jade. Only now it was roughly the same height as a regular human. "Looks like we're going to have to go for round 2. Fex groaned out as he lifted himself off the ground. He knew that without his help, Logan wouldn't be able to do much. He was their attacker, their damage dealer, and he needed to protect him if they wanted to kill the beast. "Why don't you lie back down?" a voice said from his side, as he felt a hand also touch down on his shoulder. "Quinn." "But how?" Fex asked. Vampires had supernatural healing abilities, but for serious life-threatening wounds, the use of blood would be needed. If the wound was bad, but not life-threatening, they would eventually heal up but get hungry in the process. Quinn's body had healed. He wasn't quite at full health, but he was able to fight once again. But what was strange about Quinn was how quick he had healed. Did he use the flask? "We can talk about that later," Quinn replied while handing the flask back to Fex. "Take it, heal up. I guess my guess was wrong," Fex thought. It was tempting for Fex, but in the end he refused again. "No, Quinn, not to be rude, but you're too slow to go against something like this, and there might actually be a use and another way for us to get out of this mess if I don't use it. You keep it." What Fex had said was correct. Quinn knew that with his speed he would be hit left and right from the beast. His shadow was strong but not quick enough to catch up. "Don't worry about that." Quinn said. She walked forward. "Are you sure you would like to add all 6 points to agility?" Points added. 26 plus 4 agility. Before trying to hand over the flask to Fex, Quinn had taken a tiny drop of blood, giving him 1 more point in agility. Then, using the remaining points from leveling up, he decided to put everything in one area. Finally, there were also the intermediate boots he was wearing, bringing his total agility up to 30. And also, burning him up to a new level of speed. The speed was at the same level as a vampire Nobel. Chapter 255, A Different Person. When Quinn said these words, Fex could feel his confidence. He wanted to say he was crazy for trying to take on such a monster when he could barely dodge its attacks. But for some reason, with his tone of voice and the air around him, it felt like something in Quinn had changed compared to him a few moments ago. "Who are you really? Is this the difference between the Punishers and the rest of us?" So far, Fex had multiple guesses about who Quinn really was, but all of them seemed to be missing the mark. Everything just didn't go together yet. Still, just in case, Fex went off to the side and leaned up against the building wall. Ham, who'd been flying and hovering in the air for most of the time, came swooping down. "Ham, if I don't come back from this, I want you to go back to the others." "What do you mean?" Ham replied. "I know the wounds are bad, but you should eventually heal from this, right?" As Ham said those words, he started to look at the wounds. Although they would take a while to fully heal, it was obvious if the healing process had started or not, as the bleeding should have already stopped. But from the multiple cuts that were mainly on his upper body and arms, blood was still seeping out. "Master, are you doing this on purpose?" Fex didn't reply, but it was clear that this was his answer. Ham wanted to complain. He had been with Fex since he could remember, but he had to do whatever Fex told him to. "And what about the other vampire? If I return, do you want me to inform them about him?" Ham asked. While at the school, Feck's state of mind had changed a lot. At first, he wanted to get close to Quinn as a scapegoat if his family ever came to get him. He still had that in his plans, but during their short time together they had done many things together, and Fex had honestly never had a more interesting and fun time with someone. "Leave it. What Quinn does is none of our business," Fex replied. Both Logan and Quinn now stood a few meters apart from the smaller version of the king-tiered beast that they had gone up against. "Logan, I want you to stay behind me. When I give the call, I want you to attack with all that you have," Quinn said. For the first time, Quinn seemed to be taking the leadership role, something that Logan had done previously. Still, Logan wasn't complaining. He didn't know what Quinn had up his sleeve, but he had known him long enough to trust him. Quinn's shadow before was continuously shifting around his body. Usually, he did these series of actions as a form of protection for himself. Of course, he only did something like this when there was a fight. This time he had the shadow in a ball-like shape hovering above his shoulder. Against the king-tiered beast, it was useless to use as a defensive measure. Its attacks were too fast for him to move the shadow in the right position. If it couldn't be used for defense, then it was better off being used as an attack. The beast had waited long enough. Instead of charging in as it would usually do, it decided to swing out its bladed arm and stretch it out from the side. Right now, Quinn was standing directly in front of Logan. With this attack, it was clear that its target was Logan standing behind Quinn. Even if he did trust Quinn, just to make sure Logan raised up the energy blade knowing his suit wouldn't be able to handle an attack. "You're not the only one that can do something like that." Throwing out a blood swipe and then grabbing it quickly with his shadow, Quinn had made his shadow scythe. He swung it down from above, hoping to hammer it down before it reached Logan. Knowing the strength of the previous blood swipe, the beast chose to ignore it and continued on with its attack. The blood swipe from before would have shattered and not even affected the path of its attack, only slightly slowing it down. Bang! Like a hammer coming down on a nail, the scythe managed to knock the tree root arm, pinning it into the ground. "That attack wasn't that strong last time?" Fex said, seeing this. It hadn't been too long since they fought. In that amount of time, Quinn had leveled up a few times, as well as gained a few samples of blood from others. I just... CIA was at a loss for words. She had experienced too many surprises with this group so far. They were all monsters. "Can you do something like that?" CIA asked Layla. So far, she seemed to be the only normal one of the group. But she remembered that she had thought the same with Quinn, thinking he was normal, and after being proven wrong. She felt like it could happen again. "As I said, they saved your life earlier. These guys are amazing." As she said those words, she too wished she would be able to take part in the fight, rather than just stand by the side. Seeing that the beast was targeting Logan and not himself, Quinn knew he needed to do something. Windwalk activated. Activating his boots and dashing forward, he traveled at a speed that had never been achieved by him before. In an instant, he had nearly covered the entire distance, and was now directly in front of the beast. Punching the beast as hard as it could in the stomach, Quinn was hoping to make some sort of impact, but it didn't even budge. As its other hand retracted back, it started swinging away, attacking him in the same way as it did with Fex. Only the result this time was different. Every strike was avoided. When Fex faced the beast, he was able to avoid the critical blows, but he would still suffer some hits here and there. With Quinn, it was different. He was able to avoid each of the strikes cleanly, not getting a scratch on him. This speed. Did he really hide his strength? Just how? Fex was now even more confused than before. Everything that was happening right now didn't make sense. Why fake being hurt? Why risk being attacked by such a strong beast? And how when only moments ago Quinn was unable to avoid the strike. But at this moment, he was able to perfectly evade every strike. His speed even surpassed Fex's at this moment. When improving Quinn's stats, each time it went up by 10, there was a significant improvement, and even he could feel this. From 18 to 19 in a stat point, although there was a difference, it was barely noticeable, but going from 19 to 20, the change could be felt and was tremendous. Being able to just dodge the attacks wasn't going to be enough. Whenever an opening appeared, Quinn tried his best to throw out a punch, but the beast's reflexes were just as fast as its attacks, being able to easily block Quinn's attacks or even move out of the way. Bloodhammer was still the strongest skill in Quinn's arsenal, but it took quite a long time to perform. However, the hammer strike, with his increased speed, could be performed fast enough. He just needed to know how to land the attack. While dodging the attacks, Quinn thought hard. The other problem was his stamina wouldn't be able to keep up. Then, an idea hit him while looking at the beast's movements. Right now, he was facing a humanoid-type beast. Not only that, but it was one that had some level of intelligence as well. With this in mind, Quinn threw out a punch from above. Using his speed, he threw out one after another. The first attack was blocked, and when the beast saw the second one, it twisted its body slightly to avoid the blow. Then, Something strange had happened. It had blocked one punch and dodged the other, yet a third hand had come out and hit the beast right on the temple of its rounded head. From the outside, the others were just as confused as the beast, because to them it looked like the beast had moved into Quinn's attack. "Looks like the phantom punch is a success," said Quinn with a smile.